very much closes up the pinch point now. Number 76 then has just been sent out wide.
He's trying to cut back. Can he do it? He's going round the outside and Moore is holding.
Emily Jones picks up the checkered flag.
Frankly, if your tires are shot now, you're going to be in massive trouble. That's a huge slide.
The Bond is going to pick up the checkered flag. Woodrow's going to finish his second.
Oh no, big contact there. Just the tiniest nudge. This is Tokyo Drift going on.
Up to the line. 20.0.
Is McGillivray going to be able to go up the high side?
He's actually got the head in front.
3 wide into turn number 1. It is going to tighten up through the pinch point up towards the exit.
Brown still insistent on trying to go outside.
He waited for the opportunity, took the lead of the race. He's going to take the checkered flag. Winner's row then. Congratulations to him. That's a mistake then. Hole at the inside. There's contact. He will send one up the inside. He's squeezed there by McGreeny. No, oh, contact between the front two.
Welcome to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Well, this is it, championship weekend. We have seen some of the best sim racers around the world compete this weekend for the opportunity to experience the ultimate McLaren VIP experience and have a piece of the $250,000 prize pool. So today, we're rounding things out with the open wheel racers. We're taking the Dallara IR01 racing all around the world to put the best of the best to the test. So I'm Jesse Punch bringing you the action from the studio, but here to help me, my new friends as of this weekend, John Sargent and Luke Crane. And now that you guys are my friends, I can officially say, Luke, you have quite the style, my friend. I would love to see your closet. What do we have here for Sunday?
You absolutely do not want to see my closet, that's for sure. We've seen a video all weekend where Lando's like, I'm sorry, I'm not able to be here, because he's normally like involved in the broadcast over the last few years. Oh, he's involved. He's here for the whole day.
Happy to have Lando with us, of course. John, you seem to have a bit more of a professional look going today than the Lando t-shirt.
No, not at all. Look, what happened this morning is that Luke and I both went into our wardrobes and we both only had one iron shirt left. And just purely by coincidence, this is what we pulled out.
I love it. Well, fashion, choices aside, we're in for a great day of racing nonetheless.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you're new here and you aren't familiar with the G Challenge, you might be wondering, how did we get here to championship weekend? Well, let's take a look back at the excitement that brought each of these drivers to the grand finals.
For motorsport enthusiasts, amateur and competitive drivers alike, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge has been the place to compete at the top level of sim racing since its launch in 2018. That's a huge slide, and I can't believe he managed to save that! Excitement and buzz swarmed around the series, from the white knuckle racing to the major prizes for those who could make it to the top.
The winner of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge finals is Brandon Ibrahim!
Champions not only won their races, but the opportunity to partake in on-track experiences and meet some of the best drivers in the world. The heart-pounding action and one-of-a-kind prizes are what keep aspiring racers from all around the globe coming back year after year. 2021 was a year of rebirth for the G Challenge.
Graham Bunyan by 2,000th of a second with the race victory.
Announcing a new format that included 3 different disciplines of competitive racing and a VIP grand prize that is a dream come true for competitors across the globe. This season has not disappointed. Each region has blown us away with the level of competition and, in some cases, domination.
If Matt Danson wins this stock car race, Luke, he will have won every single stock car race in this year's G Challenge so far.
The only driver who is perfect in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, Brandon Hawkins, takes the checkered flag.
We've seen outrageous overtakes.
Oh, contact between the front two! Demonex taking Sawyer out!
Crashes.
Oh,
whoa!
That is spectacular.
Oh no, big contact then. Battles.
And while that's 1-1 for both of them, but ultimately 2 wrongs do not make a right.
And flat out amazing racing at the highest level.
Houlihan has made an unbelievable move through turn number 1.
We have gone through 5 rounds of racing in 4 different regions across 3 racing disciplines. The top drivers from each round advanced to the semi-finals, where they battled it out across multiple races to finally make it into the top 10 and proceed to the grand finals, where everything is on the line. Now, the wait is over. The grand finals weekend is here, so strap in and join us as we crown our champions of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Get ready to race.
All right, well, now that the grand final weekend is here, we are wrapping things up today. I'll let you know what we've been looking at this weekend. So each day we've highlighted a specific region, and we've gone region by region. So we started Friday with the sports cars, yesterday was the stock cars, and as I mentioned, today is focused on the open wheel cars. So 2 rounds of qualifying with 2 races each. All right, let's take a look at what we've got going on for today. We're beginning with the APAC region, followed by EMEA, LATAM, and North America this afternoon. Luke, take us to the tracks that we should expect to see today.
Every single track has its own unique characteristics, but they're all GP layouts here, so lots of open, flowy, overtaking opportunity circuits where we saw on Friday the sports cars qualifying was absolutely key. It's not going to be as important today with Suzuka especially and Okayama circuit. There are plenty of opportunities to make an overtake. So yeah, expect anything, expect everything, and expect a real high quality set of races going at it today.
It's going to be really, really good fun today with the open wheel cars. Of course, they're on the limit of grip as so often around the lap, but they've got so much downforce as well around some of the high speed corners. It just means that the action is going to be really high octane today. I cannot wait.
Well, there you have it. Lots of action. Expect everything and nothing all at the same time. That's what it sounds like. Well, this APAC region has been coming back all season long for an opportunity to compete this weekend. Let's take a look back at the regular season and the drama that these drivers went through to make it to the grand finals.
Off the line, the front 3 already making their intentions known here. Just Perwin's gone for the move. He has gone for the move there. There was contact there as well. Perwin's going to make it around the outside, but I tell you what, it is not done and dusted yet. Through the final corner we come then. Mohammed Ibrahim is going to take the checkered flag here, ladies and gentlemen, and just wants to get to that top 3, and they all get off the line pretty well here. Well, Albert down to P4 already here. Brilliant stuff from both of them here. It is going to tighten up through the pinch point, up towards the S's. Still side by side between both of them. Calix Boone had to back out. Stuart Vaughan does get the move done there.
These guys are racing drivers. A huge off there.
It's going to be Chris Owen who takes the checkered flag. It is an absolute cluster here. Matt Danson has kicked things off, which we'll see on the left-hand side of your screen now. But barely getting off the line. And then we've got 4 cars then that are all piggybacking each other. Just driven across the front left wheel.
Jackson Starrett looking on the outside of Laddish, isn't going to be able to make it stick. Timothy Vaughan just behind them now. This is the battle for 3rd place.
Wow, Emily Jones picks up the checkered flag from McLaren Shano. Got a roller. We've got a roller, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be race over for the orange car, as he actually is going to succumb to this move here, I think. Sirkovic is going to make the move here. Room just about left on the outside as Laddish then squeeze. Oh, that is the wheel removed. Isaac Nichols has been involved in a battle now for the best part of an hour. He's just been constant. Oh dear. Around the final corner we come, and Josh Perwin will pick up the checkered flag for the monthly final. And we are green light racing. And, well, looks like a couple of cars have not got off the line very well there. There's a car.
Jackson Starrett. Laddish and Scott, of course, are going to be happy just to get away from that.
Laddish has already qualified. He's the oh my lord. He just drove into a wall. The green car then is Jared, and then we've indeed got ourselves in. Oh no, there's a big mistake here. It's come undone here for Jared on the final lap. Laddish, though, will take the victory. He has the number 1 car as well, by the way.
Welcome to the semi-finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
We are green light racing after all, and already blue car there's just driven straight across Jared. Jared did a barrel roll that once one car makes a mistake, everyone else is just trying to get their car off the line.
This is the Quantum Pay replay there of exactly how he went from 10th to 15th.
Yeah, just turned in a little bit too late.
Stop.
That's game over, that is. That's not going to be good. It's going to be our first winner in semi-final number 1. Mohammed Ibrahim takes the checkered flag, and brilliant stuff there from him.
Now we're going to be moving to race 2. Go going to the Hockenheim ring.
The start's going to be vital here. It is semi-finals of the open wheel in APAC. I'll tell you what, it's a great start here from Jared. He has got an inside line, but he backs out. Jared dives up the inside for P1. Oh, he's got it done. Bo Albert's going to box him 3 wide. Down in towards the hairpin we go. Jared on the brakes on the inside, holds that apex there perfectly. Ibrahim then is going to filter into P2. Oh, what a move from Jared.
Really good from Luke Bannister as well. He's overtaken Muhammad Ali a little bit further back and is putting pressure on Bo Albert too. That's a huge spin. Circovitz out of first place. That was absolutely huge.
I don't think there's any way back here, considering where you finished in. So unfortunate.
That was Bo Albert. That's Bo Albert. This is live. It's not a replay. And suddenly Cirkovic has a little bit of a lifeline. A huge pile up behind him. And Jared's back in it now. I can't believe what we're watching. Currently, your drivers that are leading, it's Mohamed Ibrahim from Luke Bannister after the dust has settled. Jared Cirkovic somehow is back up into P3 and in a podium position. The dream is back on.
Ibrahim does take that checkered flag. The first driver to win 2 out of 2 races in the semi-finals.
What an absolutely incredible couple of races we've had here, Luke.
We'll talk about a regular season. It's always fun to be able to watch it all back before we crown a champion here in just a little bit. John, I'll start with you. Do you have a favorite moment from the regular season?
Look, the regular season in APAC was very incident-filled. It was quite eventful, to be perfectly honest. And as a result, I feel like it's a little bit more wide open than we would otherwise like to predict. We're going to see some regions later on today where it's a little bit more clear-cut. There are super clear favorites who have dominated. In APAC, it's a little bit more mixed up, especially in the midfield. So I'm really keen to see how the grid shakes itself out. What I'm looking forward to the most, maybe, is a different top 3 in race number 2 compared to race number 1.
Yeah, I would have had the same thoughts as John until we got to the semi-finals where Ibrahim came out of nowhere and he qualified month number 1 and then just didn't come back. So we hadn't really seen too much of him. But in the semi-finals, it was our first dominant, first time we had someone win 2 races over the whole weekend. I think we went 16 races with 16 different winners, and then he came in. I think there's a big factor here, though. Since our semi-finals has been an update in iRacing, and the car is completely different now. It's a lot more understeery, hugely understeery. Speaking to some of the quicker drivers in this whole championship across the regions, it's a whole different beast entirely. So expect to see different drivers at the top end.
Well, to truly understand the caliber of competition that we have this weekend, you have to understand just how drivers got here. So let me explain. Over the last 7 months, drivers have been competing for a spot in the semifinals. So today we've narrowed it down to 10 drivers for each challenge, and they'll be competing in hopes to get that ultimate Logitech McLaren G Challenge grand prize. All right, the format for this weekend. John, explain to our viewers at home how today's races are going to go down.
Absolutely, Jesse. It all starts with qualifying. So for the open wheel cars, we've got a 10-minute qualifying session. These qualifying sessions, of course, will determine the order in which our drivers line up on the grid. Once we know that order, the races will begin, and we've got 2 races on 2 very different tracks. And the player with the most combined points across both of these races will become our grand champion and go home with that absolutely delightful McLaren VIP prize.
Thanks, John. Hey, you know, while you're at it on the explaining things, can you go ahead and tell us how this point structure is going to work here for today as well, please?
Yeah, to be fair, that's going to be so important today. So pay attention to this point structure, folks. It's 15 points all the way down to 1. But the important thing you need to take away from this graphic is the difference in points between the positions. So first and second place, that difference is a whopping 5 points, 15 down to 10. Between second and third, the difference is 2 points. And then there are 1 point increments from 10th place all the way up to third. So the differences between every position, it's just the 1 point. That means if you win race number 1, finishing third in race number 2, for example, and losing those 5 points is almost the equivalent of finishing 8th instead. It's absolutely pivotal. It's huge, the difference between second and first. And that means that if we have effectively a procession at the front of the front of the race in any of the races, there's big incentive for the person in P2 to maybe go for a bit of a lunge.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the 10 drivers that will be competing for the championship today. Guys, what do you think about this driver lineup?
I mean, Luke said it absolutely beautifully. I think it's very open, but you have to give it to Mohammed Ibrahim in the semifinals. Since the semifinals, though, it's been all shaken up. Personally, we've got our friend Jared Surkovic, our favorite driver possibly at the G Challenge. He's going to be playing here. We've also seen Josh Perwin already, and we've seen Matt Danson as well. So a couple of familiar faces competing across multiple disciplines of racing.
Yeah, I echo that. There's plenty of opportunity for these drivers to indeed get the job done. Again, I'm going to stick by Ibrahim. He looks so strong going into the semi-finals or through the semi-finals. I will add, though, there are a lot of new people watching this stream right now who maybe have never, ever seen an esports event before and maybe have never seen these drivers here before either. Stick around. Check it out. You're going to be surprised at how good this will be.
You are absolutely in for a treat today if you are just tuning in for the first time. And we're about to kick off qualifying, but before we do so, we have a very special message from McLaren Racing's Formula One driver Lando Norris. And no, not the one on Luke's shirt, the real Lando Norris. He has some words for our competitors today.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm very sorry I can't be there to participate in this live event, but I want to say a massive congratulations to all the finalists and competitors who have made it this far out of thousands of entrants. It's my 4th year being part of the McLaren G Challenge, and I'm super happy to see how far it's come and the level of the finalists. Finally, I'm sure the racing is going to be amazing. There's a very high talent pool in there, and I look forward to watching everything and finally getting to meet the finalists and the winners in McLaren very soon. All the best, everyone. Good luck.
Well, qualifying is underway, so I want to remind you at home while you're watching, tweet at us using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. Send us your questions, let us know who you're cheering for, just give us your thoughts on this weekend's competition. All right, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jesse. This is qualifying now, and we are at Suzuka, a track that we're very familiar with in the G Challenge. And we're looking forward to seeing who is going to come out on top. The drivers obviously just going out on their out laps at the moment. But Luke, I'm really looking forward to this race. I think you're right. Ibrahim might come in here with a little bit of weight of expectation, but I'm not sure how much to rely on that after the update.
The cream will always rise to the top, John. You're always going to get the better drivers that are going to hit the top end anyway. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we don't see, if we do see Mohammed Ibrahim be the driver to beat. But expect someone like Bo Albert to be there as well. Jared, maybe in and amongst it. Josh Perwin, he has pedigree. You know, he got to the McLaren Shadow finals. He was the APAC winner for that championship as well. We also saw him yesterday. He picked up the oval circuit for race number 2 in the final championship yesterday morning, and managed to get a top 3 in the whole championship. So yeah, expect to see him there because he's just a serial winner. Matt Danson's already a G Challenge winner from yesterday. So who knows? You know, he's got the adrenaline, maybe the nerves out of his system. Like, this is a freebie. It's a free hit for him today.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how well they do. Some names we've already seen yesterday, but if you're watching an esports event, or maybe you're here on Suzuka for the first time, take a look at this video, which gives you a nice overview of what the history of this track and the track layout is all about. The first racing track to ever be built in Japan, Suzuka is one of the most recognizable racing circuits in the world. Known for its figure-of-8 layout, this circuit will test all aspects of your driving ability to their limits. Let's get stuck in. The high-speed S's are a flowing sequence of interlinking turns that see the car change direction rapidly at high speed. You'll need to master changes of direction and perfect your racing line to carry maximum speed through the complex. The Degner curve is made up of 2 tough and quick right-handers. Drivers have to adopt a line that changes mid-corner, which can unsettle the car and force them wide into the gravel. Stability here is key. Spoon curve is all about keeping the rhythm going.
If you're too aggressive on the throttle, you will lose time through turn 14 and carry this deficit all the way through 130R. Be too slow on the throttle, and you'll lose valuable tenths on entry and into the apex. The awesome 130R corner is actually a straight in engine terms, with the driver at full throttle throughout. This corner has been the site of famous high-speed overtakes at the highest levels of racing. What are you waiting for? Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter and see you on track. Welcome back to qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. We are approximately halfway through now. We've got about 5 minutes remaining for our drivers to complete their hot laps. And we'll then be looking forward to seeing what the grid order is going to be for race number 1. Remember, this is a 2-race event here where the points are going to be added up across both races to determine our Logitech McLaren G Challenge champion.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? You know, they've gone through a grueling process for the last 7 months. Some of them have been there every single month. Some of them, it took them the whole 5-month qualifying finals. They had to do every single one just to get to the semi-finals, and then showed up in the semi-finals and got to this point. So it's been a grueling process for some of these drivers, but then for others, it's been a little bit more simple. And now it comes down to 2 races. It's as simple as that. You accumulate points over those 2 races, and then we have our champion. There is no extra days now. There's no other opportunity after this. It is all or nothing. But you guys at home could also win as well. If you type !giveaway in the chat, you can win yourself some prizes, including a Logitech steering wheel, a headset. There's other prizes including that as well. So you guys can win at home. Just stick around, type !giveaway, and you are golden.
Yeah, the Pro Wireless mice, especially the light ones, absolutely delightful to use as well. So !giveaway if you want to be in with a shout of winning those prizes. It's not just the drivers on track that can be winning them this afternoon. It could be you at home as well. So best of luck to everybody who enters that. So we are now getting ready for basically working out who's going to be top of the grid, and at the moment it's Mohammed Ibrahim, the only driver to go faster than a 130.0. So at the moment, Luke, the prophecy's coming true. You might be right 4 times on a weekend. Imagine that.
Yeah, we've got Mohammed Ibrahim, Jared in second, Jaden J. Ladic in third, Chris Aoun in fourth, then we've got Mohammed Katerbi in 5th position. Josh Perwin very close there in 6th spot. But look at the gaps, you know, especially between P1 and P2. 3 tenths at this level is a big, big margin. Mohammed Ibrahim really is getting his clutches on this championship.
Matt Danson, the only driver not yet setting a time. Is he leaving it till last, or is he going to try and see how much ground he can make from the back of the grid? It's the grand final. There's no point pulling stunts. I'm imagining he's going to be setting that time relatively soon. How much are the fields spread out at the moment? We've got 4 drivers in the 1-minute 30s. Hashtag just Jared in 2nd place, Jaden Ladic in 3rd, Luke Bannister in 4th, and Chris Aoun in 5th. I would imagine the other drivers will be getting into at least the low 131s, if not faster. But in a field of this caliber, I'm genuinely surprised that Mohammed Ibrahim, with 2.5 minutes left to go, is over a second faster than some of the field. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, but we saw this in the semi-finals. He was racing against the very same drivers. This is not a case of this is the first time he's raced against this strength of field. He was doing this earlier on, like in December, right? Just before Christmas. And he won 2 races. It wasn't a case of he won 1 and he struggled in another. He was the first dominant semi-finalist. It's as simple as that. So to expect anything different from that, very rarely is it going to change over the course of a month. The way the car's changed, of course, you could maybe factor that in. But like I said earlier, the cream tends to rise to the top, and they tend to put the most practice in. They tend to be the most prepared for these events. And Mohammed Ibrahim, again, proving that fact here. So definitely gone away, definitely continued to try and progress. And the results are really showing it. Over 3 tenths of a second now, the advantage for Mohammed Ibrahim. And he is looking very dangerous today indeed.
This is very much a statement of intent in qualifying, and we said it before in the other competitions. I don't think it's any less true here, Luke, that in the open wheel, because of the point system and how much advantage you're going to get for winning race number 1, you want to be able to get those points in the bag. You want to make sure you come away from Suzuka, the driver's circuit, with the maximum advantage possible. And Mohammed Ibrahim at the moment is really stamping his authority on qualifying.
Yeah, well, he has got pole position. Simple as that. No, everybody's finished their lap times now. Matt Danson's not even got a lap time in, so it might be a case of he's just going to go from the back here. I said it might be a bit more of a free hit for him here today. Of course, being an oval specialist is so difficult to be good at both.
He's doing a rondoletto.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're going to see that today, aren't we? We're going to see Octavio Rondoletto back again today. But yeah, it's just super difficult, especially at this level. They can go into the official races within iRacing, and potentially, you know, you could be right in the top split for both. But when it gets to this, where you're against the very best of the best, yeah, it's very difficult to be right P1, you know, for both disciplines.
So 30 seconds left until the qualifying timer is complete. Jesse, the drivers really got their laps in quickly here, but at the end of the day, Mohammed Ibrahim just seems, I mean, 3/10 clear of the field is very impressive at this level.
Incredibly impressive, and honestly, I don't want to say surprising by any means, but based on your analysis heading into this, I was expecting to see a little bit tighter in qualifying time, so I'll be interested to see how that translates here into race number 1.
Absolutely. I think we were hoping for the qualifying times to be a little bit tighter, but just remember, it's one thing to qualify, it's quite another thing to race. So even though the field's a little bit more spread out than we expect, all eyes on turn number 1, what's going to happen through the S's. There's still a lot of drama that could unfold here at APAC.
Absolutely. The race is a whole different animal. And speaking of, let's take a look at the conditions we have ahead of today's competition. John, do you like the weather there for today's race?
I'll tell you what, I like the weather here. 25-degree ambient temperature and a 40-degree track temperature. Nice and toasty at Suzuka International Circuit. We're going to have a light breeze, and it's going to be cloudy, but to be honest, it looks fairly sunny to me. We've basically got some ideal conditions for racing.
Well, the qualifying times are set. Let's take a look at the grid for today's first race of the APAC region.
So here we go. Mohammed Ibrahim takes a commanding pole position. Alongside him is Jared Surkovic, though, in second place. I'll be looking forward to seeing if he chooses to try and dive one up in turn number 1. Jaden Ladich will be in third position alongside Luke Bannister. Chris Aoun and Josh Perwin will make up row 3 of the grid. Mohammed Katoubi and Bo Albert will be behind them. Phil Blackburn and Matt Danson then will be lining up on the back row. Okay. Luke, what do you think of this grid, and why is there only one car on it at the moment? Come on, guys, let's get going.
Yeah, they'll all start appearing now. A few of them are out of shot, to be fair. Yeah, they've got themselves now 2 minutes to get themselves onto the grid, actually, from when it transitions between qualifying and the race. So a few of them maybe just topping up their water bottle, or just, I don't know, doing some adjustments maybe to their wheel settings. But yeah, there'll be one driver that always takes the full 2 minutes, just the way it is. It's normally just one as well. But it's race time. Nerves now. It's the first couple of laps. Get rid of those nerves as quickly as possible. Some drivers would have got rid of them during this 2 minute break or during qualifying. Others will be very nervy, and it's the worst place to be nervous because the S's at the front end of this circuit is just so painful if you get it wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, when we see drivers side by side through the S's, it's just, oh my God, Luke, it's frightening to watch, because even in single file, you get your line slightly wrong and it can absolutely send you off circuit. So there's absolutely no room to go 2 by 2 through there and still have any semblance of sanity left by the time we move. And this is race number 1 of the Grand Finals in APAC. What a beautiful start from P2 on the grid. I think that's Jared Surkovic now into the lead. An absolute barnstormer of a start. And going into the S's, they're not side by side. Mohammed Ibrahim is in clear second place.
And this is what did not happen in the semi-finals. No one went out there and tried to put the pressure on Ibrahim. No one got ahead of him at all. He qualified pole. He led from start to finish. And while Jared up into P2 as it stands, Ladich then in P3. Bannister in 4th. Aoun is in 5th position. Perwin is in 6th. And no other changes, really. And actually, no, Perwin is up to 4th. So Perwin's actually made a move up to 4th position. So again, yesterday, finished P3 in what would not be in his strongest discipline for the weekend. And ultimately, in qualifying, wasn't great here for race number 1, but in the race here, he's already gained those 2 spots and looking to make some advancements. But to everybody watching at home, maybe you're new to this, tyres are king. You've got to keep those tyres in a decent range. The performance will significantly drop off across the race, and the lap times will be between 2.5 seconds different from start to finish.
So on lap number 1, then Mohammed Ibrahim already putting a little bit of pressure on. I think that was Matt Danson in the background as well. Josh Perwin going slightly wide, having to defend his position, I believe, from Kathubi behind them. So a lot going on in the midfield right now. It looks like the pack has managed to stay relatively cohesive. No big crashes or anything similar on lap number 1. Josh Perwin up to P4. Jaden Ladich is actually the driver trying to contest him. Mohamed Katoubi and Bo Albert going massively side by side into turn 1 behind them as well. It's drama up and down the field, but good, clean racing all around.
I think Bo Albert's just made an absolute worldie of a move, by the way. Just swept one around the outside of turn number 1, has made his way up into the lead here. And, well, we've seen some really relaxed faces during this weekend. That is not a very relaxed face there at all. Grimacing as they're going around the corners, really. Mohammed Ibrahim, again, for the first time, really, during this whole G Challenge process, under a lot of pressure here. And Sirkovic, if we're going to be honest, yes, I can say his name. It's the comedy.
Oh, you spoiled. He's ruined the mystique, Luke.
He has just got faster and faster and faster throughout the competition. He's hit his stride at the right time. So during the qualifying process, was quick, but you're never really saying he's outright favourite to win a race. You get to the semi-finals, and he was, again, a little bit quicker, as we see a potential move for, contact there as well. Ladich trying to get ahead here of Josh Perwin through Spoon Curve. Not quite going to work out. But back to the Jared situation. In the semi-finals, there was a stark improvement. But again, you're not saying, he's going to be right up there at the sharp end. His qualifying pace was really good, and actually, position given by Perwin. I think Perwin may have been given a slowdown for running wide off of that corner. Front 3, by the way, closed up. But as we get to the final here, not only is he qualified well, but he started well. We've seen him fall back off of the grid and drop positions before they even get to turn number 1 in previous rounds. So Sirkovic has gone away, he's prepared well, and he's a huge danger here to Ibrahim.
Perwin got an absolutely delicious run coming out of the final corner, but Ladich has positioned the car well then, and into the S's he manages to retake that position. So he's in P4 as things stand. The front 3 at lap number 3 out of 13. It's Jared Sirkovic, Mohammed Ibrahim, and Chris Aoun. But Ladich and Perwin are looking to latch on to the back of them. And behind this lot, Matt Danson in P6. He was at the back of the grid. He didn't set a time in qualifying, and he's just casually rolling up into the midfield.
Well, I was saying Bo Albert made an incredible overtake earlier on. Looks like actually him and Katerbi have had it coming together here. So now both 9th and 10th position. Bo Albert, not only one of the best drivers in terms of open wheel, doesn't really do open wheel. This is again a bit of a freebie for him because he does a lot of rallycross. He's one of the very best in the world in terms of rallycross. Does all of the special events for iRacing as well, and he's always in the top split. Like, the guy is an absolute legend, not just in the APAC region, but as a sim racer as a whole. He's actually a commentator as well, a really, really good one too. I don't come for my job though, please. That's you stay away. You keep being good at racing, please.
Absolutely. Well, this is the grand finals, remember. This is the world's largest sim racing competition, ladies and gentlemen. Tens of thousands of people try and qualify for our 5 months worth of racing before we get into the semi-finals and finals. And this is literally the top 10 from APAC. So the number of people trying to be in this position is huge over the last 7 months. And it really does all come down to this. It's the best of the best. On board now with the number 1 car of Jaden Ladich, looking behind with Josh Perwin. But in front of him, it's Chris Aoun who's trying to defend. You can see his nose poking into shot every so often. They're now really, really running tight against each other. And I think Mohammed Ibrahim is about to come under a tremendous amount of pressure from the cars directly behind.
And this is really good for Perwin, because Perwin, P5, he's got a nice little gap behind into Bannister, but he doesn't have to push the tyres. Again, I have to stress, ladies and gentlemen, that 3 laps, you lose all performance of the tyres, really, and you're just fighting against keeping the car on circuit for there on out. So really, if you could be Perwin and save a little bit here, be a little bit more timid, and have something to fight with at the end, you could gain some freebies.
A couple of freebies would be useful right now for sure. I feel like the tension is slowly building in this race. I don't know whether or not that will result in a coming together. In some of the monthly round races, you might say, oh, we're expecting there to be a little bit of contact. But when it's a field of the best like this, I want to see some side-by-side action through 130R. I think that's my goal for this race at some point. I'd love to witness that.
Yeah, we're going to see there's less of a chance of that happening today, John, because of now the understeery nature of the car, unfortunately. But
yeah.
if Ibrahim has to make an overtake, and that's the opportunity he gets presented to himself, he's absolutely taking it on. So yeah, I'm not sure whether it will happen, but if that's the only opportunity that he has, he's absolutely going to give it a go. As you can see here, Serkovic had actually got himself a really healthy lead. Ibrahim is now challenging. With Chris Owen now having the pressure from Ladic, the blue car behind, and then the pink car of Perwin as well, it just means that he's having to go a bit more defensive. It means he's slow through the lap time, which means he just can't close that gap to the front two. So this is perfect now for the front two. They can isolate themselves and have a little 1v1.
I think they'll have to do that at the end of the day. Chris Aoun being in this position is going to be so advantageous for Mohamed Ibrahim. He would have seen in his rearview mirrors that they had closed to within about 0.3 of a second of him. And I think that's persuaded him to get the hammer down to try and get closer to Serkovic and maybe mount an overtaking maneuver. Because the longer he spends behind at Serkovic's pace, because Ibrahim clearly has the pace here, the more opportunity for these three to catch up. What a huge toe for Jaden Ladic, thinking about going into Spoon, but that would have been very brave indeed. He might get another bite of the cherry, though, going into 130R or even the chicane. Here we go. Oh, come on.
Yeah, well, he's got a slipstream here down towards 130R, and I think you're going to get your wish then. It's also nearly side-by-side at the front here. Ladic takes that inside line. Chris Owen's going to lose out. He's going to get a load of understeer on that curbing there. It's not going to work out, but Ladic can't get it stuck. He's run wide there, and it's, well, free position back to Chris Owen. But look at Josh Perwin. It's not done yet. I think he might even get one more spot here.
This is what we wanted to see. It's the Logitech McLaren G challenge, lap number 6, and we've got 3 wide going into turn 1. Josh Perwin on the right-hand side of your screen. He backs out, probably the sensible move. Chris Owen manages to go into the S's in P3, but my God, hearts in throats for a moment there. That could have been a coming together. This is brilliant racing that we're seeing in race number 1 today.
Yeah, Chris Owen there, he was so brave. Fair play to Perwin. He pulled out there into turn number 1 where he had the inside line. He really could have forced Owen to run wide, but I think he was very wary that Ladic would also then get an opportunity to get the both of them. In front, by the way, Serkovic and indeed Ibrahim, they're having just as much of a hellacious battle. We didn't have them on camera. Luckily, there's been no position change at the front here. So the front 5 are proper going at it. And if you couldn't tell it was a final, you can now. Wow.
Oh my goodness, every single opportunity they get. I love the fact, of course, that you can use the aerodynamic to try and maintain that speed. You have to watch out a little bit for the dirty air. But look at that, the understeer going into Spoon there from Perwin. Ladic has absolutely got an opportunity. We've got Perwin forcing him to go around the outside. Are we going to get 130R shenanigans for the 2nd lap in a row? We are indeed. Ladic trying to go around the outside, gets all 4 wheels off, has to squirrel it a little bit. He saves it comfortably. They won't be side-by-side going into the chicane, but 10 out of 10 for effort.
I love what Chris Owen's done there. Owen has given them both half toe. So effectively, they both gain a slight advantage, but not a full advantage. But I tell you what, Josh Perwin's getting a full advantage now. Look at him trying to squeeze Owen as close to the apex as possible to force him to run wide on the exit. But Ladic then comes through as well. So Josh Perwin trying to make one move. Ultimately, if you don't get it stuck, you're in trouble. And there we go. So Ladic moves up 1 position, gets a bit of a freebie there. And now next up for him is Owen. And again, the race win's still on here because if Serkovic and Ibrahim do fight for position, they're going to slow each other down. And once these 3 figure out what their actual position is, they can then go chase down those leaders.
You know, this isn't the fight for the lead of the race, but this is absolutely the action that the G Challenge wanted, and we are getting it as well. Chris Owen, about 2.2 seconds off the back of Mohamed Ibrahim, by the way. So if any of these 3 drivers decisively win this fight for P3 and can maybe pull away from the other 2, that's the gap that they're going to have to close to join the fight for the lead of this race. Remember, it's 2 races, and at the end of this, the winner gets a slice of a prize pool valued at over $250,000. $50,000. It'll be a McLaren VIP treatment. They'll be going to the MTC, the McLaren Technology Center. They'll be hanging out for the day with Lando Norris. I believe some coaching's involved as well. 130R once again. Jaden Ladich, you absolute daredevil. Chris Allen is forced to go wide. He can't quite keep it up the inside, or can he? He manages just about to maintain some sort of overlap, but going into the first part of the chicane. Jaden Ladich now takes P3, and Chris Allen might actually lose P4 to Josh Perwood, who's got an excellent toe going into turn number 1. And now we've got Ibrahim on Cirkovic as well. It's happening everywhere, Luke.
Yeah, front two still staying as they were again. Looks like Ibrahim's playing a very patient game, maybe going to wait till the end of the race. We're only just over the halfway point here. Keep an eye on Luke Bannister, keep an eye on Matt Danson. They are now 6th and 7th, but they haven't been fighting frantically like these three here, which means that their tyres are going to be in a lot better nick at this stage of the race. I think Ibrahim is very much aware of that as well. What he's trying to do here, he's trying to get Cirkovic offline as often as possible so that the latter stage of this race is effectively a really easy overtake to make. But look at that in the background. Luke Bannister and indeed Matt Danson are closing up here very quickly. Front two separated by what? 1/10 of a second. Oh no! Oh, it's a big off there for Chris Allen, and he's just got all crossed up under steering. Danson trying to get ahead there, gets blocked a little bit as well. That's a little bit naughty there from Chris Allen, but effectively he's just got into the braking zone too harshly. Matt Danson's got to go for it here, surely, but he doesn't. Again, he knows more than anybody what the tyre situation is like in iRacing because he comes from an oval background, and oval racing tyres are even more so one of the main factors of the racing. So he would have definitely been keeping an eye on that situation. Well, he definitely went for that there, didn't he? Chris Allen is not going to give any freebies away. But yeah, to explain what happened to Chris Allen there, basically, he went into the braking zone just a little bit too hot, and he's just turned the wheel, which is a natural reaction to try and slow the car down by just going a little bit sideways. But ultimately, it just locks up all of the wheels, and you're a bit of a passenger at that point. He then defended the position from Matt Danson really well, but ultimately, they've both now lost touch to the group in front here. So effectively, it's back to 5 cars, but Chris Allen's not a part of that.
And Chris Allen then basically trying to get his tyres that are screaming back to some sort of working temperature, and that's why Matt Danson is having a couple more bites at the cherry here just in case he can find a way past. We've got a Quantum Pay replay of exactly what happened there with Chris Allen. Let's go ahead and take a look, and this really illustrates just how easy it is to lose the tiniest bit of control. Grabs the tiniest bit of curb, just about manages. Actually, that's fine. It's braking here. Oh, and look at that. Look at that snap.
Yeah, it was nothing to do with the curb. The curb was fine. Like,
yeah.
You're taking the shortest route possible on iRacing. You don't get any tyre scrub through the fast sweeping corners. So you're trying to get as close to that white line as possible using a bit of curb as you can. But ultimately, it just comes down to a little bit too hot into the braking zone. You just get your steering all crossed up, and the car, you know, it's like a happy dog. But the tail becomes the head becomes a tail, and it spins around.
That's a very happy dog.
Like chasing its tail. Yeah, exactly that. Very tail happy.
Through 130R again, Mohamed Ibrahim and Jared Cirkovic continuing to fight for the lead of this race. Ibrahim keeping him on his every step of the way. We're about to complete lap number 9 out of 13. And you know what? In terms of soaking up the pressure in racing situations, Cirkovic here has done an excellent job so far. I think Ibrahim has the slightly faster car, but overtaking is quite another matter entirely, and he's been looking for opportunities. Cirkovic hasn't provided one yet.
I'm going to be honest with you here, John. As much as I would love that to be the narrative here, Ibrahim has not even attempted to make an overtake as of yet. He is just forcing Ibrahim to be as defensive as possible, and you can see in Ibrahim's line, he is not taking the defensive line anymore because he knows that Ibrahim's not going to try and make that move. So right now, Ibrahim is just sitting behind him, and he's gonna wait for his opportunity in the last couple of laps. I would imagine probably the final lap, if I'm honest. Right. But if an obvious opportunity presents itself, he has to take it on ultimately here. But yeah, I think Ibrahim knows. But how different is his style to what we've seen previously? Like, everybody else has seemed really placid behind the wheel. They seem really smooth. They seem really chilled out. He just seems so tense, and he's fighting with the wheel. And some drivers like to do that. They like to feel absolutely everything. They like to feel like they're in control of every single outcome as well. But yeah, definitely that's his driving style.
I get nervous watching him in the camera. He really does look like he's gripping the wheel so hard he's throttling it. But you know what? He's quick and he's in control, so that's all that matters here. Behind them, by the way, it feels like every time we look at the leaderboard, it's a different order. Josh Perwin currently in P3, ahead of Jaden Ladich, and Luke Bannister now in P5.
He's got the same rig as me, as Jared Cirkovic. So I wish I was as quick as him, though. that's not the case. Serkovic still leading the race then. Down in towards turn 1 we will go. And it is, yeah, well, again, Ibrahim, is he trying to make a move there? Doesn't look like it, does it? He's just sitting behind. I think he's very comfortable here. Serkovic just looks really comfortable as well behind the wheel. He knows what's going down. Has he saved enough in terms of the tyre wear here to be able to defend something from Ibrahim? Ibrahim really has got all of the aces in the pack right now.
Yep.
It's just all about whether it can be countered by Serkovic. But again, Serkovic is being that driver, which I've been saying for the entirety of this competition. It's no good being the fastest in month 1 of a 7-month competition. It's all about being fastest in month 7. Has he hit his stride at the perfect time here? Will he be able to take race number 1 and the victory with it?
It all comes down to this now. Josh Perwin and Jaden Ladich no longer joined by Chris Owen, unfortunately, who's dropped all the way down to P9. So I get the impression that while getting those tires back into working temperature, there might have been, sadly, a second mistake or similar. And he's going to be at the back of the grid effectively. But this battle for P1 rages on. At the end of this lap, there will be 2 to go. Jared Serkovic currently in pole, well, currently in P1, going into 130R, a little bit defensive there, and Ibrahim just pushing him all the way. This is Jaden Ladich right behind him, who just managed to overtake Josh Perwin. They're still trading places. They don't care if Chris Out isn't there anymore. They just want to make sure it's a different order every lap.
Yeah, I'd love to have this view of the front 2 from Ibrahim's perspective going into 130R on the next lap, like just to explain what he's trying to do. So I'll explain it now without having the visual, but well, okay, this would be great to look at for the rest of this lap actually. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to square Serkovic up here. He's trying to get Serkovic to go defensive through 130R, which means he's ever so slightly slower on the exit. With the understeer of the car, you have to go through slower, otherwise you end up off the circuit and you'll lose time, potentially a slowdown. So what he's trying to do is force Serkovic to just be a little bit slower and then make the move on the exit in towards the final chicane. So that is really what is happening here. We're coming up towards Kobayashi corner. And again, you can just see them opening up the corner as best they possibly can. And that's the first time really that Ibrahim is, again, he's more playing with his food at this stage, just trying to psychologically force a mistake there from Serkovic. Again, he will not make a move, I would very much doubt, around the outside of the spoon curve here. He'll just get on the brakes a little bit earlier, let him go. And, well, actually, he's been forced into making a mistake himself here, but ultimately, he's going to gain a bit here. Again, it wasn't his fault that he's run wide there. He's got into the jet-washed air, and unfortunately for him, he's actually gained time because Serkovic just could not get that power down. Here we go. So he's going to force Serkovic to be really tight on entry, although Serkovic opens it up sufficiently enough, I think. And then he wants to have a run here. We've got one more lap to go. He's going to try it one more time. He's gone for a dive there. And actually, he's made a mistake once again. Serkovic doing a stellar job of holding on here. And actually, he's not going to be under pressure down towards turn number 1. 1 lap for him to defend. 1 lap for him to take race 1.
You can see the shake of the head there as the dive didn't work going into the chicane. Mohamed Ibrahim, a man on a mission right now. Absolute deadly focus in his eyes. He looks so tense gripping that wheel, but he's so quick on track. Jared Serkovic then needs to hang on for 1 final lap here in Suzuka. And if you don't look at the webcam and how tense he is, and you're just looking at the lines he's taking, Ibrahim, after that mistake, to be fair, he's still looking silky smooth. It's absolutely delightful, but can he get close enough?
Well, here it comes then, the 3 most important corners of the circuit here. So we've indeed got Kobayashi corner. That's a big hairpin, big harsh braking zone. Again, Ibrahim's just nowhere near close enough. Then we've got this right-hand curve here. Stay as close to that white line as possible. Once you indeed get through to the second part, here we go. And now it's all about making sure that you get a good entry through spoon. Run out nice and wide there.
No.
Well, Ibrahim's done the same. Well, he's actually going to use his 1Xs up here. Serkovic knows that, so they've got incident points that they can use. He's gained a bit of an advantage in a straight line. He's got to force Serkovic defensive here, John, as we come through 130R. He's actually alongside here, and here we go.
On he goes off the circuit. It's not quite going to be enough going into the final chicane, looking for one last dive. He tries absolutely everything. Mohamed Ibrahim has thrown the kitchen sink at Jared Serkovic here, but Jared Serkovic will hold on for the victory in race number 1 of the grand final of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. What a final lap we had behind them. Jaden Ladich takes P3 from Josh Perwin. They effectively cross the finish line side by side. Fantastic action up and down the field.
Wow, Jared Serkovic has just gone and provided for me the shock of the final so far. We know he's quick. We know that he is world elite level, but Ibrahim has just looked unbeatable, especially in qualifying as well. 3.5 tenths clear of everybody. He got up into the lead and he did not flap at all. Doesn't look like there's a bead of sweat on that young man's head. That is an incredible drive.
Turn number 1 proved to be the pivotal moment of this race, Jesse. Absolutely incredible stuff from Cirkovic. He took P1 and he didn't let it go.
Absolutely incredible indeed. And Luke, you said it. He looked so cool, calm, and collected. Even with Ibrahim there gaining on him in those final laps. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with here in race 2 as he's racked up 15 points to start out this competition. Guys, initial thoughts here after the race. John, what do you think? What are we going to see in race 2 based on what we just saw there in race 1?
You know what? We've set ourselves up for a really exciting race number 2 from the championship perspective. But let's talk about that fight for P3. Perwin, Ladic, and Aud. Oh my God, they were swapping positions faster than we could keep count. We needed about 12 cameras just to watch them. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah, well, you look at those two. Ultimately, they need Ibrahim and Cirkovic to have a relatively bad race now in race number 2, so it becomes a little bit out of their hands, so to speak. But yeah, absolutely, this is going to be a classic. Is it going to be Ibrahim versus Cirkovic part 2? I really hope so. I want to see those two go at it again. And can Cirkovic potentially get ahead of Ibrahim? I don't think anybody's got the pace to beat Ibrahim over 1 lap. But of course, over a race distance, we've just seen that is definitely possible with Cirkovic, again, taking that checkered flag.
Well, I guess we will have to see here in just a little bit when we get on to race number 2. But first, let's take a look at the official results from race number 1, sponsored by Splunk. So you guys had it. Jared Cirkovic is your winner there. 15 points to kick off the competition, with Ibrahim tight on his tail there, earning those 10 points. Ladic, Pervin, and Bannister, 3, 4, and 5. Muhammad in the 6th place, with Phil Blackburn behind him in 7th. Matt Danson in 8th place with 3 points. Chris Aoun and Bo Albert, 9th and 10th, earning 2 points and 1 point respectively. All right, let's take a look back at the replays. Luke, what do you have for us?
Well, this was the key moment, wasn't it? Cirkovic off the line, P2. It's a standing start here as well, which is not something we haven't had this weekend, though, thus far with the sports car and the oval racing. And yeah, get ahead of Ibrahim, put a bit of pressure on. We haven't seen him under any pressure so far this season. And well, he was incredible from start to finish, wasn't he? Here's Ladic then trying to make a move. He nearly cleans Aoun out, by the way, there. Perwin, again, just leaves the door open and goes, actually, I'll take that back on the exit. And ultimately, Ladic's tyres were never really going to be there to go and attack the front 2 in the end because of that. This is Aoun then losing out or looking to make a move a little bit further up the order earlier on in this race. Again, Aoun unfortunately dropped right down the back end here. We come through 130R, some lovely side-by-side between Ladic and indeed Aoun. Perwin there in a pink car, just again showing his nose. And then there was some mistake from Ladic there. So it was just so close. And these three were battling for what, 5-6 laps, just constantly side by side, almost had a little bit of contact, a few wiggles there. Ladic trying to find a little bit of room through the middle. It was never going to work out, but look at Aoun here. Look how brave he is. So late on the brakes there, runs the car out nice and wide and holds on to the position. It's just such a shame, really, how his race went. Ladic running wide again at 130R. He's now in P5. Ultimately, we know he finished in P3. And then, well, here's the move. Ladic up the inside. Aoun runs a little bit wide. And Perwin's like, well, I'm just going to chill out here. I don't really need to be making this move this early. Pinned onto the apex then by Ladic was Aoun. Aoun then actually had a bit an incident where he spun the car. Ladic there making a huge error. Luckily, only lost the 1 position. But again, that's just getting on the power too early as the car jumps over the curb. And then we see Ladic versus Perwin, part 74 of the race, through 130R once again. And then this is it. This is the opportunity here where indeed Ibrahim tried to make the move for the lead. He made a mistake through 130R. And ultimately Cirkovic then just needed to hit his apexes and then get across that line in the lead and take the victory. Really good stuff from our top 5. Wow, race 2 is going to be incredible.
It absolutely is. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen.
I think we're all on the same page here. We're very much excited to see what's going to shake down here in race number 2 coming up in just a little bit. I do want to remind you, though, if you are watching at home, that you can be a winner as well. Follow the link and drop ! giveaway in the chat for a chance to win one of these awesome Logitech G prizes. Well, we are going to take a quick break, but before we do, I have to thank our sponsors for helping us put this program on. Quantum Pay, Splunk, McLaren, Logitech G, iRacing, and Assetto Corsa Competizione. All right, we're taking a break, but stick around. Race 2 is coming up soon. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We just saw race 1 for the APAC open wheel division, and it set us up beautifully for an exciting race number 2. Qualifying is underway here for race number 2, so I want to remind you at home, tweet at us using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. Send us questions, let us know who you're cheering for. Just reach out, tell us what you think about the competition this weekend. All right, gentlemen, qualifying is underway. I will let you take it away.
Thank you very much, Jesse. 10-minute qualifying session, of course, and we are staying in Japan with Okayama here for race number 2. A pretty different track here, I suppose, compared to Suzuka for race 1. What can we really expect here, Luke, from this track?
Well, first of all, using hashtag Logitech G Challenge, I want to mark out 10 for my shirt choice, ladies and gentlemen. What can we expect here? It's a little bit more of an orthodox circuit than what you would find with Suzuka. Suzuka is like, yeah, your old school GP layout. Like, a lot of the corners here are very similar to each other. This is a perfect corner actually to go against what I've just said. It's the one corner here which is really, really tricky because it's a sort of downhill braking zone and then an uphill acceleration zone, and it's vital that you are on the power as early as possible because this straight here is the longest straight you can contend with, and then you've got a nice downhill braking zone, and this is the best overtaking opportunity around this whole circuit as well.
So yeah, the downhill braking zone, uphill acceleration zone, basically amplifying your mistakes if you get it slightly wrong. So we'll be watching drivers try and maximize any advantage they could get to overtake once we get into the race. Now, over the course of the entire season, we've profiled a whole bunch of different drivers, learning more about their backgrounds and how they got their start in sim racing. Today, we're taking a look at Mohammed Ibrahim, who is a very young talent, but was an absolute dominant force on the track in the semi-finals. Take a look.
Ibrahim does take that checkered flag, the first driver to win 2 out of 2 races in the semi-finals.
My name is Mohammed Ibrahim. I'm 18 years old. I'm from India and I currently stay in Malaysia. I'm actually a real racing driver. I use the sim mainly to improve myself in real life, and now the sim racing has also become a profession. So I use both now to improve basically my real life to help my sim racing and my sim racing to help my real life. So I used to have like a PS2 or something like that, and I used to play F1 games on them. So that's how I realized, that you could become a racing driver as a profession. What I started off with was karting, and I basically did some local karting here, and then I did the national championship here. So in 2017 I won the Rotex Max Challenge Championship here in Malaysia. In that year itself I went to Portugal and raced in the Rotex Grand Finals, and I finished 5th over there. And in 2018 I went to the UK and I raced in Senior X30 in the Super 1 Championship. I finished in the top 10 in the championship. In 2019 I did a bit of Formula 4C, which was my first time driving a Formula car. My biggest highlight of my sim racing career so far is I got to race Lando Norris in the Isolation E Series Championship. It was held by Enzo Miucci, who is a coach of Liam Lawson and some of the F2 drivers out there. And I got to race Lando Norris and actually beat him in the race. So it was really a proud moment for me, and I was really thankful to race against Lando.
Mohammed Ibrahim, round the last corner he comes, and round 1 victory in the Isolation E-Racing Series.
If I could race in any style of racing, I would definitely choose open wheel, because open wheel is just the most raw form of racing out there. It's just the fastest cars. My biggest supporters are my parents, especially my mom. She has helped me a lot within racing itself, and she has taught me a lot about fitness. She doesn't just even watch my races, she sits along with me, when I'm doing the races. So she's a big support, and she comes to any of the days I'd have practice in real life or have a race. My parents are always there with me. Since I was like 5-6 years old, my parents used to buy me the small model cars called Hot Wheels, and since then I've been collecting them. It's just been my passion ever since I can remember.
Mohammed Ibrahim is going to take the checkered flag here.
Winning both the semi-final races and the first qualification race is definitely a big bonus and a huge confidence boost for me. but everything starts again in the finals, because it's a new. The points don't matter of the previous races. Obviously, a lot of nervousness when it's a race, but at the same time, I just enjoy it, So it's just like it's a weird feeling because you're nervous and you're having fun at the same time. If I were to win it, I would be absolutely ecstatic because it would be an amazing chance to go to the UK and visit the McLaren Technology Center. It's just amazing because it's my dream, and McLaren's my favorite Formula 1 team, so it'll just be absolutely perfect to be there.
I don't know if this is the correct statistic here, but is Mohammed Ibrahim the only driver on this grid that has beaten Lando Norris in a race?
Potentially, yeah. Lando Norris is not only an incredible Formula 1 driver, he's very, very good.
He's really good.
He's like elite level himself, which is incredible to be good at both. Very difficult to do so, but yeah, he definitely has the pedigree to do both.
Wow, 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in qualifying. Jaden Ladich currently on provisional pole by just under 0.4 of a second, actually. A 107.793 is not to be sniffed at here. Luke Bannister is then going to be behind him, and Josh Perwin. Chris Aoun, nearly a second back. I think he's going to be improving that time for sure. The Ladich, Perwin, Aoun show might actually get interrupted by a couple of other drivers. And then Bo Albert, nice to see him up there in the mix as well. He did not have a good race, number one. Basically, the incident resulted in G challenge over effectively, but being able to come back and hopefully post a delightful time is going to be important to him here as Ibrahim takes pole.
Yeah, he's taking pole here by a very big margin, as we saw from race number one. Like, his qualifying pace definitely the start of the field in that regard. And Serkovic, as much as he won race number one, being P6 is not going to help him here. That is not where you need to be. Needs to find a second to be on Ibrahim's, right behind Ibrahim effectively. But at the very least, he needs to be second position, I would say, because if Ibrahim goes and wins that, there's really not much of a chance for Serkovic from P6 to get up to P2. But not only get up to P2, but be right behind Ibrahim in terms of our tiebreakers. So it's looking very good for Ibrahim here, and this is why it's two races. You've got to string two good qualifying and two good races together.
I love how occasionally we can see Mohammed Ibrahim's mum in the background of the webcam. You just occasionally see a flash of her there as she's watching, trying to make sure that he gets as good a time as possible. A 107.434 looks to be where he is at. My God, she's his race engineer. She's his manager. Delightful stuff there from Ibrahim.
Serkovic just typed in the chat and he stuffed his lap up. So P6 is going to be the maximum here, which makes things very interesting. He has to go through the field because obviously Ibrahim finished second in race number one. So if he goes out and wins race number two and Serkovic is nowhere to be found, Ibrahim is definitely your favorite to be your champion.
Exactly right, and that's why the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge is held over 2 races. You need to be able to consistently perform across multiple tracks, and at the moment, Jesse, it looks like Mohammed Ibrahim is putting himself in the best possible position to take home the grand prize.
Absolutely. You know, he didn't take that checkered flag in the last race, but it's like you said, consistency. Finishing second last race put him exactly where he needs to be now with that great qualifying run. Well, guys, race number 2 is coming up in just a minute, so let's take a look at the track conditions for today. John, do you like this weather here that we're seeing?
I absolutely do indeed. It's the Okayama International Circuit, 25-degree ambient temperature and a smidge under 40 degrees Celsius on track. We're going to get that same light breeze, which is going to be great for all those spectators in the stands that you can see underneath, of course. And cloudy weather, although frankly, it's more sunshine than clouds, means we're going to get a delightful race number 2. The question now is whether Mohammed Ibrahim can hold on, because with Jared Serkovic in 6th place, he's now in a very, very good position to take it all.
Well, guys, while we wait for this race to get going here, I have to ask, we've highlighted, obviously, Ibrahim here and Serkovic, but is there anybody that you might say could surprise us? Keep an eye on him just in case. What do you think?
I'm going to let Luke talk about Bo Albert because I'm 100% certain he's going to come up. But honestly, I just want to see part 2 of that fight for P3. Josh Perwin, Jaden Ladich, Absolutely delightful. Chris Aoun, that was so good to watch in race number 1. And even though they weren't fighting for P1, they absolutely gave it their heart and soul. Everyone watching can see how much these drivers were giving. They left nothing out there to chance, and it was so much fun to watch.
Ironically, though, they cost themselves a chance of going out and winning the race because they were battling so hard, so they have to have learned from that. This circuit here is, on the looks of it, it's a little bit easier to follow than Suzuka. It really isn't. I feel like it's easier to build a gap around this circuit, especially if you can nail sector 1, lap number 1. So that's what Ibrahim's going to be looking to do, build that lead, get out as far as you can in front here, and force Cirkovic to be under some severe pressure. Cirkovic has got to make 4 overtakes just to get to P2, and by that time, how far could Ibrahim be ahead? But also, Cirkovic would have burnt his tyres out by that point as well. So, yeah, definitely Ibrahim, you know, Cirkovic was holding the aces last time round. Ibrahim is definitely holding them this time.
Well, let's go ahead then and take a look at the starting lineup, the order of positions here on the grid. Guys, take it away.
So Mohammed Ibrahim then on pole position for race number 2 in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge APAC final. Jaden Ladich will be lining up alongside him on the front row of the grid. Luke Bannister and Josh Perwin will be 3rd and 4th, though, giving them a good run for their money, and Bo Albert and Jared Cirkovic will be immediately behind them. Chris Aoun and Phil Blackburn will be on row 4, and then Matt Danson and Mohammed Katoubi complete your grid. And one to watch out for, maybe, I'm stirring up trouble here, Luke, I know. Jaden Ladich, we saw Mohammed Ibrahim not get the greatest of starts in Suzuka. Maybe if Ladich gets his nose ahead into turn number 1 and Ibrahim is held into P2, things get a lot spicier.
Absolutely. I think it is going to get spicy. As we talk about spicy in an iRacing race, an Ozcast pops up in the Twitch chat. Shout out to Ozcast. If you know, you know. What a guy. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's race time here. It's race number 2. And effectively, it is winner takes all. So can Ibrahim do the business here? Can Cirkovic, who won race number 1, get from P6 on the grid up to P2 and then challenge for P1? It remains to be seen. But John, I'm sure we're going to be in for an absolute classic.
Exactly right. We've got that's Jaden Ladich then in 2nd position, immediately behind, of course, Mohammed Ibrahim. We are now waiting for this race to start. It's race 2 around Okayama. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Grand Finals. We're now waiting for the drivers to get their starts off the grid. Can Ladich make his way in front into P1? Will Mohammed Ibrahim be able to extend his lead and try and put the championship beyond doubt at the end of lap number 1? Here we go. Great start from Ibrahim, but look at that. That is absolute blinder there. Look at the big car on the inside. 3 wide, and that's Ladich out. He takes home, I think that was Luke Bannister out as well. Josh Perwin getting an absolute fantastic start, but 3 wide into T1 means that Mohammed Ibrahim is in the lead of this race. And where is Jared Cirkovic? Is that him in P3? It is.
Oh, yeah. He's 3rd. He's absolutely taken full advantage of that there. Jaden Ladich is still rolling now, I think. He was flying at one point during that exchange. It was 3 wide into turn number 1. And ultimately, only one car knows it's 3 wide effectively. The inside car will think it's 2 wide pretty much every time, maybe 90%, and the outside car will 90% of the time think it's 2 wide as well. So the car in the middle, unfortunately, being Ladich, gets a bit of contact and then just with the momentum of the car ends up rolling off into the barrier. That was a big one. That is, yeah, we're not going to be seeing Jaden Ladich racing in this race again.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Jaden Ladich. What an absolutely phenomenal race number 1. And he had the opportunity to go up the inside, but that start from Josh Perwin that put him in that position, we can't understate that. Perwin had an absolute dream start, and he's catching on Ibrahim as well.
Yeah, for sure. It was a phenomenal start from him. Again, no one really did anything wrong there. It was just 3 into 1. The pinch point of turn 1 on the apex just cost them there. And I'm really surprised that all 3 drivers are out of the race, if I'm honest with you. I think 2 of them might be, yeah, Bannister and Ladich there. They're out, they're done. So it's going to be an 8-driver race as it stands. Cirkovic has to hope that Perwin catches up to Ibrahim at this stage of the race, and he needs to close that gap as well. So Cirkovic maybe not enjoying this circuit as much as he did Suzuka, but ultimately you've got to get that out of your system. You've got now 16 laps to go and catch the lead. Ibrahim running a little bit wide there, actually. That's not ideal, so maybe he's starting to struggle here as well already. But Perwin really is the joker in the pack here, and he's sliding out wide there. So this is really going to be a strength. He came 3rd yesterday in the G Challenge Oval for APAC region. Can he indeed produce some magic here and get himself a top 3, potentially go out and challenge for the whole championship?
Exactly right. I mean, a double podium finish as well in the grand finals. Yes, okay, we've got one grand prize, but that's still an achievement not to be sniffed at. I mean, Josh Perwin in multiple disciplines of racing is just such a talented driver. The question now is whether he can overtake Mohammed Ibrahim. Big consequences for the championship if he can, of course. And then depending on what happens elsewhere, he's still in with a chance of winning the whole thing outright. So to maximize that, step number one, get in the lead of this race. We have got a quantum pay replay of what happened at the start. I don't think there was any malicious intent from anybody here, Luke, but like the Spice Girl said, this is where three become one.
There you go. So as you can see, Serkovic just squeezes Ladic down, and it's actually Perwin that just doesn't hit the apex well enough here. Actually, Perwin just drives back up. You can see here, takes a tight line, but look at him move up. No, it isn't actually. It's Ladic, to be fair. Yeah, no, 100%. No, Perwin holds his line there perfectly. Ladic was pinched there by Serkovic. He was left a perfect car's room there by Serkovic as well. So again, Serkovic not at fault, and Ladic is maybe being ghosted into moving a little bit too harshly. And it's just driven into the side there, unfortunately, of Perwin. And now his race is over. Really unfortunate there. And again, I wouldn't say that anybody is outright at fault. Perwin can feel very lucky that he's not been taken out. Same with Serkovic. He's on the outside there. He could have been cleaned out there by Ladic, but it just wasn't the case, fortunately. But now, you know, Perwin, Serkovic, they have to use that fortune and go and catch up to the leader. But Ibrahim right now, he doesn't care one iota. He is in a different planet in terms of speed. Actually, he was 0.2 of a second faster on lap number 3. Lap number 2. Lap number 3, he was 0.3 of a second faster and providing us with our fastest lap of the race so far. Ibrahim is just flying.
So as a result of that lap 1 incident, then Jaden Ladic and Luke Bannister unfortunately out of the race now. Chris Owen trying to resume the fireworks show, making sure he maximizes his screen time, and this time he's going to be fighting against Bo Albert. So this is the battle for P4 with Bo Albert just ahead. Bo Albert, you guys will remember, didn't have the greatest race one, but did have some of the pace as well, so he'll be looking to try and rectify that with a podium position here. In order for him to do that, though, he'll have to close down Serkovic, who is 1.5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, again, I don't think the battle for top 3 is realistically an option here for Aoun if he gets heavily involved with Bo Albert. I think they've got to try and work together to close that gap. Perwin losing another 1/10 of a second here to Ibrahim. Serkovic just doesn't seem to have the pace to hang with either of the front two here, which is a huge shame, of course. And even if he does get up to P2, the gap is going to be significantly bigger between himself and Ibrahim than it was in race number 1. So Ibrahim here has got, you know, both chances of winning this championship. Right now, he's got the perfect ointment, hasn't he, in Perwin being right in between the both of them.
Yes, and that's going to be music to his ears. Josh Perwin was closing the gap, but Ibrahim then, he must have found another gear. He's put the hammer down and he said, you know what, I want to put this beyond doubt. 1.2 seconds by no means is bulletproof, but just the fact that that interval is growing, even if it's only by 0.5 a lap, that really is the tonic that's going to make Mohammed Ibrahim smile a little bit. He knows that everyone behind him is going to have to find an extra gear just to keep up with him at this rate, let alone pass.
Yeah, it's effectively impossible for these drivers to dive him or slipstreaming into a harsh braking zone unless he makes a mistake. Like, it is all in his own hands. And before he came into this competition, it would have been as simple as that. Can I get to the final race and have it all in my own hands? You know, at the end of lap number 1, it absolutely is right now. Again, if he needs to win this, Serkovic has to find maybe 0.5 second a lap now with, what, 11 laps to go? It's becoming increasingly more difficult for him to even catch up. You know, the gaps are just too big at this stage, and he doesn't even have Perwin to work with there in front. So kind of, ironically, needs a mistake from Perwin to maybe get a slingshot towards the lead. But this is looking like a really strong drive. And let's be honest, it's the first time that Ibrahim's had questions asked of him, right? In race number 1, it's the first time he's lost in the G Challenge, and he's come back even stronger. So that shows a real strength of character.
That's almost what we have to hope for. This is the first time Mohammed Ibrahim has had questions asked of him. So if anything, Josh Perwin and Jared Serkovic are going, well, maybe then he's a little bit untested and he does make a mistake, because a mistake for Mohammed Ibrahim would benefit both Perwin and Serkovic. But right now, this car is on rails. I cannot see Mohammed Ibrahim making a mistake that allows him to fall into the clutches of Serkovic at this stage in the race. But, you know, two things in racing, Luke. Commentators' curses are strong, and never say never.
Exactly, never say never. You know, this is motorsport at the end of the day. You are just one you know, on the power a little bit too early, grabbing a bit too much curb somewhere, running a little bit late into a braking zone.
Chris
and around circuits such as this. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, and around a circuit such as this, it's not like Suzuka where there's some areas of the circuit where there's a decent amount of runoff. It's not like the real new circuits where there's runoff absolutely everywhere. If you run off the white lines here, you're into the grass, you're into the gravel, and in iRacing and you know in real life, there's not much traction on the grass opposed to the tarmac. So yeah, one mistake here and you will be goosed, as they say.
So lap number 7 of 17, then we're approaching the halfway mark of this race. Mohammed Ibrahim currently out in front, and from a fastest lap perspective, also leading the race, trying to gap Josh Perwin in second place. Jared Surkovic, who needs to get up into second position and close the gap to Mohammed Ibrahim. He's currently sitting third, 3.5 seconds behind. We then have Bo Albert having a decent race there in clean air behind them, with Chris Aoun on his tail. Matt Danson, Phil Blackburn, Mohamed Katoubi, and Jaden Ladich and Luke Bannister will make up your top 10, with Ladich and Bannister unfortunately out after that first corner incident.
I'm surprised that Ibrahim hasn't got arms like a bodybuilder, considering how he tenses up so much with the wheel. He just doesn't look relaxed. He doesn't look like he's having any fun at all. He's just here to win, effectively. Everyone else just seems a bit more relaxed and a bit more... like their driving style has been... especially the front drivers we've seen so far this weekend. Their driving style has been so smooth, but it's almost like he's fighting the car at every instance, but he, at the same time, is very comfortable with that. That's exactly how he wants it to be, which, yeah, I can definitely get behind. It's not affecting his performance, that's for sure. He's out in the lead now by, what, 3 seconds nearly? Like a stunning performance here, but he does look like he's fighting that car through every corner, through every braking zone.
His deadlift must be very impressive. I'm sure he can bowl 90 miles an hour. I mean, Mohammed Ibrahim there, just every single time that wheel turns, look at him. It's like he's fighting, and look at the look on his face. It's like he wants to kill whatever he's watching on the screen. Like, I would be afraid if someone looked at me like that.
Yeah, I would imagine he's wearing a gum shield just so he's not grinding down the teeth. It just really is tensed here. And you can just tell in that style as well that it means something, right? You know, he is concentrating every millisecond here to just maximize the potential of the car, to maximize indeed what he can get out of the car. And yeah, it's absolutely working.
Keeping the car on that right-hand side, then preparing for the hairpin, not wanting to use the full width of the track. That's how you maximize your time there through that bit of sector 1. Mohammed Ibrahim now out in the lead, over 2 seconds now from Josh Perwin, so trying to extend and break the tether that connects P1 to P2 here, and at the moment he's just doing such a superb job. Like you said though, Luke, a little bit less forgiving than Suzuka in terms of runoffs and stuff like that. So there's still every opportunity for something to happen, but he's crossed the halfway point in this race. He knows his destiny is in his own hands. And Surkovic, crucially, isn't catching up to the back of Perwin. That was the other possible way that we could see the fight be taken to Ibrahim, but Surkovic at the moment struggling to keep up.
Yeah, the gap between Perwin and Ibrahim, though, has come down. Yeah, Perwin's just on a 107.782 as his best lap, which was the last lap. So right now, I think Perwin is finding the gap looks smaller. Again, I can't remember what the gap went out to. Maybe 2.1 is the biggest gap in all fairness. I just haven't been paying attention to that, so to speak here. And it's just whether maybe he's just taking a bit of time off of his lap times and now looking to challenge through the second half and be a bit faster, lap in, lap out, and whether Ibrahim has just gone out there really hard. Because again, Ibrahim's driving style, it doesn't look like there's any ounce of being reserved about it, right? It just looks like he's attacking every single corner. So is that going to play into the hands of the drivers behind now? Again, it looks like Surkovic may be closing the gap here to Perwin as well. We'll see exactly as they cross the line here. So it's 2.179 as they crossed the line last time around between P1 and P2. Is that interval the same here? It will... oh, that's two... wow, there we go. He's just actually lost 0.4 of a second. So what do I know? Look, just look visually like the gap was coming down, but ultimately that is not the case. Ibrahim is just in a different planet right now. Real sensational performance.
He is, and the gap to Surkovic as well, unfortunately, Luke, went up from 4.1 to 4.7 seconds. So Surkovic losing a further tenth or two to Perwin on that last lap. It looks like the closest battle on track at the moment, depending on how far apart they still are, might be between Bo Albert and Chris Aoun. And yeah, they're separated by about 0.7 of a second at the moment. So Aud was closing up on Albert before, but not quite close enough to mount an overtake. It looks like he might be saving up some tires to give us a couple of fireworks in the closing laps of this race. Maybe try and take that P4 away from Bo Albert.
Yeah, and Chris Allen and Bo Albert, they've been racing against each other for years, so you would expect it to be a nice, respectful battle, but at the same time, they are going to push each other and push the boundaries of what they can achieve. So expect that P4 to be hotly contested. Ultimately, it's going to cost them having any kind of chance, really, of catching the front three here. I think the front three are pretty solidified here. Ibrahim, at this stage, he's got 5.5 laps here. Surely someone's telling him this. Just chill out. You don't need to be, you know, as tense here. To be fair, though, that might not help him. So just continue what you're doing and get across that line in the lead here, and you are going to be our champion.
Yeah, I think maybe someone would tell him that, but perhaps on the final lap. That Josh Perwin, like if Josh Perwin, for example, bows out of this race and Jared Surkovic ends up inheriting P2, Mohamed Ibrahim still needs to make sure he wins by more than the amount Surkovic won by in the last race. And, you know, given the current gap, that's fine. He's what, 4 or 5 seconds ahead, and the gap between them in the last race was 0.6 of a second. But still, you don't even want to entertain the possibility at this point. You want to make sure you're 4 seconds ahead going into the final lap. And at that point, maybe you can just, you know, deal with, stay off the white line, stay off the curbs, maybe lose half a second in your lap time and be completely fine.
Yeah, but he's done the hard work. He's done that in the first half of the race here. He's driven out a nice little gap to work with. And again, even if he takes a couple of tenths of a second off of his lap times now, he's going to be lapping the same pace as the two behind him. So it's, yeah, he has a lot of options here because of the way he's driven in the first 10 laps of this race. It's as simple as that. You put in the hard work, get yourself a nice gap, and that gives you the right to be able to manage it. As simple as that. It gives you the right to be able to decide what approach you take for the final few laps, because you've got no one challenging you. It is you versus the circuit versus the prop versus the machine. As simple as that. You're not versus anybody else on circuit because they're not able to force you offline. Perwin, again, I think you've got to tip your hat. Someone who, again, is still a very, very young man in terms of age, maybe not so much in terms of sim racing experience by this point, but is someone who is going to continue to improve and improve and improve. 2 different disciplines. Oval finished in P3 yesterday, is more than likely going to finish in P3 here today as well for the open wheel. I think he would have had bigger expectations for the open wheel than he would have done for the oval section. I'm not sure whether above a top 3 would have been those expectations, so I think he's going to be pretty happy with this weekend, if I'm completely honest. And yeah, again, it's just another step in his development to becoming one of the very best in the world.
And look, Josh Perwin, I mean, at the end of the day, Mohamed Ibrahim is slightly faster and slightly more consistent. That's been the story of this race so far. Josh Perwin still within 1/10 of a second of Mohamed Ibrahim in terms of pace. Like the gap is growing, but it's actually growing by minute amounts. So Perwin's pace is electrifying around Okayama. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was essentially held up on lap 1 because he was involved as part of that lap 1 incident, if he didn't start from the position where he was already 2 seconds behind Ibrahim, who knows what would have happened? We can only speculate now. What we do know, though, is that Mohamed Ibrahim has absolutely grasped the opportunity with both hands that the Logitech McLaren G Challenge has given him. And right now he is on course to claim his championship victory.
I'll tell you what, look at Ibrahim's wrist movement here. With me, when I'm mimicking it myself here, like how I would steer a steering wheel. And my arms are so straight and stiff, whereas his wrist movement, he's almost not disjointing it, but his wrist movement is so good, especially when he goes full rotation mode as well.
Yoga, mate.
And that is really interesting to see. That's a very, very interesting driving style, very unique driving style actually, but it's working superbly well, and I can see the advantages of that as well. So yeah, really nice stuff.
Full focus, still lap number 15 of 17 right now. And Mohamed Ibrahim's fastest lap, a 107.634. Still 8 drivers in this race. Jaden Ladich and Luke Bannister, unfortunately, part of the coming together on lap number 1. They will play no further part in this race, or indeed the G Challenge for this year, but we fully expect to see them back and strong next year as well. Josh Perwin currently in 2nd place with Jared Surkovic, who now needs a miracle, but is doing superbly nonetheless in 3rd place. Bo Albert and Chris Allen will then round out your top 5, and the final 3 drivers who are still on track, we've got Matt Danson, Phil Blackburn, and Mohamed Khatoubi.
2 laps remain here then as they cross the line, and Ibrahim just got to keep it between a mayo and a mustard, keep it between those lines, and you are going to be our Logitech McLaren G Challenge for the APAC region in our open wheel, the first open wheel championship of the day. Remember, people watching at home right now, we've got 3 more championships, 3 more regions to indeed find a champion for today. We're going to be live all day today with a couple of breaks in between so you can go and get some food and some drinks. But yeah, stick around. It's going to be a fun day's racing. And if this one's got anything to go by, especially race number 1, then yeah, you're going to be in for an absolute treat.
Penultimate lap now, and the order not changing just yet. I'm waiting to take a... Oh, as soon as I say that, Phil Blackburn comes across the line, and Mohamed Khatoubi is now in P7, Phil Blackburn in P6. And the gap between Matt Danson and Bo Albert has increased. It's actually a 1.5 seconds between them right now. So it doesn't look like, pending a mistake, that the order there is going to change. As things stand, Mohamed Ibrahim will be your undisputed champion, but he still has a lap to go. Crossing the line now, there's the white flag. A final lap, Luke, and Ibrahim has been absolutely imperious this race.
Well, we just actually saw maybe his first mistake there. Just lost the rear ever so slightly. Yeah, hopefully not a sign. Well, the fact that he's used all of that curve there on the exit. I was going to say, is that a sign of nerves? Yeah, absolutely not. This driver's been in this situation many and many a time before. As you rightly pointed out, beat Lando Norris on the sim as well. So if you can do that, I think you can win this one, that's for sure. Just a few a few corners here remain for Mohamed Ibrahim. And he qualified month number 1 when all of the cars were the same color. That was a fun month, ladies and gentlemen. I can assure you that. 30 cars in every region, all bright orange. It was great. But he qualified there. Didn't see him again until the semi-finals. So he was back 6 months later. And we kind of almost like the forgotten man. And then he appeared in the semi-finals and he got himself 2 wins. No one could touch him. And now we head to the grand finals, and here's Ibrahim.
Mohamed Ibrahim then heading into the final race. He was not the points leader. He had to produce something special, and he absolutely has done. Mohamed Ibrahim crosses the line. He takes the checkered flag, and he is your Logitech McLaren G Challenge champion. Look at the relief on his face. He knows what he has just done. Josh Perwin takes 2nd place, and Jared Sirkovich will be in 3rd. A very credible effort from him, especially after winning race number 1. But right now, it is all about Mohamed Ibrahim. He has done it. Woo! Unbelievable stuff there. I really wanted to see Sirkovich maybe sort of strain every sinew to try and grab one tiny bit back there. But Josh Perwin, we have to give credit to him as well, Luke. That was a beautiful race from him.
Yeah, incredible race from Perwin as well, but it just goes to show you have to be strong at 2 race circuits. You can't just get away with being incredible at 1 circuit and then sort of underperform. I'm not saying Sirkovich underperformed entirely. He still finished 3rd in an incredible field here. But Ibrahim, consistency was unbelievable. Like, he probably had the pace to, if he didn't lose a lead on lap number 1 at Suzuka, probably had the pace to go and win that race as well. So yeah, he's been the star of the field, hasn't he? You know, we've kind of, again, the forgotten man, considering he qualified all those months ago, but then he came back to the semi-finals and very much reminded us as to why he was the big dog in the region. And then today, we almost tried to forget about him again in race number 1, thinking, oh, maybe Ibrahim's lost it. Oh, he reminded us exactly how good he is in race number 2.
Well, Jesse, as Luke said earlier, the cream rises to the top, and we had some interesting circumstances in race 1. He didn't win, but he's proved through his comeback story that he absolutely deserves this.
Guys, watching those last few laps, watching Mohamed drive those last few laps, I don't know about you, but I kind of have to like unclench my jaw, relax my shoulders. He was tense. But you know, what brought to mind for me though was what was going through his mind. It's like what we talked about yesterday, knowing that you have to manage the pressure, hit your marks, not make mistakes. So Luke, it brings me to the point, what do you think was going through Mohamed's mind going through those last few laps, knowing I have this if I can just not make a mistake?
Well, we saw from the VT earlier, speaking with him, that he's got a wealth of experience, whether it be in a real car or whether it be sim racing at the very top level. So he has all of that to fall back on. You know, this championship is open to everybody. So there's a lot of drivers that make their first ever final in a sim racing championship. And that's where you can see those kind of drivers maybe break under pressure. you're just not going to see it really from someone like Ibrahim. He would have just been like, look, I've done the hard work here. These last few laps here, just keep it, you know, nice and concise. You don't need to be going for any kind of fastest laps or anything like that. Just make sure you get to the end. You've got that buffer to work with. And well, he ultimately went out and did that and got the checkered flag.
Absolutely. Like I said, don't need to reinvent the wheel, do anything crazy here. Just keep it on the track and you'll have the championship, which he did. Muhammad Ibrahim is your champion. We'll speak with him in just a minute. First, let's take a look at the official final results brought to you by Splunk. Muhammad Ibrahim, the champion, 15 more points added to his total for today. Josh Perwin, 10 points for that second race. Sirkovic, your race 1 winner. He totaled 6 points for that race number 2. Bo Albert and Matt Danson round out the top 5 with 7 points and 6 points. Muhammad Kurtubi, 5 points. Phil Blackburn in the 7th position. Chris Allen behind him in 8th. They both earned 4 points and 3 points respectively. Jaden Laddick and Luke Bannister round out your standings in 9th and 10th. All right, let's take a look back at the replays. Luke, what do you have for us?
Well, do a barrel roll, and then Jaden Laddick went, yeah, absolutely no problem. Just turns in a bit too much there, and it's just so unfortunate for those 3 drivers. I thought Sirkovic was actually the driver on the outside. Luckily, he wasn't, because that driver got absolutely cleaned out. But Sirkovic took full advantage by being P6 straight up to P3. But it was all about this man here. There wasn't really particularly many highlights, was there? Because Ibrahim just controlled the race from the front to the finish. Exactly that. Superb stuff from him. There is Sirkovic in P3. And we saw Perwin again. A very good performance overall from him, being in both finals for the APEC region in terms of the iRacing races. But there is Ibrahim, just got a couple of corners to go, and there is the checkered flag and picked up the victory. An incredible performance for him, thoroughly deserved. And again, you know, his drive, his performance in that race is testament to the highlights, because there wasn't very many, because he just did such a good job at the front.
Well, like I said, we're hoping to hear from the champion very soon. We'll talk with Ibrahim in just a minute. But guys, I have to ask, you know, the unfortunate thing about racing is there's really only one winner at the end of the day. And that means there's a lot of, I don't want to call them losers, but let's call them not champions. So if you're one of these guys that unfortunately fell short today, maybe like Sirkovic, who started strong, how do you recover from this in this offseason and expect to come back with a strong showing here next season?
Look, psychologically, yes, you don't win the grand prize, but at the end of the day, Sirkovic really showed us a strong performance today. And it's that, how do I put it? It's almost like the mental strength to say, even if I'm not challenging for the championship, I want to go out there and I want to show the world what I'm made of. Sirkovic did that in race number 1. Perwin did that in race number 2, to be fair. It's just that the driver who managed to do it across both races happened to be Muhammad. But I don't want to take anything away from these drivers. Remember, tens of thousands of people qualified for the chance to be here today. And no matter what happens, these guys are the top 10, literally the top 10. I mean, there's only so much bad you can have in a field like this. They're all world class.
Yeah, just echo those thoughts, really. You can never take it away from these drivers. That won't be enough for a lot of this field specifically. There's a lot of really experienced sim racers who drive for some massive teams in the world of sim racing. But across, you know, a couple of these drivers in this region, but then across most of the regions, it is a case of, look, use this as a building block. Yeah, it didn't go right for you today, but maybe this is your first ever grand finals of a huge competition, you know, in front of a lot of people watching you as well. Use it to your advantage, because the next time you're in this situation, you've got to figure out what you did wrong this time and how you can rectify it and build. No one's a finished article. Ibrahim's not a finished article here as well. He would have learned something from today, and he will indeed continue to push. That's why, you know, champions are champions, because they're always looking to improve. So you've got to use this as a building block, and you've got to look at this to push forward.
Absolutely, guys. It's kind of a combination of your answers. Always looking to improve, but as John said, the largest sim racing competition in the world, these are the best talents out there. So definitely nothing to hang your head on. All right, after 2 races, we have the official results here for the APAC open wheel region. Muhammad Ibrahim is your champion with 25 total points on the weekend. Sirkovic falls just short, 2 points behind him with 23 total. Perwin earned 17 total points to round out that top 3. Jaden Laddick and Muhammad Kurtubi are 4th and 5th. Matt Danson in the 6th position with 9 points. Both finishing with 8 points this weekend, Bo Albert and Phil Blackburn. And in 9th and 10th, Luke Bannister and Chris Allen. All right, gentlemen, we have our champion with us now, Muhammad Ibrahim, the open wheel champion for the APAC division. Muhammad, congratulations. How special is this moment for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing feeling, you know. I mean, I'm really thankful to God. Without God, you know, God's will, this would never happen. And I'm really thankful to my parents, and just an amazing feeling, you know. It's my dream to win the championship.
Mohammed, first of all, a massive congratulations for winning a really, really strong couple of races from you. I want to ask you a little bit about your driving style. We saw in your earlier interview, you've been to a lot of karting events. I've been to a couple of the wonderful racetracks near KL myself. You look like you're wrestling a Rotax Max when you're sim racing. We're seeing you on the webcam basically trying to tear the wheel off. It's a very interesting driving style. How does that work for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very tense on the wheel, so I hold the wheel quite tight. So, I mean, something I've picked up from real life racing, because, you know, I prefer that style of holding the wheel really tight. So
yeah,
it helps me keep smooth and, you know, just better for me.
First of all, congratulations. A stunning performance, not only today, but the semi-finals and, of course, the qualifier month number 1 in May. Today was the first time, really, where you were asked any questions by Sirkovic in race number 1. Of course, he went out and won the race. Did that change your approach to race number 2 at all?
No, it didn't change my approach at all. You know, my approach was just get pole again and get a good start and just win the next race, you know. I had to move on quickly and not think about the previous race. That was the best thing for me.
Muhammad, today you earned yourself a trip to the McLaren Technology Center and time spent with Lando Norris. How special is that? What does this opportunity mean to you?
I mean, it means everything to me. You know, I'm really, once again, thankful to God, you know, and my parents, and I'm really excited to go to the UK and to the McLaren Technology Center. It's amazing, and I'm really just thankful to all you guys, you know, everyone at Logitech. You know, I mean, without you guys, this will not be possible. The commentators and everyone working in this organization. It's all thanks to you guys. This is possible. So I would like to thank you all.
Well, Muhammad, congratulations once again. Best of luck moving forward, but enjoy this grand prize. You absolutely earned it. Muhammad Ibrahim is your open wheel champion for the APAC division. You heard him, guys. A dream come true. And we still have 3 more opportunities to change some lives here today, crowning 3 more champions in just a little bit. I want to remind you, if you're watching at home, that you can be a winner as well. Follow the link and drop !giveaway in the chat, and you could potentially take home one of these awesome Logitech G prizes. I also want to thank our sponsors, Splunk, Quantum Pay, McLaren, Logitech G, iRacing, and Assetto Corsa Competizione for helping us put on this program. All right, one more region up next, the LATAM, coming your way in just a little bit. See you soon.
プロフェッショナルドリフトドライバーの田口和也です。ドリフトって非日常的な車の動きをしているので、見ているお客様を楽しませられるっていうのがドリフトの魅力だと思っています。決して安全ではない、一歩間違えばクラッシュになってしまうっていう危険と隣り合わせの興奮っていうのが非常に自分自身で運転している中では魅力でありますね。 僕のレースの会場だと普段は一般道として使われている普通の道でレースをすることがあるんですけど、物理的にそういったところでは練習をすることができないんです。なので僕は事前にシミュレーターでトレーニングをしてます。いかに自分が掴んでいるステアリング、そしてペダル、さらにはシフトが今車がどのような動きをしているかをどのくらい伝えてくれるかっていうのが非常に重要なんですけど、 G923 はステアリングを通して車の動きのフィードバックをリアルに伝えてくれるので、トレーニングに重宝しています。ドリフトのスタートは日本の方が先で、アメリカは後からドリフトがスタートしたんですけど、今となってはもう完全にアメリカではプロフェッショナルのモータースポーツになっていて、ドライバーだけではなくてチーム、監督、メカニック、そしてオーディエンス、お客さんも全てがみんなプロなんですよね。日本人としてアメリカのドリフトシーンで活躍することによって、母国日本のドリフトモータースポーツカテゴリーももっともっと盛り上がってメジャーになっていってくれればいいなというふうに思ってます。G923 は僕にとっては欠かせない存在ですね。
I'm ready to go. Feeling like a million eyes on me. I'm unstoppable. If you go against me, then you better compete. Yeah, yeah. Why you keep knocking at my door? Came to fight, yeah, that means war. Gotta level up, wanna settle the score. Yeah, feels a lot better than it did before. What you brand new, yeah, it's time to go pro. Go beast mode, better find a cheat code. On my throne, now I'm in my zone. Man, it looks better than it did before. I said the play don't stop, just do your thing, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game, and let the whole world watch. I said the play don't stop, just keep it going, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game. Go ahead, let them talk.
Am I allowed in here? Normally I'm behind the wheel. The beauty of esports is that anyone can experience the adrenaline of Formula 1 for themselves. Just grab a gaming setup, put it onto drive, and let the data guide and help. Hi, I'm Lando Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data.
I think the biggest advantage of the G923 for me is just how realistic it is. The feedback that you get as soon as you plug it in, it was pure enjoyment as soon as I started driving. This is kind of the closest I can get to accessing that adrenaline and emotion of being on a gravel rally stage in Finland and flying over those crests. For me, it's about getting as real as I can to the environment that I race in, and obviously the wheel is the best instrument for that.
If you seek greatness, let nothing stand between you and the win. Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
much closes up to the pinch point now. Number 76 then has just been sent out wide.
He's trying to cut back. Can he do it? He's going round the outside and Moore is holding.
Emily Jones picks up the checkered flag.
Frankly, if your tires are shot now, you're going to be in massive trouble. That's a huge slide.
The Bond is going to pick up the checkered flag. Woodrow's going to finish in second.
Oh no, big contact there. Just the tiniest nudge. This is Tokyo Drift going on.
Up to the line. 20.0.
Is McGillivray going to be able to go up the high side?
He's actually got the head in front.
3 wide into turn number 1. It is going to tighten up through the pinch point up towards the exit.
Brown still insistent on trying to go outside.
He waited for the opportunity, took the lead of the race, but he's going to take the checkered flag. Winners row then. Congratulations to him. That's a mistake then. Hole at the inside, and there's contact. He will send one up the inside. He's squeezed there by Negrini. No, he does. Oh, contact between the front two!
Welcome to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Well, it's finally here. This is it, the weekend that drivers have been working for all season long. And now they have an opportunity to compete for the ultimate McLaren VIP experience and a piece of the $250,000 prize pool. Well, today, it's all about the open wheel. So we're taking the Dallara IR01 racing all around the world to put the best of the best drivers to the test. I'm Jessie Punch. I'll be here with you in studio, and here with me to bring you the insight and call all the action, Luke Crane and John Sargent. Luke Crane, good. Luke Crane, John, Luke, everybody, good to see ya. I'd say we've done a few of these things so far, and I think it's getting down to the final straw here. What do you guys think? How are we feeling about this last day? Luke?
Yeah, feeling really good about this. I'm very surprised with how things have gone in terms of stealing the show. North America on Friday with our tin tops, wasn't it? Of course, it was a sports car challenge. And yesterday with the stock car, which was expected, they have taken over. Like, they were the most enjoyable to watch for sure. It came down to the wire in both. So for me, EMEA should be the region that takes over in the open wheel. Whether that's the case or not remains to be seen, but this should be an absolute classic.
We haven't really been able to accurately predict too much in the G Challenge Grand Final so far, and that's because some of these drivers have qualified early on and then spent 4 or 5 months behind closed doors just practicing. So we don't necessarily know where all the drivers are relative to each other, and it's actually ended up producing a pretty spectacular show.
Well, I couldn't agree more, guys. The EMEA division is going to bring plenty of excitement. But before we can get into the actual competition, we need to take a look back at exactly how we got here. So if you're new here, here's what the drivers have endured to land themselves in the grand finals.
For motorsport enthusiasts, amateur and competitive drivers alike, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge has been the place to compete at the top level of sim racing since its launch in 2018. That's a huge slide, and I can't believe he managed to save that! Excitement and buzz swarmed around the series, from the white knuckle racing to the major prizes for those who could make it to the top.
The winner of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Finals is Brandon Ibrahim!
Champions not only won their races, but the opportunity to partake in on-track experiences and meet some of the best drivers in the world. The heart-pounding action and one-of-a-kind prizes are what keep aspiring racers from all around the globe coming back year after year. 2021 was a year of rebirth for the G Challenge.
Graham Bunyan by 2,000ths of a second with the race victory.
Announcing a new format that included 3 different disciplines of competitive racing and a VIP grand prize that is a dream come true for competitors across the globe. This season has not disappointed. Each region has blown us away with the level of competition and, in some cases, domination.
If Matt Danson wins this stock car race, Luke, he will have won every single stock car race in this year's G Challenge so far.
The only driver who is perfect in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, Brandon Hawkins, takes the checkered flag.
We've seen outrageous overtakes.
Oh, contact between the front two! Demonex taking Sawyer out!
Crashes.
Oh, whoa. That is spectacular.
Oh no, big contact, big battles.
And while that's 1-1 for both of them, but ultimately 2 wrongs do not make a right.
And flat out amazing racing at the highest level.
Houlihan has made an unbelievable move through turn number 1.
We have gone through 5 rounds of racing in 4 different regions across 3 racing disciplines. The top drivers from each round advanced to the semi-finals, where they battled it out across multiple races to finally make it into the top 10 and proceed to the grand finals, where everything is on the line. Now, the wait is over. The grand finals weekend is here, so strap in and join us as we crown our champions of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Get ready to race.
All right, let's take a look at our weekend schedule. As we said, this is the final day here. We've already covered all divisions of the sport cars and the stock cars. But today it's all about open wheel racing. So all regions, we have 3 more ahead of us as we already completed the APAC region this morning. 2 qualifying sessions each, 2 races for each as well. All right, here's our schedule for today. As I mentioned, Asia Pacific region already completed a little bit earlier. The EMEA region coming your way right now. LATAM coming up a little bit later on. And North America will conclude our weekend of grand finals. All right, guys, well, let's take a look at the format here as to what we are looking for specifically when it comes to what these drivers are facing. John, can you kind of explain what we're going to be looking at as far as what drivers have to do to be the champion?
Yeah, absolutely. So we start off with a qualifying. So there's 10 minutes of qualifying for the open wheel cars here. And the cars are just going to be a single car session, so there won't be other cars out on track with them. These qualifying sessions will determine the order in which the drivers line up on the grid. Obviously, fastest cars at the front. Now, once we know the order, the races will begin, and we've got 2 races today on 2 different tracks. The points will then be combined for both of these races. They're assigned according to finishing position, and at the end of 2 races, those combined points totals will determine our champion.
All right, well, you mentioned the points. Here's how the point structure is going to break down. Can you explain the importance of these points numbers here?
Absolutely. So if you finish one of these races in first position, that will net you 15 points, and that goes all the way down to 1 point for 10. But the important thing here is the gap between first and second place, and then second and third. So 15 down to 10 is a gap of 5 points, 10 down to 8 is a gap of 2 points, but the gap everywhere else is just a single point. What does that mean? In practice, it means that there's double the advantage of making up a position if you're in third trying to go up into second position. And there's a huge advantage if you're in second position and you're trying to make it up to first. It's a big, big incentive to try and get those extra 5 points.
But before we can get the competition started, we have a very special message from McLaren Racing's Formula One driver Lando Norris. He has some words here for our competitors today.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm very sorry I can't be there to participate in this live event, but I want to say a massive congratulations to all the finalists and competitors who have made it this far out of thousands of entrants. It's my 4th year being part of the McLaren G Challenge, and I'm super happy to see how far it's come and the level of the finalists. Finally, I'm sure the racing is going to be amazing. There's a very high talent pool in there, and I look forward to watching everything and finally getting to meet the finalists and the winners in McLaren very soon. All the best, everyone. Good luck.
Well, thanks, Lando. I appreciate the words of encouragement there for our competitors. Speaking of, here is the field here for the open wheel EMEA division. Guys, tell me about these drivers.
Oh, this is going to be spectacular. Luke, there's so many names up here, some of which you're super familiar with as well.
Yeah, Mark van Loozenord qualified in monthly final 2. Haven't seen him since. Just been out there doing lap times. Lemonek as well, and Kevin van der Slik. They're all teammates as well, so they've been doing laps after laps for the last, weeks, to be fair. Keep an eye out on Tamas Simon and David Toth. There's always a Hungarian, and, well, here we are. They are here. Pablo Espez is someone to definitely look out for. Fenalosa, Sam Keiter, and Henkel as well. Anyone could genuinely come out here and spring a surprise. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing Graham Carroll racing today. So 9 drivers, gives everyone else more of a chance of winning.
Well, guys, I want to take a look back at the regular season here for the EMEA division in the open wheel, because to really appreciate the importance of this weekend's competition, you have to understand just what these drivers went through to get themselves to the grand finals. So let's take a look back at the drama of the regular season.
Revving their engines here, and we are green light racing. There's a phenomenal start then from P5. David Toft then has moved up into third position here. Cortez has just got jet washed by both drivers. Sensational race then from Jensen. He takes the checkered flag. It is the second race of the EMEA region, and it is indeed the open wheel. Sam Keiter's been able to do, heading down towards 130 yards, side by side between the two.
Just behind that huge crash.
Kevin van der Slik's got the inside line, but as they come into the corner, and that is our friend Netcode there, unfortunately. EMEA, he was the #1 seed across all 4 regions, but he will take the checker flag. You can hear the revving of the engine. There's the green, and it is going to be too wide here. And again, you've got to be careful. It's a 15-lap race, not the longest race. And P2, P3, P5 are all out, ladies and gentlemen. And well, you can't win with 3 wheels. Lemonek then is going to go for a send up the inside. Oh, contact between the front two. Oh, Lemonek's taken Soria out. Soria, though, is going to survive here, I think. And he's just about going to get himself across the line here. But actually, no, he's going to be in trouble. He's got that damage, so the position's going to be back for sure. Yeah, so Lemonek will finish in second position. Soria is going to finish in first. So we are indeed green flag racing as we head then down in towards turn #1.
Sedgley, Becker, and Espes, though, right behind. And poor Cedric Bill now down in tonight. Big contact.
He has got the job done. Carlos Fenalosa is going to win here then.
Green flag racing, as you always say, Luke, going into the center S's for the first time.
Look at this, though. Side-by-side action. Pinching.
Berryman and Half right now are showing us a masterclass.
Oh, big spin. God. Oh, there's the tyres. Oh, dear. Well, around the final curve, we will come using the pit lane here. Half, is he going to try and drag into the line? Not quite going to work out, but Berryman, Half, teammates are going to qualify for our semi-finals. There's a couple of drivers in the background there having a little bit of fun. Johan Half, though, trying to make the move around the outside of Lemonek, and I'll tell you what, he has got that position stuck. Oh, it's a lovely bit of driving in the background here as well. Fenalosa then, and Tamas Simonov, contact between the two. Oh, what are you doing, guys?
We haven't had someone dominate here at all, and it's making things very interesting. Indeed, that's Van Loosenhoorn up the inside of Lemonek.
Oh, it's a brilliant move then, down the one straight inside line. Will go lay on the brakes. Can he get it done before the next turn? He can. Lemonek then making that move on Half. Are we going to see this indeed done into Stowe? He does, up the inside. Carroll is looking for that move up the inside. Third turn #1 gets it done. Johan Half is dropping like a stone right now. It's going to be a race victory for Van Loosenhoorn. Lemonek's going to finish in second, Carroll in third. And we're good to go. That's a terrible start by Lemonek, and it's a terrible start from Van Loosenhoorn. And Fenalosa then, who had a terrible race #1, is up into the lead of this race. Graham Carroll then, who was 3 wide, has made it up from P6 or P5 up into P2 potentially. Van Loosenhoorn then has recovered nicely actually in the end, and is going to hold on to that P2. Oh, there's a car that's been absolutely sent off there. I think Carroll and Keiter are out of this race. Jensen's going to come through as well here, makes it 3 wide. Van Loosenhoorn just gets out of the way and says, yeah, all right, boys, you crack on.
Oh, big contact. I think it's Jensen.
Yeah, Marcus Jensen from second.
And it looks like he got tagged from behind there, Luke.
We've got a battle for the lead here, though. Along the Keppel Straight will come Van Loosenhoorn back up into the lead.
And it's going to be a 3-way battle for the lead here because Lemonek is closing right up onto the rear of Van Loosenhoorn. Lemonek's just slowed down. He's just slowed down. Tamas Simon is now in third position. Lemonek's let him by, but Simon was over a second behind.
Martin Van Loosenhoorn, the Dutchie himself, has taken the region by storm. It's 2 wins from 2 for Marty. And he is going to book his ticket to our grand finals.
A really good performance there from Van Loosenhoorn, the second driver to win both of the races. There's no question the target will be on his back going into the grand final.
Wow, a lot of exciting moments there in the regular season that have all led us here to this weekend at the grand finals. Gentlemen, before we start off with qualifying, we need to take a look at this data-driven insight powered by Splunk. They're going to let us know exactly what we're looking at here and how this can come into play in today's race. So, Gentlemen, talk to me about this insight we have.
Well, you've got the predicted overtakes on your screen there. Turn 4 is where more than likely it's going to happen down in towards turn number 5. But really, what that says to me is how important your exit out of turn 2 and indeed turn 3 are with that long run. This is where you're going to be at your highest speed. Predicted incidents, turn 1. Reason being, if you run too far wide off of it turn 1, you indeed will incur a slowdown penalty and incident points as well. So it's a really fast corner, but you have to stay within the lines. So if you've got someone up your inside, side by side, that's why incidents indeed can happen there. And turn 10, it's really the last opportunity on a lap to make an overtake because it is the harshest braking zone out of the final sector. So that's why you indeed will more than likely see incidents into that corner.
And seeing data like this is also super useful to the drivers and the spectators alike, because at the end of the day, we remember the biggest crashes, right? We remember the major incidents, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's where an incident is most likely to occur on track. So being able to take a step back and just see where the drivers need to focus their attention is pretty useful.
Great insight, guys. I'll be looking forward to seeing the actual details and insight that we get from the drivers regarding that Splunk insight there. So I'm going to let you guys take it away with qualifying. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Jesse. And we want to remind you guys as well, we're collecting tweets from you all weekend long using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. So send us your questions, let us know who you're cheering for, and let us know what you think of the races today. 2 different tracks now in the EMEA region, Luke. We start off at the Hockenheim ring and then move to the Red Bull ring.
Yeah, Hockenheim is just an incredible circuit. So different to what it was in the 90s and before that. These days, a little bit more of an orthodox circuit that still has some traits from back in yesteryear. Drivers love this place. They absolutely love this place. But again, turn 1's going to be vital. The first sort of 3 corners, setting yourself up for that run down towards the hairpin, is where you're going to lose or gain the most time. That's where you're going to lose or gain the most positions. So yeah, it's got some really nice technical parts of the circuit, but there are some genuine opportunities for overtakers. Qualifying, it's not one of those circuits where it's absolutely vital, and actually head to the Red Bull ring next as well. So 2 circuits really where overtaking is promoted, but ultimately you want to start as high up as possible.
You absolutely do. 8 minutes left to go now in qualifying. We're on board with Martin van Loozenhoort, and just this camera angle also, it's really delightful, the cockpit view, because in these open wheel cars, sometimes you just forget how little the drivers can see compared to our spectator sort of cameras following the drivers around. It's a really restricted field of vision, and sometimes, especially when you've got cars alongside you, it's that much more difficult to make those split-second decisions in the race. Now, they're not going to have to worry about this in qualifying, Luke, but come the race, trying to figure out, for example, how many cars you're battling with in the heat of the moment in turn 1, it's rough in this cockpit.
Yeah, it is, but this is from a perspective of one of our spectators, and they, I don't think, do too much racing in iRacing because the field of view the drivers will actually be using will be a lot closer to the wheel, and they'll be able to see a little bit more actually. So it'll be a bit better, but again, with this car specifically, you are right, you are pretty restricted in what you can see, and it does make it a little bit more difficult. Of course, when you're in a GT car, for instance, what we saw yesterday, or Friday, should I say, you're a lot higher in the seat, aren't you? So you can see over the front of the car. But a lot of these drivers, because of the pace of the car and because of the nature of the car, it's a lot of muscle memory in terms of braking, in terms of turning, and in terms of getting that pedal down, the loud pedal as they call it, to get out of the corner.
So over the course of the season, we've profiled loads of different drivers, and today we're going to be taking a closer look at one of our potential expected frontrunners here. It's Lemonek. Let's learn how he got his start in racing and how he's preparing for the grand finals.
Lemonek's going to finish in second.
An absolutely fantastic race.
My name is Przemysław Lemonek. I'm from Poland, and I'm sim racer in R8G Esports. I was always watching with my family on Sunday the F1 races, and I really like that, so that was the thing that got me into it. I really like the open wheel and the prototype racing. I enjoy the high speed, the amount of downforce, a bit of strategy as well. I just enjoy driving these cars a lot. This year alone I got 2 podiums in the Pro Sim series. I was a few times high in the Grand Prix Championship on iRacing.
That's a power move from Lemonette. 3 wide as they go into Mobile 1. Costantini backs out. Power around the outside.
I first got into the G Challenge because it has good prizes and overall it's a nice competition.
Here we go for race number 1 of the EMEA semi-finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
The first race of Silverstone was really good one. I started to find the pace on that track before the race, so I got pole position in qualifying, then I got overtaken on lap 1 and held the P2. I think it's the fact that the setup is fixed, so everybody has the same starting point and it's all about the driver's skill and the preparation, showing who is the best. When you've got the fixed setup, everybody is having the same feeling of the car. The setup work doesn't matter at all. It's all about how you hit the apex, how you manage the throttle and how you brake into the corners, what lines do you take, and that's why the skill is the most important factor. So my hobbies outside of swim racing is doing a little bit of sport, always, different kinds. I don't really mind which one. And ice swimming. Ice swimming is when it's cold outside, the lake is sometimes frozen and you just go and sit in the lake. I enjoy doing it with the friends. My biggest supporters is family, for sure. Mom, dad and my brother and some of my friends that are watching the races and cheering me up after good and bad ones. My favorite part of sim racing career, it was a competition held in a mall where the winner was getting VIP tickets to Hungary Grand Prix, and I managed to win it, and I went to the Hungarian Grand Prix and then I was able to meet Kevin Magnussen, so that was a cool experience. To be able to do sim racing and doing what I love is very nice, because it's always good to have a job that you like and it doesn't feel like a job at all. It's very enjoyable and I enjoy spending every minute on a sim. Going into the grand final, I feel like I can fight at the top and even possibly for the win.
So we're back with qualifying now. 3 minutes 30 seconds left to go for our drivers to set their fastest possible lap at the Hockenheim ring. And Lemonette, well, true to his word, he said he had confidence that he would be able to fight near the top. He's at the top, the only driver below a 114 at the moment, a 113.990.
And that must be because he's more aerodynamic. You will not recognize him on camera in a minute because he's got rid of all of his hair. So that's given him an extra couple of tenths for sure. And I tell you what, Van Nieuwenhoek would have gone into this as the favourite and he would have been practicing with Lemonette. And yeah, like that may have come out of absolutely nowhere. So yeah, good to see him up on pole position. Definitely a surprise to me, but it's by less than a tenth of a second. Expect to see that closed up and potentially beaten.
The entire field currently, well, it's 9/10 from first to last in the field at the moment, with still 1 or 2 possibilities for drivers to improve on their existing lap times. The top 6 separated by just a couple of tenths. This is going to be delightful stuff indeed. On Hockenheim, Luke, how important is it to plant the car on pole position here? It's obviously where you want to start from, but is qualifying the be-all and end-all here?
It's kind of pretty similar to a circuit like Spa, where you've got Radio Rouge and you've got that long run in towards Les Combes. So the opportunity for a driver behind you is there. But there's 3 corners to contend with, turn 1, 2, and 3, of course. You've got to get through them nice and cleanly. If you don't, and you let the leader get away, because obviously they're going to be slightly ahead, then, well, the opportunity will indeed go. But different to what we've seen before, it is a standing start here. So, yeah. Just getting off the line really, really quickly is the main factor here.
And there's David Toth aborting that qualifying lap, heading into the pit lane. He was a couple of tenths off the lead there, and it looks like it was a 0.2, but he wasn't able to improve that, unfortunately, with his final outing. Well, I'm looking forward to, like you say, Luke, not necessarily the first sector, but just waiting for the first run down that almost impossibly long straight. I'm not 100% sure if turn 1's going to be where most of the incidents occur on lap number 1. Do you think maybe that we could actually see that long straight similar to the Camel straight you were talking about earlier? Do you think that's where we're going to see all the action on lap 1?
Yeah, what we saw there with the data driven by Splunk segment. The run in towards 4, trying to make a move there potentially down towards the hairpin. You know, normally the car's ahead through turn number 4, but it's 5. Make sure you get the car stopped, whether you're on the outside or the inside. And it's just making sure you give yourself the best opportunity to get on the power early out of 5, moving then towards the more technical part of the circuit.
A lovely aerial view of the Hockenheim ring there. You can, if you squint just a little bit, Jesse, you can see all of our motorhomes down below. How was that qualifying session for you?
All the motorhomes and all the fans filling the grandstands to watch race number 1. Qualifying was exciting, guys. I wish I could be one of those fans down there in the grandstands, but nonetheless, we get an awesome view from up here. And let's take a look at the the conditions, the weather. John, what kind of conditions are these drivers facing today?
So we are going to have pretty ideal racing conditions here. It's a 25-degree ambient temperature and a 40-degree track temperature. A little bit of a light breeze and cloudy to sunny conditions means that we've got a great day of racing. And I love the chat's asking, hang on a second, why is there a giant mustard bottle on the start-finish straight there? That's because Luke likes to make sure we keep it between the mayo and the mustard. And that's exactly what these drivers intend to do later on.
Well, let's take a look at our driver lineup. This is the official grid here before race 1. Guys, what are we looking at?
All right, well, it's Lemanick on pole position with Van Loozenhout alongside. It's going to be very exciting stuff indeed. Tamas Simon will then be in 3rd position alongside Sam Keitel. David Todt and Pablo Espes will be row 3 of the grid. And I love it. We've got the double DJ name here. It's Carlos and Andreas J, 7th and 8th respectively. And finally, 9th, because unfortunately Graham Carroll isn't going to be there, it's Kevin Van. Okay, so we are about to get the race underway. The drivers are going to be squaring up to line up on the grid in just a couple of minutes. Any surprises maybe in that qualifying order as far as you're concerned, Luke, or does this look fairly as expected?
Yeah, Lemanick being pole position. Didn't expect that. I knew he'd be up there, but historically, Van Loozenhout just had a little bit too much. They both actually participated in the Dallara IR01 World Championships on iRacing, and Lemanick, as the season progressed, got a little bit closer to Van Loozenhout, but in terms of them being able to work together as teammates, they were never really close enough. So, yeah, the improvement has been there. Lemanick has gone away and put in a lot of preparation, a lot of lap times. He really wants this. So, yeah, that's a big surprise to me. It's not by a lot, mind. It's not by a lot at all. And you would expect there to be respect between the two drivers, considering they are indeed teammates. And is it going to be similar to what we saw yesterday with Ottinger and indeed Logan Clampett? Is anyone else going to factor in this? Could we get a driver between them so they can't work together?
All sorts of questions that will shortly be answered here at the Hockenheim ring. Really exciting stuff. The drivers now just getting ready, getting warmed up a little bit, and some of the grandstand views around this circuit. I mean, the way it's designed, the modern circuit, it's lost a bit of its old character, but at the same time, the opportunities for the spectators here are just delightful, and some of these camera angles really showcase that super well. I don't know what to expect in race number 1 in terms of what the result is going to be. I also really want to know, Luke, who in the midfield is going to be battling through and showing us that they actually still have a case to answer and it's still possible for someone else to make it through to the top of this championship. There's bound to be 1 or 2.
Yeah, the simple answer to that is everybody, to be completely honest, because we have seen throughout the qualifying rounds, the semi-finals, that everybody is that close that we've actually seen a lot of incidents. Whereas with other regions, we haven't, because it's been a bit more spaced out. And, you know, that's the nature of the beast, isn't it? If cars are closer together, there's more chance of them, you know, having contact. Again, we've got Splunk here, but we don't need Splunk for that detail there. It's an obvious one, isn't it, right? So, absolutely. Yeah, keep yourself out of trouble. It's as simple as that. Put yourself in a position very similarly to what we saw from race 1 for the APAC region, from Ibrahim. It didn't work out for him in race number 1. Obviously, it worked out for him in getting the championship. But just put yourself in a position to be able to have a go at the end. Tyre wear is a massive factor with this car. Tyre wear is a massive factor with iRacing as a whole. So again, you can't really go at it, you know, all guns blazing from start to finish. It just doesn't work like that, unfortunately, for these drivers. So just give yourself an opportunity.
Well, they're gridding up now, starting the process, and that means that, of course, the race will be beginning in under 2 minutes. It's not a one-car race at the moment. Everyone else will be loading in shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying is now over. Lemanick taking pole position ahead of Van Loozenhout. That's got to be the headline news until we get into this race. Will he be able to stay and keep that advantage? If he does, going into race number 2, that would also be a lot of pressure on Van Loozenhout. We talked previously, Luke, about how important it is to get the points under your belt in race number 1. How much will the pressure be mounting in race 2 if Van Loozenhout doesn't get the P1 here?
I don't think it, you know, he's a pretty cool composed character, so I don't think it'd be the be all and end all. And also would have definitely been watching the first couple of races, so knowing that it's not overly important to go out there and absolutely win the first race, it's obviously ideal to go into the second race with a bit of a points buffer. But knowing that it can be done, you just need it to be a situation where it is the same kind of drivers at the front end, so you can manage it a little bit better. So yeah, it's not the be all and end all. Would he be going for the race win in this race? Absolutely.
If there's an opportunity, he will certainly grasp it with both hands. The drive is now broadly on the grid, and we are now just waiting for race number 1 to begin. This is the open wheel competition, ladies and gents, and this is the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Grand Finals. Remember, these drivers have been fighting for 7 months to get to this position, and the next 2 races will determine who wins some of these fantastic money can't buy prizes. This is the open wheel competition in the EMEA region. Lemonec on pole position, alongside him Van Loozenhoorn, and there you can already see the first corner just up ahead. The drivers are going to be aiming for that. There is the green light, and oh my god, big drama at the back. Someone gets absolutely run into. Everyone else looking like they're going to be through safely. Van Loozenhoorn still in P2 with Lemonec in P1. Tamas Simon and Sam Keitel are currently 3 and 4, but Sam Keitel managed to make his way ahead. Tamas Simon then has dropped down the order. I don't know if he's in P5, but there's certainly a big gap, and I suspect there's been an incident, turn 1 or 2. A couple of cars being collected there in the background.
Fenalosa did not get off the line well, and he's just caused a massive pile up here. That Tamas Simon, who's in P3. Loozenhoorn does make his move for the lead here then. And Carlos Fenalosa, by the way, I believe... No, it's not. It's Sam Keitel. Sam Keitel then is in P3 as it stands, and actually David Todd's moved up 1 position here. But yeah, that was full of incident early in this race. Kevin van der Slik's just driven through the back there off Fenalosa, I think. But I think Espez has made a late lunge in towards turn number 2, and he might have cleaned out half the field.
Turn 2 then looking like it's going to be just as much of a replay as the start of the race. As it stands then, Martin Van Loozenhoorn, I mean, he was looking for an opportunity on lap number 1, and he ended up passing Lemonec through turn 4 into turn 5, exactly as you predicted, Luke, exactly as Splunk said where they would in terms of opportunity. Van Loozenhoorn has got the first job done now, and he is in the lead of this race. Lemonec, though, still in P2, trying to hunt him back down, and Sam Keitel into P3 ahead of David Todd. The big unfortunate loser of lap number 1 there, by the looks of things, is Tamas Simon, who was up there with them, but unfortunately is now in 9th position.
As you can see here, Lemonec just sticking behind Van Loozenhoorn, definitely not as close as he was previously. Oh, that's a big mistake there from Van Loozenhoorn. You do not expect to see that from someone like him. And wow, if he can do it, anybody can do it. So the nerves may be getting the better of him here. Lemonec then's going to be forced to go around the outside. Van Loozenhoorn is actually going to cover him off, and Sam Keitel comes through. So there's now the Dutchy 1-2, as unfortunately Lemonec's going to move down from P1 originally in this race down to P3. David Todd then is a very aggressive driver, so if he gets himself an opportunity, he is absolutely going to take it on. But right now, Van Loozenhoorn, as much as he is in the lead, he's got a little gap to work with. That little scrub of the tyres there is going to hurt him massively.
That was a clean move from Sam Keitel then, and at the end of lap number 2, it's Van Loozenhoorn from Keitel with Lemonec dropping to P3, and David Todd looking to get a little bit of the action as well. We've got a Quantum Pay replay of the start of that race. Plenty to unpack here, Luke. Let's take a look at that one more time.
Yeah, here's the late lunge here. Oh no,
that's not going to work.
You've got, you know, that only works if you pin the apex and you stick to the apex all the way through the exit. Like, that's a cardinal sin. You've reached this level, and that is public lobby territory. Oh, yeah, that is... No, it's not very good, I'm afraid. That has come from absolutely nowhere.
Poor Simon.
And, yeah, 3 drivers there out of this championship, effectively, because of one driver's mistake. Like, it's just too greedy. You know, you've made a mistake, but if you feel like you're out of position, you've made a mistake by qualifying poorly. That's on you. Trying to make it up as early in the race as that's not good enough, I'm afraid. Sam Keitel, again, a driver who's not going to be too bothered about that. He's currently P2, and he wants to go and chase down Van Loozenhoorn. We've got Lemonec now, P3, David Todd very closely behind. For me, Van Loozenhoorn now kind of is being forced into the whole, I have to push now. I have to try and get a gap here, because that one mistake he made into that hairpin, that is going to cost him later in this race. His tyres will be overheated right now, and he will not be able to get those optimum times. So he has to push now and build a gap, because later on he will be attacked, that's for sure.
We're on board now with Sam Keitet. You can see the concentration in his face. They're looking pretty loose, actually. We can only see one of his arms and the shoulder, but you can tell the way he drops his arm when the car's on the straight, he looks very relaxed and very comfortable with where he is at the moment. Obviously still laser focused, looking for an opportunity into the hairpin here, sizing up Van Loozenhoorn through turn 4. Is he going to go for a late lunge? He's close enough to think about trying, but opts out of it at the end, and Lemonek still right behind him.
This is really good for Lemonek because, you know, he's gone from first down to third. It's given him a chance here to really kind of consolidate his position and just think, right, what do I need to do in terms of strategy in this race? You qualified really well. You're going to be feeling really good about yourself, but instantly having that taken away psychologically in the first lap by losing 2 spots is not ideal. So you've got to get out of your system quickly, hope that the front 2 fight a little bit. So it just gives you it takes a bit of pressure off of you. It means you don't have to be quite on the limit with the car to keep up with them. And it means you can just chill out ever so slightly. There's Toff then on camera as well. The front 4 are super, super close here. Again, they've been gifted the chance with no one really being able to attack them from behind. But ultimately now, it's all about these 4 putting on a show for us.
And they certainly are. 1.2 seconds separates all 4 of them. One mistake will mean a driver just falls to the back of this pack, or worse if there's contact. So very much on a knife edge here. Precision by all of these drivers. There we saw Lemonek running slightly wide. David Toff managing to catch a little bit as a result, but we're talking a matter of meters here. Let's see what these cars can do in the big run up to this hairpin.
Yeah, well, I don't think Keitet's going to try. Oh, Keitet defends here. He looked to try and make a move, then realised actually I'm not quite close enough, and left the door open for Lemonek, which again, the real winner in this situation is Van Loozenhoorn. He's going to be looking at this thinking, look, I'm in trouble later on in this race, but if these drivers keep being as aggressive as they are right now, there's every reason to suggest here that I might be able to get away. Tough for me, the fact that he hasn't made an overtake here says that he's learned a lot from these drivers. Big moment there for Sam Keitet. Keitet is going to get away with that here again. The big winner, Van Loozenhoorn, he's looking in his rearview mirror thinking, well, you lads are just throwing this away at this point. And he's able to get that manageable gap to work with.
On board now with Lemonek, you can see Luke was referring to his aerodynamic look earlier. And there you can see the hair looks very different indeed on race day here, but the concentration exactly the same. Almost breathing a sigh of relief as he crosses the start-finish line. He's looking to capitalize on the next possible mistake from Sam Keitet. Goes a little bit wide there, but doesn't lose too much time. Let's see if Lemonek is close enough to try again this lap.
He looks so different, doesn't he?
He does.
But yeah, he was in a Discord call the other day and he just appeared and I'm like, what? Is your dad here? Yeah, a lovely guy, but he just does some extreme things sometimes. But his extreme decision today is going out there getting pole position. That's something I didn't really expect from him. And ultimately, something's working. Maybe it is the haircut. Who knows? Heading in towards then the middle of sector number 2. It's still very close between the front 4. Loozenhoorn again. It's just got away ever so slightly. The gap may be coming down. Slipstream's a massive factor in this, of course, with that huge rear wing on the back of that car. It punches a huge hole in the air, which makes the cars behind have to work a little bit less hard, which means they can go a little bit faster into that clear air, or that pocket of air, if you like. David Toff, again, yet to make a move. Is he saving his tyres for later on in this race? Is he playing the reserves game? That's questions that will be answered later on for sure. Van Loozenhoorn, though, again, with that one mistake earlier on lap number 2, will be forced now to indeed just go and attack for the rest of this race, if he can.
That 3/4 of a second advantage that Van Loozenhoorn had just got chopped to half a second on that last lap. So Sam Keitet maybe given the hurry up here a little bit, knowing that Lemonek is right on his rear wing. And he's not wrong as well. Lemonek looking for any opportunity to mount an overtaking chance. So Sam Keitet, in order to get away from him, has to close the gap onto Van Loozenhoorn. It's that or risk your place being overtaken yourself. Slightly defensive there, actually, from Sam Keitet. I don't think Lemonek was really close enough to mount a challenge on that lap because the previous lap from Keitet was frankly fantastic. He just needs to keep doing more of the same, and if he keeps doing this, who knows which one of these 4 cars will cross the finish line first in 8 laps' time.
Van Loozenhoorn needs Lemonek here, doesn't he? Similarly to what we saw yesterday with Clampett and indeed Ottinger. The perfect scenario for them two would be leading out the front here, and they both work together to pull away. But they're just not able to do so. Sam Keitet making that aggressive move on lap number 1, it has really, nullified the threat from the front 2, which is great for us as a neutral, 100%. And again, we saw how spicy that makes the race near the end as well, because people are just desperate to make that overtake at the end of the races. So, yeah, this might be a bit of a slow burner. Expect the next couple of laps to be I don't know, a little bit more placid than you would expect. They're all just trying to, again, like I said at the start of the broadcast, give yourself an opportunity. Be there when it matters. You know, it's all great making an overtake on lap 8, lap 9, but ultimately, if you're going to get re-overtaken on the final lap, it means absolutely nothing. So make sure that you've got the tyres ready to attack later on.
4 cars then. Look at this. Sam Kaiser trying to break the slipstream, and Lemonek saying, I'm going to go around the outside instead. He did get alongside, but both exits from the drivers a little bit wobbly. Kaiser maintains that position. Lemonek is absolutely trying hard right now. Attempts to go around the outside one more time. Kaiser taking the inside line here. Lemonek should have a slightly better exit as a result, but thanks to the left-right nature of this section of the track, won't be able to capitalize. Sam Kaiser lives to fight another day.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Again, you know, these drivers are fighting really hard right now, which is only playing into the leader's hand. Toth has yet to even attempt to make an overtake here. So again, expect him to be super strong in the latter stages of this race. So right now, as much as Van Loosenhoorn made that mistake earlier on, he has got track position and he hasn't really had to work for it from lap number 2, to be honest. He's just kept himself, you know, to himself, just doing his own thing there, putting in the lap times. And indeed, Toth just being dragged along here, not doing anything too crazy. So expect to see the Hungarian potentially drive through at some point.
Just 0.2 of a second separating them now. Kaiser's managed to increase that gap to Lemonek to 3.5 of a second, which isn't much, but it might be enough to stop him from lunging down here and therefore allow him to close up just a little bit onto Van Loosenhoorn. That's exactly what happens. He actually has a tighter line coming out of the exit there, which means he should be able to get a decent run onto Van Loosenhoorn. Maybe not enough to get alongside, but certainly enough to be right back on his back bumper, and this is going to be very exciting indeed. I think he might be able to mount a possible challenge on the next lap going into the hairpin.
Yeah, that lap though was the opportunity. I think Lemonek, being as close as he has been previously, has stopped Kaiser from trying to make a move. We've seen it far too often this weekend where one person tries to go for a move, the car behind is far too close, they don't get the move stuck, and that means that they're then a sitting duck for the driver behind to gain that spot. And we know that the level that these drivers are racing against, once you lose that one position, it's very difficult to retake that spot. Look at this, you know, you're looking here at Kaiser, he's trying to get past Loosenhoorn. He spent 10 laps trying to do so, the best part of the 10 laps, not being able to do so. So if you lose a position, you're in some serious trouble.
The fastest laps here, you can see Kaiser and Lemonek both have quicker, fastest laps than Van Loosenhoorn, but track position at the end of the day is king. And Van Loosenhoorn is such an experienced racer. He knows exactly where to position the guy if he needs to drive defensively. Here comes Lemonek then, and this is looking far more decisive. He's up the inside this time against Sam Kaiser, and he manages to make the move stick. Van Loosenhoorn and Lemonek are now 1 and 2.
That was perfect, absolutely perfect. He didn't run out wide on the exit. He wouldn't really, he would have extended the tyre, he would have killed the tyre life a touch under braking. That's really the only problem that was there, but he wasn't overextended, he wasn't on the power too early on exit. So right now, Lemonek has just provided a really magical move that isn't really going to cost him later in this race either. So yeah, great stuff from Lemonek up to P2, and now he's off to fight Van Loosenhoorn. And what has he got left? Toth now, I think with what, 5 laps remaining as they cross the line next, has to start looking to try and make these moves here. He's right behind Kaiser, and has Kaiser got anything left in the tank?
That's going to be the question now, isn't it? Kaiser has been attacking quite a lot of this race, and now that he's back in P3, will David Toth be able to get a word in edgeways? Van Loosenhoorn only leads by 3/4 of a second, by the way. Sam Kaiser just a couple of tenths behind, and then Toth another couple of tenths behind. You can see the difference, all 4 cars on the screen at once there, but those 3, I mean, you could cover all of them with a towel. This is delightful stuff. Sam Kaiser potentially trying to get a move on Lemonek, trying to return the favor here on lap number 11. He is alongside. He has got the inside line, but Lemonek can't quite brake late enough to cut him off. And Sam Kaiser retakes the position. This is music to the ears of Martin Van Loosenhoorn.
Yeah, he's loving it right now, isn't he? David Toth was pretty close there as well to potentially get Lemonek, and that was a completely different type of overtake. Lemonek didn't cost Sam Kaiser a lot of time on the previous lap, but it was a little bit more lungy there from Kaiser. Again, I'm not saying it was a dirty overtake in the slightest. It was aggressive, but it was brilliant, but ultimately just cost them a lot of time, which is now they've got to bridge that gap again to Van Loosenhoorn. So again, every time these two are battling, the real winners are us watching at home, but the leader of this race is able to just gain that extra couple of tenths, which means he just cannot be attacked on the next lap.
Moving now onto lap number 12. 80% of this race will be complete by the end of this lap. Van Loosenhoort now happy to see that the fight is developing behind him. Will try and use that to create an advantage that hopefully can't be bridged on the last lap. Remember, there's still every chance that Van Loosenhoort can be overtaken here. We've seen several cars close up to the back of Van Loosenhoort, but then second through fourth have been fighting each other as well. And that's what's allowed Van Loosenhoort to just keep building that gap again and again and again. I think he's done that about 3 times this race, and it's serving him very well so far.
Oh, Lemonek's in trouble, by the way. His tyres are shot here, very much struggling to get the power down on the exit of the hairpin. So David Toff now probably going to be looking to attack here. He would have seen that, of course. He's right behind. He's got a grandstand position to see Lemonek struggling again. You're seeing the car just moving all over the place at this stage, which everybody's going to have a minimal bit of battling with the tyres at this stage of the race. But yeah, Lemonek looks like he might be in some serious trouble.
If he can hold on here, that would be good. If he can get a position, that would be even better. It's been a delightful battle between him and Sam Keitel. And David Toff, we've been mentioning his name. He's been sort of threatening to get involved. But now, with 3 laps to go, including the one that they're on, we have to start seeing those moves. And if he's been saving those tires, if he's been saving something for the end of this race, now's the time to show us. If he manages to get past Lemonek now, for example, he might have a real shot at P2 here, but he needs to get this first move done fast.
Yeah, well, Sam Keitel not being as close behind Van Loosenhoort as he has been, looks like Lemonek's probably going to close up here, but here goes Toff. He's going to try and make the move on Lemonek, and he will definitely try and make it happen. He will. There we go. Job done. Now it's all about who can get the power the earliest. Lemonek now fighting with Toff here. This is only going to cost them in terms of the front 2. Toff then just trying to keep a little bit of an overlap there. Lemonek moves over to go, no block today, sir. And really, this is costing him the chance to get up towards the front 2. Sam Keitel is closing in on Van Loosenhoort. So earlier on, when he got overtaken by Lemonek, it looked like a brilliant overtake. Sam Keitel might have let that happen, you know, just again, trying to save some tyres. Tyres are king on iRacing. If you can keep them into a decent range with, 2-3 laps to go, and the drivers around you have had to fight really hard, they're almost like sitting ducks. Can he close in on Van Loosenhoort? It is going to be Dutchy versus Dutchy with 2 laps to go here? It is super, super close.
Sam Keitel then a little bit of clean air thanks to Lemonek and Toff battling it out on that last lap, as we just mentioned. And that means he's got 2 laps to close the gap and find a way past Van Loosenhoort. The gap now, when they cross the start-finish line, 0.967 seconds. That's a lot of ground to cover in 2 laps, especially if you want to get the overtake done as well. So we'll wait and see what happens at the next split. Realistically, he has to have it at half a second or less. And now a P3 and P4 once again. David Toff up the inside. He's got a lot more alongside Lemonek this time, and he should have a better drive out as a result compared to last time. Both cars still side by side. This is going to go all the way into that inner stadium complex, and absolutely no give from Lemonek. He still wants to hold the inside line. Keitel, though, oh my god, he's so far ahead of them. David Toff round the outside, just about manages to make it stick. That's tremendous racing from both drivers.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Lemonek again, just 1 corner too many. You saw him lock up there, smoke being kicked up, and you can see now the desperation really starting to set in here with 1 lap to go. Van Loosenhoort maybe a 6/10 of a second lead as they cross the line this time round. It's currently 9/10, but as they cross the line, it will change. What is exactly the interval then between the front 2? We will find out as we head then up towards turn number 1. So as you can see, Lemonek's just going to drop further and further back now. David Toff is not close enough to the front 2, so it really is between those 2. And that's just a 1.1 second advantage. It looks like it was a little bit tighter there. Toff, though, that's a huge mistake here. So Lemonek then, because Toff has not got the slipstream in front of him to help him here, he might be a sitting duck himself. Through 4 we go. And is Lemonek going to be able to take that podium spot?
And here we go, drafting up alongside, gets the inside line. Exactly what Toff did to him on the previous lap. Lemonek kissing the apex, contact between the 2 cars, and Toff somehow manages to find a little bit of momentum. Still on the outside line, Lemonek trying to hang him out to dry, but Toff staying on the inside through this, not quite a hairpin, and he goes wide himself. Lemonek will be able to take P3 here. Oh no! Oh no! That's the front left and rear right. Lemonek goes for a spin, and David Toff maintains the position. But Luke, how much of that was avoidable, and how much of that was Toff maybe sending it a couple of inches too far?
Yeah, I think a couple of times that they were both on the limit of the car, and again, we'd have to see a replay, but Martin Van Loosenhoort's going to be looking back and he's not going to be too worried about it because he takes the checkered flag. He takes race number 1 for the open wheel challenge here for EMEA. And I tell you what, it was a stellar performance. Had to get the job done early on Lemonec. Everybody else fighting behind him gave him the opportunity to drive away, and ultimately sets himself up beautifully well moving into race number 2. I'm sure we're going to see a replay of that incident though, and we will be able to dissect it ever so slightly, but that was just frantic, hard fought, exactly what we expect from the EMEA region.
Yeah, guys, I'm really anxious to see a replay of that contact there, or lack of contact. I don't quite know what happened, but I think it's important to see a replay so that we know how things are going to shake down there in race number 2. You said, though, that was pretty much exactly how you thought that was going to go. Now that we've seen race 1, what are you anticipating here for this next race coming up?
I mean, Lemonec there really wanted to be finishing side by side with Van Loozenord to really challenge in race number 2. He hasn't done that. He's been involved in fights with everybody else. And after that spin on the last lap, I'm beginning to wonder if we need almost Van Loozenord to have a really poor qualifying session or be involved in an incident in race number 2. He has looked untouchable. There were a few cars that got close. Van Loozenord didn't flinch.
Yeah, but for the first time, we saw a mistake from Van Loozenord as well. Into the hairpin on lap number 2. It's just, you know, uncharacteristically, he got on the power too early and slid the rears out. I think if the 3 behind him aren't battling for the entirety of the race, someone's going to be able to attack him. I think Kaita would have had an opportunity at the very least to make that move because of the overheating of the tyres. But ultimately, those 3, I'm not saying handed Van Loozenord. Van Loozenord had to go out there and take the opportunity. But ultimately, they did definitely help him in that quest.
All right, gentlemen, well, before we take a look at our final results after race number 1, let's take a look back at the most exciting moments of the race. Luke, take us through the replays.
Well, Kevin van der Slick there was facing the moon at the back there. He just went up the back of the car. But it's Espes here, isn't it? Espes down in towards turn number 2. Just sent it so hard and taken half the field out. Look at this. Look how far back he is. You get to this level, again, if you make that move, you've got to stick to the apex all the way through the exit. You can't change lanes on the exit there through your momentum, and that was just so avoidable. And that's the first incident. That made it a 4-way fight effectively for the lead. Van Loozenord here had got the move done on lap number 2 and just led from start to finish effectively. He didn't get involved in anything else from that point on, and then we see the Kaita Lemonec battle. Lemonec then forced to go all the way around the outside this time around, so Kaita is just about going to hold on there, and you can see how difficult it is to get that power down. Once again, they all closed up here. A little bit of a nudge there from Toff, but Toff has driven very reserved today from what we normally see from him, through the right-hand kink into that stadium section, and then on the very next lap here, Lemonec goes for it and move up the inside here, and I'm thinking he's running out wide here, but he's not. He pins that apex beautifully well, opens up the corner on exit, slides it ever so slightly. Again, that's going to hurt him later on, but the bigger picture was making that overtake. And then on the very next lap here, it may be a little bit more aggressively, and actually looking at it a second time, Lemonec runs wide more so than Kaita pushes him wide. It's a really good move from Kaita, and then we see that Toff is just piling on that pressure. So it became Lemonec versus Toff at the end for the top 3, and it just didn't end here, did it? Look at this. You see Toff is just up ahead as we come through the little kink, and he makes the move stick there. And this is actually the lap before, isn't it? The contact happens the next lap. So here we go. This is the second bite of the cherry, and Toff, I said see you later. He's gone, and actually recovers half decently well here, to be fair. And yeah, Lemonec just wasn't clear really. Toff, did he have time to back out? Yeah, absolutely could. Lemonec left him a bit more room. Yeah, 100%. I think it's more of a racing incident more than anything there. These drivers know what they're doing though in that situation.
Well, here they are, the official final results from race 1, powered by Splunk. Loozenord, your race winner, earns 15 points for that first win. Sam Kiter coming in second, earning 10 points. David Toth in third with 8 points. Lemonec with 7 points in fourth, and Henkel rounds out the top 5 with 6 points. Tomas Simone in sixth with 5 points. Pablo Espes in seventh. Kevin van der Slick in 8th, and Carlos Finalosa gets 2 points for his 9th place position. All right, gentlemen, we were fortunate enough to have some data during that race. We talked about it pre-race. Let's take a look at the data-driven insight powered by Splunk. All right, what can you tell us about what we saw there during race number 1?
Well, you can see the sort of top speeds in the sectors. So you can see that Sam Kiter, his average top speed was really quick. That means he's entering turn 1 and exiting turn 1 perfectly there. And actually, it was the same for Sam Kiter through sector 2. So he's getting a really good exit through 3. But being the most technical part of the circuit, Sector 3 is really where you're going to gain the most time if you can average a higher speed, because ultimately it's a little bit slower, but the gaps will be a bit bigger in terms of that speed between you and your fellow competitors. And Van Loosenhoorn, who won the race, ironically, is the fastest through sector number 3.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, and you can see the disparity between so many of the different corners here and where all the incidents, where all the overtakes happen. It really means that the drivers are laser focused on being able to try and overtake on just 1 or 2 specific positions. You can really tell.
Always need to see the breakdown of the data there from in-race. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen here in race number 2. Well, before we take a quick break, I want to remind you at home that you can also be a winner. Follow the link and enter !point giveaway for a chance to win one of these awesome Logitech G prizes. And of course, I want to thank our sponsors, Quantum Pay, Splunk, McLaren, Logitech G, and iRacing for helping us put on this program. Stick around, race number 2 is coming up soon. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Well, we just saw race number 1 for the EMEA open wheel division, and race number 2 is up ahead. But first, let's take a look at the data-driven insight powered by Splunk. All right, John, Luke, what are we looking at for the Red Bull Ring as far as turns go, challenges? What are our drivers facing?
I think the Red Bull Ring is going to be very fast and flowing. The Hockenheim Ring is also really quick, but the Red Bull Ring, it's all about making sure that you have excellent traction coming out of these corners, because it's straight after straight after straight on the outside of the lap.
Yeah, the predicted overtakes area is turn 4 and turn 3 here. You can also add in turn 1's actually very similar to Hockenheim, but you can actually run wide through there and actually run up towards turn number 2. But because turn number 2 is such a big pinch point, if you can get on that power really early, you can set yourself up for turn number 3, as it says there with the data. In terms of incidents, again, turn number 1, very similarly to what we would expect at Hockenheim as well. And turn number 7, Ringe, because you're trying to set yourself up for the final corner, which is turn 8, to maximize your speed into 1. So if you can get the jump on someone in 7, set them offline, it is an overtaking opportunity. It's a quick part of the circuit, don't get me wrong, but it is an overtaking opportunity all of the same.
Well, that is our data-driven insight powered by Splunk. We'll take a look at the post-race data in just a little bit. Well, gentlemen, qualifying is just about to get underway. So before I hand it off to you, I want to remind our viewers at home that you can tweet at us using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. Let us know what you think about this weekend's competition and tell us who you're rooting for. I look forward to hearing from you. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. We are now in qualifying at the Red Bull Ring. 9 minutes left to go here. And, well, really, it's... I don't want to say it's Van Loosenhoorn's to lose, but it kind of is at this point. He needs to put in an excellent hot lap here in qualifying to make life easy for himself in the race. There are plenty of quick drivers here, Luke. If we even just did 2 or 3 drivers, which is very possible, put in a faster lap, suddenly Van Loosenhoorn might be a bit troubled.
Yeah, it is in his hands, though. He goes out there, wins the race, he's golden. But you're right, this is such a strong field of drivers. I don't think we've seen the best of David Toff yet. Again, he was involved in a contentious exchange with Lemonnick, but again, I don't think there was a lot wrong done by either driver there. I think it's more misfortune than anything else. He hasn't shown his aggressive side yet, so expect some fireworks from him. Like I say, it's always a Hungarian, and David Toff is one of those. So yeah, definitely expected to see him potentially make something happen.
And there you can see very fast flowing, and there are a couple of downhill braking zones as well. So you have to make sure that you're aware of the camber of the corner. You know when you can brake late and when you can't, because it might actually compromise your line on the exit. The elevation here at the Red Bull Ring is maybe a little bit more than you can see on the surface. You sort of look at the helicopter view of the track and you go, oh, I know what that looks like, but it actually undulates a fair bit, Luke, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. The altitude here also is a bit of a factor as well, because the air is a lot thinner up here, so it's a bit of a yeah, it's not ideal for them. But look at this, look at the difference between the start finish line and turn 1. There's a huge uphill braking zone, and that means that you can brake a little bit later. You can be a little bit more fruity with the braking, if you like, and that's why there's potential of overtakes. But also the nature of this circuit in terms of track limits. Turn 1, Red Bull, as it's on its own, really is pretty good compared to most circuits in any racing game, especially in iRacing. So you can take more chances around turn number 1, and also you can take more chances around the final corner. Really, it's not as loose as, let's say, Project Cars 2 from last time round, but yeah, you can get away with it a little bit more here.
On board now with Lemonnick, definitely wanting to make as good a showing as possible. The usual suspects are indeed crowding out the front. Top 4 at the moment, Sam Keitet. We've got Lemonnick, Van Loosenhoorn and Toff behind him as well. As things currently stand, that's a 107.984 through to 108.245. So all of those drivers are in the same quarter of a second. But there are 4 drivers left to set a time. So any one of those could end up setting a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, for sure. Again, they've only put one lap time in here, so expect the times to indeed tumble down. Pablo Espes now putting his first time in, half a second off of what is pole position. Sam Keitel, though, by being in P1, really is piling that pressure on Van Loozenhoorn. And again, the gap, what was the exact gap between the front two in race number 1? Was it just over a second? So,
Something like that,
remember, if Sam Keitel wins this race, Van Loozenhoorn finishes in second spot. It then goes to race positions. Obviously, they finish first and second once each. And then it goes to full race time added together. So it would be the gaps between them in the races that would make the difference. So this could be very tight indeed, but there's hardly anything to choose between the two of them.
Oh, that's going to be getting the abacus out sort of territory if that ends up happening. As it currently stands, though, that is the story we're looking at. Sam Keitel is in first position. Van Loozenhoorn is in second. We've got 5.5 minutes left in qualifying here, to be fair. We'll wait and see who is going to come out on top in this fight. And maybe we get a third driver throwing a spanner into the works as well. You never know. A really fast, really flowing circuit. And 3 drivers now within 1/10 of a second of each other, but the front two remains unchanged.
Yeah, well, as you can see there, the gap between, P3 up and towards those front two is 1/10 of a second. Like Lemonek, could he find something here? Is he still out on track trying to put lap times in? Who knows? Henkel is still out there trying to put lap times in, and he is currently, what, 6/10 separating the whole field. Incredible stuff.
4.5 minutes left to go. Has anyone even come close? We have actually got a time on the board for everyone right now. And to be fair, the entire field of drivers are only separated by 0.6 of a second at the moment. Andreas Henkel has actually been shifted down to P9. That's on a 1:08.525. If anything, this really shows the relative strength of the EMEA region here, Luke. It's been absolutely strong stuff from all of our drivers. And the fact that such a small margin is the difference between first to last on this provisional grid speaks volumes for the average skill level.
Yeah, absolutely. And this circuit promotes overtaking here as well. So this is going to be an absolutely worldy of a race. Hypersonic, just want to let you know, mate. I was kind of more joking about the Lando shirt more than anything. I don't have a Logitech finalist participation shirt because I didn't qualify for the finals. No one's getting this Lando shirt. This is being framed, maybe auctioned off for millions in the future. Who knows? But for the time being, it's staying in my house.
It's okay, Hypersonic. I've already got the patent. I'll be printing 30,000 of them next week. I'll let you know when they're commercially available.
Oh, incredible.
Got to get it in somehow, right? 3.5 minutes left to go. Still nobody challenging the front two. Andreas Henkel here trying to lift himself up. Let's see what kind of a lap time he's able to do. It was a 1:08.525, and it doesn't look like he's improved on that.
No, absolutely not. Pablo Espes, again, he is the villain from race number 1, isn't he? After what he achieved in race 1. And will want to just be keeping it nice and clean here. Doesn't want to be doing 2 races in a row where he, wee bowlings everybody out into turn number 1. Or it was turn number 2, wasn't it, in race number 1?
Oh, now I can't get the theme music out of my head.
Yeah. But currently a P6 still out there again, quite late. I don't think any times are going to change right near the front here. Could Espes potentially find a couple of tenths and grow up to a top 5? Across the line, he's gone. It's not an improvement. It's a 1:08.406. It will stay like that. Fenelosser, Van der Slick in 7th and 8th, and then Andres Henkel will be in 9th position. It's going to be pole position for Sam Keitel. This sets us up deliciously well for the second race because it is a complete reverse order of how they finished in race 1. Sam Keitel's in first and finished second in race 1. But Martin Van Loozenhoorn finished first in race 1 and second on the grid in race number 2.
Thomas Simon then currently in 5th position, looking like he's going for his final hot lap here with 2 minutes remaining. He's on a 1:08.212. To put that in perspective, he would split the front 2 drivers if he improves by 2.5 tenths. So, the margins here are pretty fine at the Red Bull Ring. And Thomas Simon possibly the last chance of a throw at the dice of the racing gods to make this race even more spicy than it's currently set up to be.
2.5 tenths, though, at this level is like trying to find, for us, John, 2.5 seconds. So that's just to put that to, make it relevant for us. It's very, very difficult indeed. So if you're expecting to see that 2.5 tenths, I'd be very surprised if that is going to be the case. Could he potentially make up 1 spot? I think that's a distinct possibility here. The 2 Hungarians very much close to each other as well. Simon and Top in 4th and 5th position. And can he find any extra time? Again, you can see there on the runoff on the exit of turn, or the final corner, it's a little bit more leeway to work with. I don't think he's improved here, as you know. 108.212 will be the best. And at this stage, to be honest, most of these drivers are just trying to get a rhythm. They've done their 2 laps already anyway. So they're just literally trying to get into the race rhythm.
That's going to be all important as well. We've seen so many times in this championship, Luke, that the first couple of laps are the most inconsistent even from the drivers who are out front and not necessarily having to actively defend. A lot of the mistakes do happen at the start of the race before the race kind of settles down and everyone gets into their rhythm, right? So the more of those laps you can get out of the way, the more of that practice you can get out of the way before the green flag is waved, the better.
Yeah, but again, it's not high risk, but it's risky because ultimately you can make yourself feel comfortable in the car by being consistent, doing lap times and whatnot, but you're on your own, so it's not really going to be replicated in the race. You're more than likely going to be, especially if you're starting in P5, which Tamas Simon is, you're going to be right behind someone, so the car's going to react to corners completely different because of the jet washed air from the car in front. And also, there is the chance of you making a huge error, and that's the last thing that's in your brain before you start one of the biggest races you've ever been in. So, yeah, there's obviously a reward of feeling comfortable, but there's, I think for me, too much risk. Once you've got your lap time in, get into the pits, just calm yourself down, get ready for the race.
Look, or you could be like Mohammed Ibrahim and just wrestle a giraffe the entire way round and never look like you're feeling comfortable indeed. Exactly. Or a bull, as the case may be. Jesse, that is qualifying complete. A very entertaining session, and the drivers extremely close to each other time-wise.
Yeah, a little different than the qualifying session that we saw prior to race 1. So given that the excitement we saw in race 1 didn't fail, I have to believe that this race 2 is going to be very interesting, gentlemen. What do you think?
It's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to it. Luke, what do you reckon?
This has all the hallmarks of being another classic. You know, we've come to these finals hoping and praying that the races are going to be the best we've had so far, because obviously it's winner takes all. It's not like the previous rounds where it's top 3 or top 7 or top 10, and ultimately it has lived up to the hype so far. Can this continue the trend? Absolutely.
Well, looking at these race details, it looks like a beautiful day to go racing at the Red Bull Ring. What do you think, John?
It absolutely is. An ambient temperature of just a little bit above 25 degrees Celsius. And we've got a track temperature of a nice toasty 40 degrees as well. The cars are going to be lapping with a light breeze. They won't really feel that, of course. Not at 250 plus kilometers an hour here. Absolutely not. It's just 3 as far as the wind is concerned. And it's a cloudy day, but there's a fair bit of sunshine here as well. It's a fantastic day to go racing.
Well, and based on those qualifying times, this is the official starting grid for race number 2 today.
And here we go. Sam Kuyt then on pole position alongside Martin van Loozenhoorn. That's going to be a very exciting one to watch. Lemonek is then in P3 ahead of David Toft. Tamas Simon in P5 alongside Pablo Espes. And then in P7, we've got Carlos Fenalosa as well as Kevin van der Slick. And in P9, it will be Andreas Henkel. So that's your grid. We're getting ready to start now. The cars are loading up onto the grid. I'm just happy I got all of the DJ names there, Luke. I feel like that's almost bingo on the iRacing jackpot here, but this is a fantastic race to look forward to.
It absolutely is. There's lots of key factors here. Sam Kuyt being in the lead. If he could build a gap of more than 2.1 seconds and win ahead of Van Loozenhoorn, he would take the title. If Lemonek can get between Sam Kuyt and indeed Van Loozenhoorn, it would be Sam Kuyt that wins the title. And you're thinking, oh, well, Lemonek and Van Loozenhoorn are teammates. They're going to work together here. Surely. No. If Lemonek gets to P2 and he gets into the lead ahead of Kuyt, he could go out and win this championship. And I'll tell you what, he has got up ahead of his teammate here. Might be boxed in, though, by Sam Kuyt. But no, Van Loozenhoorn he's got a flyer in race number 1. He has not got a good start here. He's down to P3. Up towards turn 2 we go. And I tell you what, it is a very nice run here for Van Loozenhoorn. And it looks like he might be taking, well, a chance of making a position there. Sorry, John, that started so quickly there. I just went into automatic mode.
Not at all. That was super quick indeed, but Lemonek there taking full advantage. Sam Keitet in the lead of the race. We've got Lemonek in P2 then, and Van Loozenhoorn in P3 with David Toth right behind him. Thomas Simon is no longer in P5. I think he slipped back a position or two. Didn't quite see what happened there. We can see the white car, I think, of Kevin van der Slik. Van der Slik might be up to 5th place here, so he would have had an absolute blinder of a start here at the Red Bull Ring.
Absolutely, he's searching and destroying his way all the way up to the lead here. And again, that's a phenomenal achievement to get 3 positions early in this race. It's so difficult to do so. Sam Keitet, as it stands, would be your G Challenge champion if it stays like this. Lemonek then needs to try and find a position here. Has to get up into the lead, has to make this move. And actually, I think he needs Toth then to go third. So he needs Toth to do something magical here himself. And ultimately, Lemonek and Toth had that coming together earlier on. And now you're expecting a favour from someone you had an incident with? Like, there's so many storylines here, John.
And they're all going to be unfolding over the course of these 17 laps here at the Red Bull Ring. As things stand, though, Van Loozenhoorn needs that 2nd place from Lemonek. Lemonek not interested in giving it to him, because if Lemonek can get ahead of Sam Keitet, then depending on how these cars settle things amongst themselves, Lemonek could be the winner as well. So there's plenty to race for here. David Toth, for example, could fight his way up to 2nd place if Lemonek is in 1st, and all of a sudden, all of the maps would get thrown out the window as far as what we know so far. So it's all to play for here at the Red Bull Ring. As things stand then, towards the end of lap number 2, we have Sam Keitet in 1st position, Lemonek behind him, and Van Loozenhoorn in P3. David Toth and Kevin van der Slik is indeed up to P5, ahead of Thomas Simon, Pablo Espes, Andreas Henkel, and Carlos Fenolosa. Very eventful laps number 1 and 2 so far, and we're already looking forward to more.
We just saw in the background, actually, a move that backs up our data driven by Splunk as well. Because Thomas Simon made an incredible move in ahead of Kevin van der Slik into turn number 3. As we see now, a potential move up and towards turn number 2 from Van Loozenhoorn. And it is on Lemonek. And it is in P2 now for Van Loozenhoorn. He needs to get up into the lead here as well, or stay within 2.1 seconds. So we've got the Duke out between the front 2, and it comes down to this then. Can Van Loozenhoorn just stick around? It's not going to be enough for him. Him personally, he is going for the race victory here. There is literally a 0 off button for him. So he's absolutely going to take it on if it appears for him. But don't burn those tyres out. Again, give yourself a chance at the end to be able to have options. As long as you've got options at the end, you're going to be sitting very pretty.
Options at the end of the race might be what a couple of these drivers are banking on here. David Toth wanted to try for that after all in race number 1. Ultimately, by the way, at the end of that race, we can confirm that there was a penalty applied, and David Toth there was still finished the race, but in 4th place as opposed to 3rd. So Lemonek was promoted to 3rd there, and he has 8 points rather than Toth's 7. But you know what? Credit for trying, at least towards the end of the race. It's all about saving the tires and being able to find a way past in the second half of the race if you can't do it off the line or on laps 1 or 2. And all of these drivers should be putting it all on the line there. We'd love to see more racing like that in this race.
Yeah, this is as close as it comes. I see a couple of people asking in the chats, these cars have DRS or push to pass. They have neither. They are just very quick, and they're very good at following the car in front, although they're a little bit more understeery now since the patch in December. Sam Keitet now leading by about 3.5 tenths of a second. It is a case of Van Loozenhoorn just keeping him at an arm's length, but Keitet looks good. He looks really good right now. Lemonek then in P3, Toth again in P4. Lemonek effectively needs to make 2 overtakes here, and then needs a bit of a helping hand then from Toth to potentially become our G Challenge champion. So yeah, again, lots of storylines here happening right now, but as it stands, it is Keitet, Van Loozenhoorn. They're the only 2 you need to be worried about as it stands.
Absolutely critical now that Van Loozenhoorn stays within 2 seconds of Sam Keitet. I don't think he's thinking about that right now, Luke. I think he's thinking, I want to take the lead of the race, have my destiny completely in my own hands, and be able to say I won both races of the grand final so that nobody, us or otherwise, can question whether or not a different result was likely. Van Loozenhoorn here feels like the man on the mission.
Yeah, Van Loozenhoorn, again, he doesn't need to do anything crazy, and he's got the helping hand, really, that it is his teammate behind him. I think he knows that if his teammate makes a move, it's really only going to be when it's 100% on. There's not going to be too many chances taken at least now at this stage of the race. I think you can imagine that something may go down near the latter stages of the race if it's still a similar situation as we're seeing right now. But right now, you know, you've got a bit of a buffer, and you know that he's not going to try and do anything too silly. But Van Loozenhoorn is in his own hands here. Make the overtake, get ahead of Keitel, manage to race from the front, and you are a very dominant winner. It looks a whole different landscape again. You know, it may only be by 2 seconds overall, but if you look at the paper, it will say 30 points, 2 race wins, and he looks dominant, right? So again, it's all in his own hands. He can go out and get that insurance. I think this might be the opportunity here where he potentially could make the move. Already made a move into this corner once already. Is he going to do so once again? No, he's not. So he pulls out off the move there, and he's now just going to try and set himself up here, get a really good exit out too. And again, down towards turn number 3. Again, not quite close enough, I would imagine. And also, if you are going to make a late lunge here, ultimately you will put yourself under pressure from the driver behind you. Do not make it stick. Keitel doing a sensational job from the front here, but needs to build a bit more of a bigger gap.
Look, at the end of the day, being able to say, oh, on countback, on tie break, I won the title, we both had 25 points, or being able to say, I won every possible race, there is no one who got close to me. Right now, that difference is a single track position for Van Loozenhoorn. Sam Keitel is absolutely desperate to keep Van Loozenhoorn behind him, and to be fair, their race pace has been very similar. It's been tremendous watching them fight. If Van Loozenhoorn gets out ahead, though, it does feel like at this stage of the race, he's got a little bit of a faster car. It might just be a 10th or 2, but if he gets past Sam Keitel, I think we're all thinking he might be able to pull out a bit of a gap, and if he does that, he will be unstoppable in the closing stages.
Tough shaping up for a potential move there, decides against it once again. Would prefer to get a better exit out of turn number 2. And now the run down to 3. And this is a genuine opportunity here. Lemonade will probably stay to the right. No, he's giving him the inside of the corner. So what he's trying to hope for here, he's trying to hope to hang around the outside and have the inside line as they come up towards the double left-hander. And he hasn't got the overlap here. David Toft makes it stick. Here's the double left-hander. So that's what Lemonade wanted. He wanted to have the inside line coming through here, and ultimately just wasn't able to hang on there, didn't have the traction. And David Toft then is making his way forward. And if you're Lemonade, you don't really attack here. You've got to hope that Toft has got that extra bit of speed. Let him drag you along to the front 2 and then make your way to the lead. But I tell you what, no, he's going completely against that. He's trying to make a move here. This is going to cost them a lot of time. They do not need to lose that toe from the front 2. Now they've got a third car joining them. Thomas Simon now involved here as well. But ultimately, they fight too hard here, and they will indeed not even be a problem for the front 2. It will genuinely become a 1v1 effectively at the front end as they get really close here, and Lemonade is looking to fight once again.
David Toft holding the inside line, but will Lemonade be able to get completely in front beforehand? No, Toft, last of the late breakers there, still manages to hit the apex, to be fair. And now it's Thomas Simon having a little bit of a look in sideways on Lemonade, who suddenly has to defend rather than just attack. Thomas Simon looking like he wants the inside line, going into the next corner as well. Lemonade has done his fair share of defending this race already, leaves the car's width on the inside and manages to stay ahead. Simon has got the inside line. Has he got the overlap? A little bit, but he backs off and lives to fight another day.
Yeah, absolutely killed his momentum there, really, on Lemonade. You saw what Toft did there out of turn number 2. He moved over to the right-hand side of the track as soon as he could to help Thomas Simon out. Simple as that. He tried to help him get a bit of toe so that then they did fight down towards turn number 3 and to just give himself a bit of breathing room. It worked perfectly. It was a phenomenal bit of driving, but ultimately he's now lost a toe of the front 2. He needs those 2 to start going side by side, and I just think that Van Loozenhoorn is going to be too wily for this unless he tries to make a move, or unless it's been absolutely guaranteed as they head up towards turn number 2. Again, I don't think he's going to be quite close enough, and he's in that sort of range where if he does go for it, it will just cost them both time. And again, there you go. You're seeing race management from Van Loozenhoorn. He knows he's got no one behind him to really battle with. He knows the tiebreaker situation. They would be tied on points right now, but he's so much closer to Keitel than Keitel was to him in race number 1. It's brilliant stuff from him. There's battles all over the circuit, and there's just so many different reasons as to why it's a good idea and a bad idea at the same time.
So unbelievably tense between these drivers right now. Martin Van Loozenhoorn, if he wants to take the easy route, and I know he doesn't, he can just sort of hang tight and stay basically within a second and a half of the back of Sam Keitel. But I have a feeling that the overtake, if it's on, he's absolutely going to go for it here. Sam Keitet holding on valiantly, to be fair. Doesn't feel like he's put much of a wheel wrong since he's been able to get out into the lead. And look at that gap back from Van Loozenhoorn to David Toth. That's what battling constantly gets you. It means that David Toth now has a big amount of space to try and close up on if he wants to be the joker in the pack. But to be fair, there's still 8 laps left, including this one in the race loop. There is time for David Toth to catch up. And if he does, what a finish this will be.
He needs help though from Lemonak, and he needs help from Simon. He just needs them not to attack him, and I just think there's been too much driving between the three of them that even if they do catch up to the back of these two, their tyres are not going to be in a great spot at all. Just seeing in the chat a few people asking if this is the 2022 F1 Formula 1 design. No, it's not. It's actually a car developed by iRacing and Dallara in partnership together specifically for iRacing. So it is a standalone project, just to let you all know. Again, Keitet, Van Loozenhoorn still leading out. We would love to see Toth drag these two drivers across, but the front two are driving so cleverly here. They're not giving that opportunity. So they need the front two to make a mistake if they really want to drive or really want to have a chance of getting up towards the leaders. And right now, if you're Sam Keitet, if you're Van Loozenhoorn, especially Van Loozenhoorn, do you want to make this a 5-way battle? No. If you're Sam Keitet, you wouldn't be too worried about it, because then it does give the opportunity for Van Loozenhoorn to potentially lose a spot. So it really is in Keitet's it's really in his favour to potentially slow down Van Loozenhoorn, let these three catch up, but it's risky because you could also lose positions as well, and then it could be a 5-way battle for the lead, and all sorts of things can go down. So Keitet's going to back his own ability. He's going to assume he can build that gap at some point. Van Loozenhoorn's just got to stay there.
If this does get bunched up, like you say, like for Sam Keitet to have his championship chances impacted by this, a car has to get past Van Loozenhoorn first, remember? So he's cautiously happy, I would say, if the rest of the pack catches up. David Toth now 2 seconds off the lead. We'll see if he's able to do it. There's still time, remember, at the end of this lap, there are going to be 6 laps remaining. So they'll be on lap number 12 out of 17. And I'm looking at the gap between the front two. Honestly, they're just holding station right now, almost staying themselves in reserve, waiting to see if there is even enough pace in the cars behind for that to become a reality in the closing stages of the race. Keitet and Van Loozenhoorn, they want more information. They want to know how the rest of the race is going to unfold now, so that they can make their plans, they can make their preparations, understand when they should be saving tires, if they're particularly worried about having to defend later on, asking themselves all these questions in advance so that they can plan out the last couple of laps.
Keitet's backing Loozenhoorn up. Keitet is backing Loozenhoorn up here. It's a couple of tenths of a second, but the group behind are starting to catch up here. And there's only a couple of corners you can really do it. Turn 2 is where you have an opportunity of backing someone up and ultimately not be under too much pressure down 3, as long as you get a really good exit and through the final couple of corners, because the run towards turn 1 isn't the longest. So yeah, right now, keep an eye on that time there. 1.9 seconds. How much further ahead will the front two be, or will it be a little bit closer? Expect Keitet and Loozenhoorn to be close through here, because I think Keitet realises he's got to try and back this up ever so slightly. David Toth then, taking a very wide line through the second to last corner. What is the gap then? 1.9 seconds was the advantage. What is it now? That's 2.3, so actually, no, the gap has come out hugely here, and that might have been a mistake from Toth there through the final couple of corners that was vital in that, but it does look how close they are at the front here. Keitet, for me, is absolutely looking to back these two up. As Lemonak then makes the move for P3, up the inside towards turn number 2. Toth's going to turn in, pin him to the apex. Who gets on the power the earliest here, John? Well, it looks like right now it's going to be Lemonak.
David Toth and Lemonak side by side. Well, there's almost nothing to choose between them. Lemonak does have the inside line, breaks slightly less early than Toth, but he has got the inside line and continues to move left. I think he's just about going to get clear. Is Toth really going to try? He is, and that's a potential double right-hander for him to get back alongside, but Lemonak holds so much speed through here. I think Toth is going to have to give it up, but he's not. This is going to go all the way to the end of the lap. Lemonak holds on, but by the skin of his teeth.
I tell you what, after what we saw in race number 1 between these two here, it could quite easily turn into a really messy race between the two of them. But I tell you what, that is sensational. There is no contact there. I know it looks like Lemonak wheel is falling off, but that is not the case.
Weight saving.
He's lost a lot of time there with Toth. Simon is now going to make a move here and actually forces a mistake. Oh, he's just stopped on the apex there. He's completely stopped on the apex there as Simon, and that gives David Toth the opportunity to drive away. But again, that could have gone so wrong there because of the bad feeling between the two of them from race number 1, where ultimately Lemonette ended off the circuit. David Toth got a penalty for it, but they raced so cleanly there, side by side for such a long time. I'm absolutely gutted though for him as Tamas Simon effectively just stopped on the apex there. Maybe he went in quite tight as well because he's trying to make an overtake, so that would be a reason for that as well. But ultimately, Lemonette didn't read that situation and just drove through the back.
You saw the frustration in his face when he tagged the rear of Simon there as well. He was thinking, hey, stop getting involved in my fight. But Simon, to be fair, had a chance and he took it. He did stop a little bit on the apex, maybe to try and stop any sort of retake. Perhaps he thought that Lemonette might be going a little bit further wide, but at the end of the day, it means that Lemonette now is in P5, David Toth P3, and we've got Tamas Simon in P4, and it doesn't look like David Toth is going to be able to catch the duo of Sam Kuytet and Martin van Luzenoord. So the championship and the race is going to be won or lost in this battle for P1.
Absolutely here, and really it's now on van Luzenoord. How many fireworks do you want to give us here? Do you want to indeed just win like this, or do you want to win by winning the race? I don't want to pile too much pressure on him, but you know, it'd be great for us if he actually makes a little battle between these two again. With the gap behind them, you can have a little go, have a, let's say a 50% go at Sam Kuytet to get the opportunity. Is actually, we see now, yeah, Simon's made a move here on Toth. I think Toth, I'm not too sure what's happened to Toth here, but he very much has lost out through turns 1, 2, and 3. And as we come through the mid part of the circuit here, you can see that Lemonette is still involved, and he'll want to try and get ahead of these just to get onto that podium here. As you can see the frustration as he chucked his hand up in the air. Wasn't quite the Italian gesture, but nearly. And now he's just stuck behind these two Hungarians. Again, the news for this really is van Luzenoord. Kuytet would have kind of been semi-hoping that these three would have caught up and maybe an opportunity for van Luzenoord to lose a couple of positions, but it's just not materialised. 2 to go, and it's about 0.4 of a second between our front two, which would hand van Luzenoord the title.
It would indeed. Lemonette trying to get past Toth, but Toth seems to have stabilized a little bit for now after giving away that position to Tamas Simon, who is now in a podium position in race number 2. This is very exciting, actually, the battle for P3. We've seen that before as well, where the championship is being decided elsewhere, but these drivers are still giving it absolutely everything, and we love to see it. David Toth getting so close, within inches of the rear wing of Tamas Simon there. This is brilliant driving from all concerned, trying to hang it round the outside, and then starting to defend against Lemonette as well, who once a word in the double left-hander should even things out and put them back into single file. But what's going to happen coming up here into Sector 3? Lemonette looking like he might want to go for a little bit of a lunge. That would be very brave here. I think he's setting him up maybe for a T1 overtake instead. You can see he's keeping that gap even under braking absolutely to a minimum. He gets on the power pretty decently as well. It's the final lap, but what a toe Lemonette has here. He's got to have a go up to turn number 1. David Toth is going to be so late on the brakes, and Lemonette can't quite get it done, but he's got another toe right here.
Absolutely, really nice battling here for the final podium position between Simon, Toth and Lemonette. And the front two, here we go, then Sam Kuytet then does lead the way. We've got van Luzenoord behind, and are we going to see a potential move for position? 3/4 of the lap here to go down towards turn number 3 there. You can see the Kuytet getting tight into the apex, running out nice and wide. Doesn't seem like he's struggling for any kind of tyre wear at all through the double left hand, and then in the mid part of the Red Bull Ring circuit. Again, run out nice and wide here. Van Luzenoord again for me, not quite close enough. We come through the S's then. 2 corners do indeed remain. Sam Kuytet still leading this race. As we come up then towards the penultimate corner, lots of curb taken on entry, opening up nicely. Sam Kuytet is indeed going to defend the advancements then of van Luzenoord. He is going to take the checker flag, but by the gap that's in this race, it is going to be the G Challenge Championship to Martin van Luzenoord. Incredible driving from both of them. Kuytet is so happy there. Unfortunately, he is going to lose the G Challenge by, we think, about 1.7 seconds. Not points, 1.7 seconds. Congratulations to both drivers. And I'll tell you what, it is a 1-2 for the Netherlands as well.
And something happened there in the last couple of corners, because David Toth has finished in P3, Tamas Simon is down to P6, and Carlos Fenolosa has been upgraded to P4 there. So I get the feeling there might have been a coming together between Simon and Toth somewhere in the last couple of quarters. We didn't see that on camera, of course. Too busy focusing correctly on Van Loozenord winning the championship. Jesse, what a race that was.
Holy cow, you guys, that really puts on display just how tight that talent is out there on the racetrack. And like you said, congratulations to both drivers on a battle well fought. Coming down to the last lap till we know who the champion is, it really doesn't get much more exciting than that. And now that we have wrapped the regular season for this division, guys, Luke, what's your takeaway overall from this season for the EMEA region?
Well, it's been so close from start to finish in terms of the qualifiers, in terms of the semi-finals as well. And we have seen plenty of incident because of that. And it didn't end towards the finals, right? We saw a bit of contact between drivers. I do want to give a shout out to Lemonec and indeed Toff because, you know, they could have both have been racing with their ego in race number 2. Considering what happened in race number 1, Toff got a penalty and Lemonec ended up facing the wrong way in towards the moon, didn't he? In race number 1 at Hockenheim. With their coming together again. For me, nothing more than a racing incident. Ultimately, it's been judged as Toff was at fault, which is absolutely fair enough. But in race number 2, they were side by side for pretty much a whole lap. They were bumper to bumper for what, the whole race pretty much? And, you know, not so much as a wheel put out of place by both drivers. So yeah, really nice respect there. But it was the tale of the two Dutchies in the end. It was Keiter versus Van Loozenord, and Van Loozenord comes out on top, which we kind of expected. He qualified month number 2 and has looked so strong through the semi-finals as well. It wasn't as easy as I thought it might have been for him today. And Keiter, really, the most improved driver throughout the whole competition.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. Van Loozenord there. A lot of people will have expected him to come away with this championship, but perhaps not quite in this fashion. Sam Keiter pushed him all the way, and then Lemonec and Toth as well. I mean, what a fantastic battle they had, both last race and this race. Very impressed with the quality and how close the field were all around.
A fantastic way to wrap up the open wheel season for EMEA region. Guys, the official results are in though, so let's take a look at the results. Sponsored by Splunk. Congratulations to Sam Keiter. He is your race winner, but as we mentioned, it's Martin Van Loozenord who is your champion today. David Toth finished 3rd, wrapping 8 points in that second race there. Carlos Finalosa in 4th, and Lemonec finished ultimately in 5th. Tomas Simone in 6th with 5 points. Pablo Espes in 7th. Kevin Vanderslick in 8th, earning 3 points. And Andreas Henkel in 9th with 2 points. All right, here are the most exciting moments from the race. Luke, take it away.
Well, Lemonec's start was really the one of fireworks, wasn't it? Got up into P2 here, put Van Loozenord under a lot of pressure, and as you can see here, tried to potentially make a move on the lead here for Sam Keiter. Obviously, we know how it ended up in terms of Keiter winning the race, but yeah, early stages here, Lemonec just looks super quick, and then we head to lap number 2. Van Loozenord gets that opportunity up in towards turn number 2 and ultimately gets the job done. Really nice stuff there. As Toff takes a line, shall we say, through turn number 2. That's a different one for sure. Heading up then in towards turn number 1. And this is where the battle started, really, wasn't it? Between Toff and indeed Lemonec. Toff making a little bit of a mistake there. But here is the first attempt at the overtake. And what Lemonec's hoping for here, really, is just to have some sort of overlap as they go towards this double left-hander, and he just didn't. So Toff did a sensational job there of holding on, but Lemonec actually got him back. And then it goes down to this, and look at Tamas Simon. So look at this move here from Toff. He moves over to the right-hand side, and he gives Simon the slipstream effectively, which then gave him the run to make this move here. As you can see, though, Lemonec's got the inside line as they go up towards the mid part of the circuit, and actually holds on to the position. And this battle just kept going on and on and on. It was lap after lap after lap. It was sensational. You know, considering the front two were not really messing about with each other, it was nice to have this as a substitute. But look at the mistake there made. He ran a little bit wide, did Lemonec, just ever so slightly wide, and then Tamas Simon makes a move up the inside and yeah, just completely parks it on the apex. But he is taking a tight line through turn number 1, so you're expecting him to be a bit slower than that. And then we see the leaders cross the line. Sam Keiter again couldn't really build enough of a lead to take the championships. Van Loozenord indeed gets it. I don't think Van Loozenord was ever looking to make an overtake through there. He knew exactly what he had to do, and he absolutely delivered.
Well, gentlemen, I'm excited to say that we are able to talk to the champion now. So here he is, Martin Van Loozenord, your open wheel champion for the EMEA division here in the G Challenge. Martin, congratulations. A lot of hard work has paid off here today. Describe this feeling.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Yeah, feels great. I wasn't sure if I was able to win this, but as soon as I got the gap in race 1, I put Sam on 2.1 seconds, I think. So I just knew in the second race, if I was able to just drive behind him, I had to stay close to him and don't do anything stupid, because then I would have thrown everything away in with one single move. So yeah.
Martin, congratulations. An absolutely fantastic performance from you, not just today, but all season long. Sam really pushed you all the way. And like you said, in that race, you knew exactly what you had to do, but the fight behind you was impressive as well. I mean, Lemonek was almost helping you in race number 1, then not, then yes. Then we had other drivers involved as well. There was all sorts of drama, but you were just focused on getting the job done out in front. How much were you aware of what was going on behind you?
I was only aware of the gap that was at some point created by a plus one second. So that means you could pull away. There's no slipstream involved. Just keep hitting your marks, and you could, if you drive fast, you could pull away. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult. So I had to just focus on Sam and stay close to him. And if they weren't fighting and if they were close to me, I would have done an overtake or tried an overtake on Sam, because otherwise I could have ended up finishing P3, which didn't give me the win then in the end. So it was a bit of mind games, and yeah, a bit of that, but managed to hold on to it.
Well, first of all, congratulations, mate. You've been sensational throughout the whole competition, probably the favourite coming into this. My question really is, how impressed were you and how worried were you that your strength being qualifying didn't really matter today, because Keita and Lemonek seem to have improved hugely? How worried were you going onto the grid for each race thinking, oh, okay, these boys have got some serious raw pace today?
Yeah, well, in the World Championship that we just finished, Sam didn't have quite the pace as us. Could have been setup or maybe preparation. And right now I saw that he did have the pace. So yeah, that's it. I wasn't worried. I just had to play it smart, and a driver like that definitely pops up, and it's just telling you, need to watch out for those kind of guys. And Lemonek very fast as well, and I wasn't too worried about not qualifying P1 or stuff like that, because in the World Championship I think I put it on pole twice or once. And won 6 or 7. I think I won 7 races. So yeah, a lot of stuff can happen during a race, which is the most important thing.
Martin, a word on the wider sim racing landscape here. Obviously, you're involved in a lot of championships, but we had tens of thousands of people try to qualify. Only the very best, of course, in the grand final today. Do you feel like over time, we're now starting to see the average skill level across all competitions start to increase year after year? Does that pile on any pressure at all? Or does it make you happy seeing everybody else continuously improving?
Yeah, it makes me happy to see everyone improving over the years, to see sim racing and esports in general being more popular and being more rewarding, especially with broadcasts like you guys are doing. It just gives it, like a special TV show like you would see on TV. It's just so real, everything. And yeah, so I cannot wait to see even more people get involved, and it gives me really the drive to get the absolute best out of myself and compete with the best in the world.
Nice.
Martin, this grand prize that you have just earned yourself is honestly life-changing. You have the opportunity now to go over to the McLaren Technology Center and spend the day with Lando Norris. What does this mean to you to have such an opportunity?
Well, yeah, that's amazing, of course. I think no one gets that opportunity to go watch him walking at the McLaren factory. It's crazy feeling. And to meet Lando, of course, back in the days in F3, I once met him on Spa, and now to meet him within the McLaren factory, that's going to be amazing.
Now you get to meet him and introduce yourself as a G Challenge champion this time, Martin. So congratulations. Best of luck moving forward. Enjoy that VIP experience, and it's been a pleasure watching you today. Martin van Loozenord, your open wheel champion in the EMEA division. All right, gentlemen, before the race, we talked about the issues, I should call them challenges, that some of these turns might pose for drivers. Let's take a look at our post-race data-driven insight powered by Splunk. So
you can see the importance of the... You can see the importance of the draft, actually, ironically, from what we were speaking about the stock car yesterday. The average top speed, 137 miles per hour for Martin van Loozenord, who was right behind Kiter the whole time. The more technical section of the circuit, Kiter with clear air, it shows if you've got clear air, you can take the corners a little bit better. You've not got that jet washed air, you know, scrubbing across the tyres and forcing you to indeed run wide on corners. So yeah, the data driven by Splunk is absolutely spot on.
Yeah, it's so stark, the difference here, where the car following in Sector 1 is a little bit faster, but if you don't get the overtake done, then in clean air throughout the technical bits of the lap, exactly like Luke said, your average speed there is going to benefit as a result. So this really reflects what it's like to be driving a lap around the Red Bull Ring.
How neat is that? Splunk really putting us in the driver's seat there with that data. Appreciate it. That's that data-driven insight powered by Splunk. All right, gentlemen, let's take a look after 2 races here for the EMEA division. The final standings are as they sit. Of course, your champion is Martin van Loozenord. Sam Kiter coming in second. David Toth in third, 15 points. Limenick ultimately finished fourth, 1 point behind Toth. Tomas Simone in the 5th place position with 10 total points. Carlos Finalosa, 9 total points in 6th. Andreas Henkel in 7th, also with 8 points. Pablo Espes in 8th. Kevin Vander Slick with 6 points in the 9th position. And rounding out the top 10, Graham Carroll. All right, if you're watching at home, I have to remind you that the drivers are not the only ones that can be a winner today. Follow the link and drop !point giveaway in the chat for an opportunity to win one of these awesome Logitech G prizes. We are taking a quick break, but before we do so, I want to thank our sponsors, Splunk, Quantum Pay, Logitech G, McLaren, and iRacing for helping us put this program on. All right, we're coming up in just a little bit with the LATAM region, so stick around.
プロフェッショナルドリフトドライバーの田口和也です。ドリフトって非日常的な車の動きをしているので、見ているお客様を楽しませられるっていうのがドリフトの魅力だと思っています。決して安全ではない、一歩間違えばクラッシュになってしまうっていう危険と隣り合わせの興奮っていうのが非常に自分自身で運転している中では魅力でありますね。僕のレースの会場だと普段は一般道として使われている普通の道でレースをすることがあるんですけど、物理的にそういったところでは練習をすることができないんです。なので僕は事前にシミュレーターでトレーニングをしてます。いかに自分が掴んでいるステアリング、そしてペダル、さらにはシフト が今車がどのような動きをしているかをどのくらい伝えてくれるかっていうのが非常に重要なんですけど、 G923 はステアリングを通して車の動きのフィードバックをリアルに伝えてくれるので、トレーニングに重宝しています。ドリフトのスタートは日本の方が先で、アメリカは後からドリフトがスタートしたんですけど、今となってはもう完全にアメリカではプロフェッショナルのモータースポーツになっていて、ドライバーだけではなくてチーム、監督、メカニック、そしてオーディエンス、お客さんも全てがみんなプロなんですよね。日本人としてアメリカのドリフトシーンで活躍することによって、母国日本のドリフトモータースポーツカテゴリーももっともっと盛り上がってメジャーになっていってくれればいいなというふうに思ってます。G923 は僕にとっては欠かせない存在ですね。
I'm ready to go. Feeling like a million eyes on me. I'm unstoppable. If you go against me, then you better compete. Yeah, yeah. Why you keep knocking at my door? Came to fight, yeah, that means war. Gotta level up, wanna settle the score. Yeah, feels a lot better than it did before. What you brand new, yeah, it's time to go pro. Go beast mode, better find a cheat code. On my throne, now I'm in my zone. Man, it looks better than it did before. I said if play don't stop, just do your thing, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game, and let the whole world watch. I said if play don't stop, just keep it going, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game. Go ahead, let them talk.
Am I allowed in here? Normally I'm behind the wheel. The beauty of esports is that anyone can experience the adrenaline of Formula One for themselves. Just grab a gaming setup, put it onto drive, and let the data guide and help. Hi, I'm Lando Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data.
I think the biggest advantage of the G923 for me is just how realistic it is. The feedback that you get as soon as you plug it in, it was pure enjoyment as soon as I started driving. This is kind of the closest I can get to accessing that adrenaline and emotion of being on a gravel rally stage in Finland and flying over those crests. For me, it's about getting as real as I can to the environment that I race in, and obviously the wheel is the best instrument for that.
If you seek greatness, let nothing stand between you and the win. Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
プロフェッショナルドリフトドライバーの田口和也です。ドリフトって非日常的な車の動きをしているので、見ているお客様を楽しませられるっていうのがドリフトの魅力だと思っています。決して安全ではない、一歩間違えばクラッシュになってしまうっていう危険と隣り合わせの興奮っていうのが非常に自分自身で運転している中では魅力でありますね。僕のレースの会場だと普段は一般道として使われている普通の道でレースをすることがあるんですけど、物理的にそういったところでは練習をすることができないんです。なので僕は事前にシミュレーターでトレーニングをしてます。いかに自分が掴んでいるステアリング、そしてペダル、さらにはシフトが今車がどのような動きをしているかをどのくらい伝えてくれるかっていうのが非常に重要なんですけど、 G923 はステアリングを通して車の動きのフィードバックをリアルに伝えてくれるので、トレーニングに重宝しています。ドリフトのスタートは日本の方が先で、アメリカは後からドリフトがスタートしたんですけど、今となってはもう完全にアメリカではプロフェッショナルのモータースポーツになっていて、ドライバーだけではなくてチーム、監督、メカニック、そしてオーディエンス、お客さんも全てがみんなプロなんですよね。日本人としてアメリカのドリフトシーンで活躍することによって、母国日本のドリフトモータースポーツカテゴリーももっともっと盛り上がってメジャーになっていってくれればいいなというふうに思ってます。G923 は僕にとっては欠かせない存在ですね。
I'm ready to go. Feeling like a million eyes on me. I'm unstoppable. If you go against me, then you better compete. Yeah, yeah. Why you keep knocking at my door? Came to fight, yeah, that means war. Gotta level up, wanna settle the score. Yeah, feels a lot better than it did before. What you brand new, yeah, it's time to go pro. Go beast mode, better find a cheat code. On my throne, now I'm in my zone. Man, it looks better than it did before. I said if they don't stop, just do your thing, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game, say it now, and let the whole world watch. I said if they don't stop, just keep it going, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game. Go ahead, let them talk.
Am I allowed in here? Normally I'm behind the wheel. The beauty of esports is that anyone can experience the adrenaline of Formula One for themselves. Just grab a gaming setup, put it onto drive, and let the data guide and help. Hi, I'm Lando Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data.
I think the biggest advantage of the G93 for me is just how realistic it is. The feedback that you get as soon as you plug it in, it was pure enjoyment as soon as I started driving. This is kind of the closest I can get to accessing that adrenaline and emotion of being on a gravel rally stage in Finland and flying over those crests. For me, it's about getting as real as I can to the environment that I race in, and obviously the wheel is the best instrument for that.
If you seek greatness, let nothing stand between you and the win. Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
very much closes up the pinch point now. Number 76 then has just been sent out wide.
He's trying to cut back. Can he do it? He's going round the outside and Moore is holding.
Emily Jones picks up the checkered flag.
Frankly, if your tyres are shot now, you're going to be in massive trouble. That's a huge slide.
The Bond is going to pick up the checkered flag. Woodrow's going to finish in second.
Oh no, big contact there. Just the tiniest nudge. This is Tokyo Drift going on.
Up to the line. 20.0.
Is McGillivray going to be able to go up the high side?
He's actually got the head in front.
3 wide into turn number 1. It is going to tighten up through the pinch point up towards the exit.
Brown still insistent on trying to go outside.
He waited for the opportunity, took the lead of the race. He's going to take the checkered flag. Winner's row then. Congratulations to him. That's a mistake. There's a hole at the inside. There's contact. He will send one up the inside. He's been squeezed there by Negrini. No, he does. Oh, contact between the front two.
Welcome to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Well, this is it. The weekend we have all been waiting for is finally here. Drivers are competing all weekend long for an opportunity at the VIP McLaren experience and a piece of the $250,000 prize pool. So like I said, we've been going all weekend long. We've already covered the stock cars and we've already covered the sports cars, and today it's all about the open wheel drivers. So we are going racing in the Dallara IR01 all over the world to put these drivers to the test. I'm Jesse Punch. I'll be here with you in studio, but helping me bring you the action and all of the knowledge, of course, John Sargent and Luke Crane. John, Luke, good to see you guys again. And Luke, as always, I love that shirt.
Well, thank you very much. Again, hopefully everybody else does as well. LATAM, North America is the final stretch, isn't it? We've done 10 shows so far this weekend, 2 to go. And I'm sure that the action is just going to continue to be as good as it's been all weekend long.
This is as good as it's gonna get. There's absolutely no way you could buy a place in the grand final, and there's no way anyone can buy what these grand finals prizes are as well. The drivers just have one job: lay it all out there, and we'll see who is the champion at the end of the day. Fantastic stuff, and I can't wait.
Just one job. If only it was that easy to claim a championship. But you're absolutely right about this, guys. We are in for some exciting racing up ahead. But hey, if you're new here to the G Challenge, you might be wondering, how did we get to this weekend's grand finals? Well, let's take a look back at the regular season that landed drivers here this weekend.
For motorsport enthusiasts, amateur and competitive drivers alike, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge has been the place to compete at the top level of sim racing since its launch in 2018. That's a huge slide, and I can't believe he managed to save that. Excitement and buzz swarmed around the series, from the white knuckle racing to the major prizes for those who could make it to the top.
The winner of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge finals is Brandon Ibrahim.
Champions not only won their races, but the opportunity to partake in on-track experiences and meet some of the best drivers in the world. The heart-pounding action and one-of-a-kind prizes are what keep aspiring racers from all around the globe coming back year after year. 2021 was a year of rebirth for the G Challenge.
Graham Bunyan by 2,000th of a second with the race victory.
Announcing a new format that included 3 different disciplines of competitive racing and a VIP grand prize that is a dream come true for competitors across the globe. This season has not disappointed. Each region has blown us away with the level of competition and, in some cases, domination.
If Matt Danson wins this stock car race, Luke, he will have won every single stock car race in this year's G Challenge so far.
The only driver who is perfect in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, Brandon Hawkins, takes the checkered flag.
We've seen outrageous overtakes.
Oh, contact between the front two! Demonex taking Sawyer out!
Crashes.
Oh, whoa! That is spectacular.
Oh no, big contact then. Battles.
And while that's 1-1 for both of them, but ultimately 2 wrongs do not make a right.
And flat out amazing racing at the highest level.
Houlihan has made an unbelievable move through turn number 1.
We have gone through 5 rounds of racing in 4 different regions across 3 racing disciplines. The top drivers from each round advanced to the semi-finals, where they battled it out across multiple races to finally make it into the top 10 and proceed to the grand finals, where everything is on the line. Now, the wait is over. The grand finals weekend is here, so strap in and join us as we crown our champions of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Get ready to race.
All right, like you heard, Grand Finals weekend is here, so let's take a look at what this weekend has consisted of. Like I mentioned earlier, we've already covered all regions for the sports cars and the stock cars, and today it's all about open wheel. 2 regions down, LATAM next, and the North American region to come later on. 2 qualifying sessions and 2 races each. All right, and here is our schedule for today. As I just mentioned, APAC and EMEA already complete. LATAM up right now with the North American region a little later on. And here's our track breakdown for the competition. Luke, what can you tell us about these racetracks?
Interlagos circuit and Silverstone circuit, both very similar actually in their characteristics. Fast, flowy, plenty of overtaking opportunities. It's going to be very, very exciting. And then later on, we've got Watkins Glen and actually a new track that we've not used so far this year, Gilles Villeneuve circuit in Canada. So we're very excited for amazing race circuits.
Well, to really understand the caliber of the competition this weekend of the Grand Finals, you have to know what drivers went through to get themselves here to this moment. So let's take a look back at the regular season for the LATAM region and the drama that surrounded the journey.
Damien Hall then, the number 246, does not get off the line well at all. Justin, not a good start here from Damien Hall. Round the final corner we go then, and Bustamante, across the line he goes. Here we go, we're off. Well, no, a couple of drivers. Oh, whoa! That is spectacular. And well, Yao Lima, well, unfortunately, it's a lot slower by being on your roof. Here we go then, here is the move. I said he needs to get this done. Oh, on the inside of 130R, this could be delightful. Damien Hall's on the outside, and Damien Hall is into the wall here. We are going to see Dino Philippa, though, take the checkered flag here.
Oh my God, this is asking for trouble.
And there's the move being made then by Damien Hall. So Hall moves up. So right now, Michael Velez and Diego Marcel just doing the perfect job here. And there's contact between Damien Hall as he makes a terrible error. Gonzalo Pio Perez, his first attempt here in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Boy, did he deliver. He won.
Whether or not the move will work is still to be determined. Early on the brakes, actually, from Blanco, going a little bit wide. He's trying to cut back. Can he do it? He's going round the outside, and Moore is holding.
Oh, dear. That is poor decision. Is the reason why he's racing and I'm commentating. So can't say too much. Well, that is spectacular.
Victor Miranda, in the meantime, crosses the checkered flag and will be our victor here in absolutely incredible fashion. 16 seconds the gap.
I'll tell you what, a couple of drivers have not got off the line well there at all. Front 2, though, they are looking superbly quick. This becoming a 3-car race at the front.
We're now on board with Zampolini, and you can see that gap really has closed up, if anything.
The move has to happen now.
You take
Zampolini,
that.
Zampolini has to take this opportunity on here. He's really close here. He should get a bit of a freebie. You can see which way's Verne going to go. Well, Verne went one way, he's gone the other. It is a drag race between the 2 here. Verne's going to lose out. I think Zampolini just about takes it. He does.
Welcome to the semi-finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
It is Autodromo Jose Carlos.
On our script, it actually says semi-final for the stock car off of day 3.
Oh, it is the stock car. Look at that, Luke. This basically is.
We've got a lot of casualties early in this race. Battle for the lead here. Zampolini was indeed going side by side there with Gonzalo Gio Perez. And has Perez got the job done? Yes, he has. So there we go. Perez up into the lead here. Oh, what is that? It's a schoolboy error. You're comfortably P2 and you're out braking yourself like that. Zampolini just kind of killed his chances at winning this race. Bustamante's going for the lead here, and he has got the lead.
Look at Fabio Zampolini. 1 lap down in 14th. He binned it, Luke. He's out. It's just coming through the S's, and oh dear, not enough of a gap there, that's for sure.
Can Bustamante defend this? He's going to take the inside line for sure. Bustamante has to leave the room, has to use the curb on the exit. Oh, there's some net code there between him and Miranda. Miranda runs over the grass. I think he might be okay to hold on to P4. Congratulations to Juan Bustamante for taking that checkered flag.
Race number 2, we are at Monza.
Everybody gets off relatively well in their first phase. It's like the second phase, dodging people who've got a terrible stuff. A couple of people took the run off. Oh, no, there's a car doing gymnastics in the background. Oh, okay. That is, yeah, that's what happens when open wheel cars have contact with each other.
Unless there's a coming together of sorts, the front 3 are basically locked in right now.
They are going to battle for P1 and P2. Is Verlet close enough? Is Verlet, oh, there's contact between the two of them. Miranda is just about going to get ahead. Verlet cannot take full advantage of that. And as they cross the line, it's Miranda that takes the victory, then Philippa in second. And Verlet wasn't close enough to take advantage.
600ths of a second separate the two cars. They're basically overlapping across the start-finish line. A wonderful finish to the race.
Well, gentlemen, there was clearly no shortage of excitement there in the regular season that brought us here to the Grand Finals weekend. John, I'll start with you. Do you think we're going to see more of the same here these next 2 races?
I think we might. I would say that the weight of expectation just a little bit might be on Victor Miranda. When he came in the monthly round races, he won by something like 15, 16 seconds. It was massive, and he also won a race in the semi-finals to prove that it was no fluke. For me, he's coming into this as the favorite.
Yeah, I think Victor Miranda will be there or thereabouts. I think for me, there's a different driver that I'm going to be watching out for. Juan Bustamante had an incredible 2021 coming into 2022. Yeah, a very young driver, but got bags of talent.
Well, it's been a long journey for him to get here to these Grand Finals. Let's break it down even further as to exactly how these drivers got here. So over the last 7 months, drivers have been competing to qualify for the semifinals. And today we've narrowed it down to 10 drivers from each challenge. Each of them will be competing in hopes to get the ultimate Logitech McLaren G Challenge Grand Prize. The format for this weekend's races. John, would you mind explaining what exactly this means?
Absolutely, Jesse. It all starts with qualifying. For the open wheel cars, you're getting a 10-minute qualifying session, and each driver will be on their own, so they won't have to contend with other cars in the lobby, unlike the sports cars earlier on in the Grand Finals weekends. So they just need to get their head down and really focus on giving us the best possible lap time. Those lap times, of course, will determine the order on our race grid. And once we know that order, the races then begin, and we've got 2 races today on 2 different tracks. Now, they're going to score points based on their finishing positions in the race, and the points combined from both races will determine our champion.
Thanks for explaining that, John. I really appreciate it. And you mentioned that word points. That one's pretty important. Would you mind, while you're at it, also explaining the points structure for today's 2 races?
So the point structure here is pretty critical as well, Jesse. Great question. You're going to get 15 points for finishing first in either of our races, and that goes all the way down to 1 point if you finish in 10th. But the real important thing here is the gap between positions on track. So from 10th place all the way up to 3rd, for each position you gain, you get 1 more point. From 3rd to 2nd, though, 8 to 10 points, that gap is 2 points. And from 2nd to 1st, 10 to 15, that is a huge gap. That means that if for any reason you are battling it out in race number 2 in the midfield with your main rival after finishing 1st and 2nd, basically you could finish 5 places below your rival and still be tied on points. So that gap between 1st and 2nd is huge, and whoever wins race number 1 is going to have a very, very important cushion going into our final race.
Well, now that we have an idea of the structure and the format for these next 2 races, these are our competitors in the open wheel division for the LATAM region.
Yeah, can Bustamante do the job here and put some pressure on Miranda? Miranda, you know, maybe with a little bit more experience than Bustamante, but with raw pace, I think that Bustamante might be in and around it. But look at Leandro Verlet there as well, being around from start to finish effectively. Rafael Blanco is someone definitely you should be not looking outside of. It is pretty wide open here, John, isn't it? Especially with Dino Filippa in 3rd spot on the rostrum there. It is a wide open championship. The top 2 maybe have a little bit more than everybody else, but we know with the slipstreaming of this car, it can kind of make up for maybe a couple of tenths a lap, maybe lacking in raw pace.
I think so. At the end of the day, there are one or two drivers we've definitely got our eye on, but there are one or two drivers who, I don't know, might be a tenth of a second faster than everyone else that we would expect them to be. So many of these drivers on the grid are world class and are capable of contesting these race wins. There's an expected result, but it wouldn't be unexpected to have anyone win race number 1.
Well, gentlemen, we are about to get our first look at what to expect from each of these competitors today as we head into our qualifying session before race number 1. But before we do so, we have a very special message coming your way from McLaren Racing Formula 1 driver Lando Norris. He has some words for our competitors here today.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm very sorry I can't be there to participate in this live event, but I want to say a massive congratulations to all the finalists and competitors who have made it this far out of thousands of entrants. It's my 4th year being part of the McLaren G Challenge, and I'm super happy to see how far it's come and the level of the finalists. Finally, I'm sure the racing is going to be amazing. There's a very high talent pool in there, and I look forward to watching everything and finally getting to meet the finalists and the winners in McLaren very soon. All the best, everyone. Good luck.
Qualifying is underway, and I want to remind you that you can tweet at us using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. So send us your questions, let us know who you're cheering for, shoot us a tweet, let us know what you think about the competition. All right, Luke and John, take it away with qualifying.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Qualifying now in our first race. Really looking forward to this. Interlagos, very technical infield, very, very quick outfield as well. And we've got a big, long uphill slog to the start-finish line, which means if you don't get a good run out of the final quarter, you're going to be feeling it for a very large percentage of your lap. There's nowhere to hide here, Luke, but there's a couple of fantastic overtaking opportunities as well.
Absolutely. If we had some the data driven by Splunk for this one, it would absolutely be telling you right now that getting a good exit out of this corner here is mighty. Of course, it's a long, long straight here. So if you're behind someone and you can get as close to them as possible, you can use then the slipstream to make a move into turn number 1. If you're ahead and you get a really good exit out there, you can ward off any potential pressure from behind. But ultimately, if you get a dog exit, you're in some serious trouble if you're in front of somebody else and they get a better exit than you. Through here as well, if you can go through here nice and smoothly, you really can gain a lot of time. And also you can then put yourself in a position to maybe make an overtake on someone in front or pull away from someone from behind along this straight here. It's not the harshest of braking zones here, but if you get a really nice run out of those center S's, ultimately you can send one up the inside. It's a double left-hander as well. So yeah, plenty of overtaking opportunities. And then you get this technical part of the circuit, John, where really there isn't much room to make an overtake. If you do, you're both going to lose a lot of time, so probably not worthwhile, but maybe on the final lap of the race.
So if this is the first time you're taking a look at Interlagos, or maybe you're just joining us for the first time watching this sim racing broadcast, let's take a look at this circuit, what the drivers can expect, and maybe give you a nice little bird's eye view of why racing at Interlagos is so special. Interlagos, the iconic motorsport venue that has hosted the Formula 1 Brazilian Grand Prix since 1973. We will be testing your skills in Sao Paulo. Let's get stuck into the lap. The Senna S across turns 1 and 2 are a pair of alternating downward turns that have different attack angles and inclinations. The car will constantly be shifting its balance, and drivers will have to be able to read this very well indeed to get their fastest times through here. Ferradura, or the horseshoe, is a tricky double apex right-hander that tightens up. Drivers want to try and maintain some speed through here before hitting the brakes hard, as the corners subsequent to this are the slowest on the track. Drivers can treat turns 13, 14, and 15 as one long straight to really build up some speed across the start-finish line. Your exit out of Junsao at turn 13 will be critical, because any time lost here will hurt even more since it's an uphill climb to the end of the lap. Remember, anyone can race, and you could be in our monthly round races broadcast on Twitch with a shot at making it to the grand finals where you could win money can't buy prizes. So, what are you waiting for? Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter, and we'll see you on the track. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just over half away now. 5 minutes left to go in this qualifying session, and Dino Filippa has drawn first blood, a 1:10.792 to begin, as we're on board now with Diego Marcel of Brazil. Of course, this is a home race for him. He's got a 1:11.4 in the back pocket and will now be looking to improve, but Filippa currently up something like 6.5 tenths. This is going to have to be an absolute blinder of a lap. He can do it, though.
Yeah, but look how close the top 8 are here. What, they separate by 0.7 of a second? Absolutely nothing. Again, along a circuit like this, you can make up that 0.7 in the race. It's not really a big deal. Slipstream is a massive factor around here. But Dino Filippa, well, we were looking at Juan Bustamante and maybe Victor Miranda to be the two drivers at the sharp end, and whether they could indeed impede each other or attack each other early on in qualifying. But it's Dino Filippa not out of nowhere, but of course we both mentioned them earlier on. It's not by a small margin either, is it? It's by over a tenth of a second, which at this stage of the competition is a massive, massive gap. So well done to Dino Filippa. Bustamante will be putting one more lap time in. I think Victor Miranda will get another opportunity. Although actually, no, to be fair, I think it was 2 already in the books here. So Bustamante, we're about to see come across the line here. Oh, pole position, there it is. A 1:10.645. And again, an incredible 2021. And 2022 has started so well for Bustamante. He is really just genuinely getting faster and faster and faster at everything he touches. That's going to be pole position, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's a statement as well, Luke. I mean, take a look at the difference between Juan Bustamante and Victor Miranda. This is 2.5 tenths. Like, I'm still trying to process that. I expected them to be duking it out towards the front end of the field, but I honestly didn't expect the gap to be this big.
No, absolutely not. It's, yeah, he's just put the preparation in. Bustamante was someone at the start of this competition who was quick, qualified, but maybe not setting the world alight, whereas drivers such as Victor Miranda really came in and you know, set a statement effectively. And Bustamante has kind of seen that as a benchmark and gone beyond that benchmark. Yeah. And just keeps improving. Like, this is not the finished article at all. Again, very young driver, will indeed improve more and more and more over the course of the next months, and years, of course. But this is a really, really good step in the right direction.
And this is shaping up to be a delightful race as well. So Victor Miranda then currently in P3. We've got Dino Filippa separating the two drivers we were talking about beforehand. But Gonzalo Perez managing to get a decent P4, only a fraction of a tenth of a second off of Victor Miranda as well. He's going to be pushing him all the way. Those are the 4 drivers in the 1 minute 10s as far as this qualifying is concerned. The rest of the field then, you've got Verle and Canavas. Diego Marcel has provided us some fantastic entertainment over the last couple of months as well. Rafael Blanco, Joao Gabriel, and Pedro Mora provisionally rounding out the field here. I'm looking forward to this midfield fight, Luke. I honestly think we're going to see 5 or 6 drivers duking it out throughout the course of this race.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree with you more. We've actually got someone in the chat, Darlene, saying, what about the players' backgrounds? Where have they come from? Well, specifically this region, they have massive drivers like Ayrton Senna. The Brazilians will all be following Ayrton Senna. We've got Juan Pablo Montoya being followed by the Colombians. But yeah, for the most part, they're motorsport fans initially. A lot of these drivers would have been into karting when they were younger. But sim racing is now like a gateway into the real world motorsport. But also sim racing is a standalone opportunity for these drivers. Some drivers want to become racing drivers, but some drivers want to become the best sim racer in the world. Some people want it both, which is a really interesting dynamic. But let's bring Jessie back in. Obviously, we don't want to leave her out now. What a qualifying session we just had, Jessie.
Sorry, Luke, it was hard to hear what you tossed to me with that, but I was just gonna, add to your point there when you mentioned that sim racing has become kind of like a gateway to having a racing career now. It's one of the neatest things that I get to do in working in the NASCAR realm is a lot of the young drivers that are driving in the up-and-coming series, they started on iRacing these days. In fact, there's a driver I spoke with this season who started iRacing a year and a half ago, and they threw him in a race car, and now he's got a full-time ride. So if you're watching at home, or maybe you're somebody who has a dream of getting into racing, or maybe you're a gamer, iRacing is such an awesome outlet. Sim racing in general altogether is a wonderful, wonderful development that we're embracing over these couple of years. And I'm fortunate enough now to get an inside look at it. So thank you guys for showing me your world. This is really neat.
It's really awesome to see how close this mid-pack is as well, Jesse. I'm looking forward to seeing how many cars actually get bunched up in the midfield and are fighting for that final podium spot. But you have to hand it to Juan Bustamante here. I mean, at the end of the day, in a field that's so close, to be nearly 2/10 clear is very impressive.
Yeah, really impressive indeed, but it's not that easy to drive away here. So, first lap, first job, try and get away from the rest of the pack. Try and get into a situation similarly to what Marzi had in the first race of the EMEA region, where he was able to get a little bit of a gap to work with because the 3 or 4 drivers behind were battling so intensely.
Yep.
Needs that to happen here really to get away. If not, it's going to be a very grueling race indeed.
Well, ahead of this race number 1, let's take a look at the conditions over there. Looks like a pretty nice day to me. What do you think, John?
It is indeed absolutely wonderful weather here for racing. So here at Interlagos then, track temperature 40 degrees, ambient temperature a lot more manageable at 25. We've got a light breeze going on and a couple of clouds in the sky, but nothing too much, nothing disastrous or threatening. It's going to be an excellent day of racing and perfect weather for the grand finals here of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
All right, our qualifying times are in, and this is our starting grid for race number 1.
So here we go then, Juan Bustamante doing an incredible job to put that car on pole position ahead of Dino Filippa. We then have Victor Miranda lining up against Gonzalo Pio Perez. Leandro Vele will be fifth. Right next to, I should say, Bruno Canavas, and right behind him is Diego Marcel and Rafael Blanco. We then have Joao Gabriel and Pedro Mora rounding out our grid. All right then, grid now starting to form up. We're just waiting for the drivers to get themselves on the grid, and we are going to get this going. Luke, previously we saw drivers who are, I don't want to say dominant, but drivers who clearly had a lead in qualifying. Not necessarily lights to flag victory here. There's still plenty of drama left to unfold.
Yeah, definitely. I think you've got to look at the front 2 here. They're on a bit of more of a steep incline here, so their starts aren't going to be as good as drivers. They're a little bit further back. One of the characteristics of the circuit. So yeah, I think anybody can kind of make their way forward. It's very difficult to make overtakes in this car, but if you take a chance, you absolutely have every chance of making it stick. But you're right, it's not been easy for anybody with this car, and again, that's more to the characteristics of the car itself. In terms of, it's just so difficult to pull away. It really, really is. If you have people racing cleverly in behind you. And well, before we missed the start of the race, like we did earlier on, I'll go back to you.
They have been very quick indeed. Let's go ahead and take a look at race number 1 here. This is the Latin American Grand Final of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Keep your eyes out for Juan Bustamante. That's the teal car off the start, and he's at an absolutely horrible start. He gets swamped. He's in P9, possibly P10 at the end of T1. That was disaster for Juan Bustamante. Dino Filippa, then in the lead of the race. Gonzalo Pio Perez has managed to find a way around Victor Miranda. He slots into P2. Miranda now in that podium position. Leandro Verle and Bruno Canavas behind, but already drama on lap number 1.
Juan Bustamante just didn't get off the line. It's as simple as that. We've seen that a couple of times this season. We actually saw it in race 1 earlier on from P7, and actually P9 went straight through the back of them. Luckily, everybody avoided that because he was stationary. You know, he was barely moving at all. Everybody's avoided it here, and Bustamante under some severe pressure because he has to drive through the pack now, and he has to get a big, big result if he wants to win the G Challenge.
Oh, absolute disaster, but there is still time to recover. Remember, the entire field was separated. I think first down to ninth was separated by something like 7/10 of a second. So there's certainly scope to carve their way back through the field, but this is the worst possible start. We'll wait and see how many overtakes they can manage. This is going to be a race of attrition now for Juan Bustamante, but as we start lap number 2, it's going to be Dino Filippa crossing the line first, Gonzalo Perez then in P2, keeping him honest and trying to stay in that slipstream. Victor Miranda then leads Leandro Vele and Bruno Canavas very, very close behind. And behind them, we've got Rafael Blanco and Diego Marcel.
Yeah, what an massive misfortune there for Bustamante. I say misfortune, it will be driver error there, just not getting off the line well enough. So the pressure maybe being a factor there for sure. But yeah, Bustamante is going to be absolutely gutted here. But again, like we said many times before, when you have a little bit of adversity, how quickly can you get rid of that out of your system? The only problem he's going to be faced with, he knows he's going to be faster than a lot of drivers here. One, making lots of overtakes means you're going to be on the limit with your tyres a lot faster, so later on in the race you're going to really be struggling. And around a circuit like this, when you need to have the traction, especially out of the final corner, that's a problem. But two, if a gap forms between a set of drivers, let's say for instance right now there's a second between P8 and P9, he's got to bridge that gap knowing that the group in front have all got slipstream with each other, so it becomes very difficult indeed. One driver who has no cares in the world what's Bustamante is Dino Filippa. He leads, is Perez then in second, Miranda in third. So even with Bustamante having a terrible start here, Victor Miranda nowhere really near the front.
We have a Quantum Pay replay then of the start of that race. I want to give credit to the drivers as well for avoiding any sort of collision. And we're looking from Bustamante's view. Oh, 2 different cars so close to clipping the right rear there. And he just about manages to get started in the end. That could very easily have been a big collision. So credit to the other drivers as well for recognizing what was going on and avoiding that contact. You have to stay sharp off the line.
Yeah, difference from what we saw earlier to there is the car earlier was absolutely stationary, whereas Bustamante had just about got the car going. If he hadn't, you saw how close it was with him moving forward. He nearly got completely cleaned out. And yeah, if he was stationary, he absolutely would have been cleaned out. Juan Bustamante up into P9, by the way, already here. As we look at the front two, Victor Miranda has not got the pace here early in this race. Can Perez potentially make a move here? He's not going to do it this time round, but how well can you go through the center S's? As you can see, he's taking a tighter entry there, which indeed opens up this right-hander through the left-hander, grabbing a bit of curve on exit as well. And now it's the run down in towards turn number 4. Can he close that gap? He's not going to be close enough into the braking zone, I don't think. And the only way he can make the overtake through there would be forcing it. But at this stage of the race, just no need to do that. Don't burn those tyres out again. Juan Bustamante up to P8 now. So that was the key position for me because there was already a gap formed between 9th and 8th position. He's already bridged that gap, so now it's up into 8th. He's now behind by about 9/10 of a second last time checked Diego Marcel. Can he catch up? How high can he go?
Bustamante then has a massive mountain to climb, but to be fair, it's almost like he's reached base camp at this point. He's at least in with the pack, and he might be able to try and carve up a couple more drivers going into the middle of this race. Little bit, wow, right on the edge of grip there is Gonzalo Perez trying to get a maximum amount of corner so that he can carry speed all the way across the start-finish line. You can see him closing up to Dino Filippa. He's looking for the overtake, goes to the outside. Filippa stays on the inside line, but Perez is in the next postcode by the time they reach turn number 1. That's a change of lead. Gonzalo Perez takes the lead of the race. Can Filippa now fight back to the next braking zone?
Can you see how important it is there to get that exit out of the final corner?
Absolutely.
Ultimately, it just gives you so much of an advantage, especially with how these cars are. Like the rear wing is punching such a big hole in the air. It's so easy. If you're, within maybe probably 10 cars lengths, it's an easy overtake down towards turn number 1. So now what Perez needs to do is effectively try and get a bit of a gap here. Ironically, this is actually good news for Bustamante. If these two keep trading positions, it is just going to slow them down. So potentially, if he can get some overtakes done really quickly, then there is the potential for him to actually catch right up. But at the start of this race, he was actually 5.7 seconds behind on lap number 1 just because of that one mistake. He's only lost 0.4 of a second as Bustamante to the lead over the course of this race. So if he can get positions done really cleanly and quickly here, again, I'm not sure if he's too close here. Remember, the car in front here, which is Diego Marcel, also has the help from Rafael Blanco in terms of the slipstream. But I don't think Bustamante is going to be quite close enough here. Yeah, definitely not to the braking zone. And it's kind of, you're now in a bit of a, they say in Formula 1, it's a DRS train, when the drivers are opening up their rear wings and everybody's able to do it. It just becomes almost impossible to make an overtake. But right now, Bustamante is in like a slipstream train. Again, he's closing up, but it's not by anything what we saw earlier with the overtake. It's still going to be enough, though. Down towards 4 we go. Bustamante, a freebie effectively. But again, it was right on the limit of the car, so the tyres are going to be really hurting because of that. All because we have Bruno Canavas and Rafael Blanco helping out in terms of giving slipstream there. Or sorry, it was Bruno Canavas giving slipstream to Rafael Blanco.
And you can see there, look at the determination on his face. He's going to be, or maybe was, I should say, no doubt he's cast it out of his mind now. He would have been furious about that start. And he's looking forward to carving his way through the field. Juan Bustamante then, 6.1 seconds behind before, and still 6.1 seconds now. So he's not allowing the overtake to slow him down. Rafael Blanco, the next car in his sights. If we get him now from P7 up to P6, I mean, this is certainly the drive of his life if he can get up to the top 3. And at the moment, he's a man on a mission. It's looking like he might be able to do just that.
Closes up a little bit here with that. No, that's yeah, not good enough. I'm afraid that's pressure. He's just tried to gain too much there, and he's just driven through the car in front. Bustamante, who was having a really nice recovery drive. He had 10 laps to go here, 11 laps to go, should I say, and it's all come undone. And unfortunately, that's going to put him. His front wings hanging off. That's going to put him down so far here that ultimately that is probably his G challenge over, John.
Oh, I'm so sad also. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, we know he does have the pace to make it up, but you're right, maybe just a little bit too ambitious there. I thought he was trying to close up to overtake in the next braking zone. I didn't realize he was going to absolutely send it going into the center S's. So that unfortunately...
It was a mistake.
Yeah, a little bit too much ambition there, I would say. And sadly, that has reset his recovery drive. And I think you only really get one proper chance of that sort of thing. It's a great story to follow, but Bustamante now, unfortunately, going to struggle for the rest of the race.
Victor Miranda, has he been taking it easy through the early stages here to save something later on? I think that might be the case here. It is now between 3 drivers effectively. Bustamante, you see, he's going to drop right down the order now. And unfortunately, now he's 11.4 seconds off. He's got some serious damage. A move being made then for the lead here is Dino Filippa is, well, trying to put pressure on there where he really shouldn't be. This is the last thing you want. You don't really want to be going side by side through this part of the circuit. He actually does decide to back out there because you're just giving Victor Miranda the opportunity, an absolute freebie if you don't get it stuck through here. So yeah, really interesting. Well, he actually pulled out. So again, it's not that interesting because he's playing to his strengths here. But now with the double toe, Victor Miranda should be able to isolate P2.
So some data-driven insights here powered by Splunk. Gonzalo Pio Perez started in 4th position, currently in 1st. That's the most important number on your screens right now. And he got a fantastic slingshot out of the final corner to get this position in the first place. But now he's got 2 cars in his tow, trying to overtake him, going into the center S as he takes an inside line, trying to hug and forcing everyone to go around the outside. Is Dino Filippa close enough to mount a challenge? He thinks about it, but then tucks back in. Gonzalo Pio Perez really good coming out of that final corner and in the lead of the race, Luke. That's so important. You don't want people to be able to attack you lap after lap at the end of the day. So getting that traction there makes Dino Filippa's job a lot harder.
Yeah, 100%. Just, again, pick and choose your opportunity. Don't try and force something this early in the race. We've already seen what can happen, you know, with Bustamante again. He put himself in that position by having a poor start, and ultimately the mistake he's made is actually we can be sad about it. It was his own doing. Like he's just tried to be too greedy. There was no gap there to make an overtake, and you can just see in his face he knew that that's pretty much going to be it. He's currently P7. Could he maybe get into a top 5? Who knows? We know he's got bags of talent, but the damage to that car unfortunately is not going to help him here. But anyway, back up to the front 3, and again, this is the key corner here. How well do you get your exit speed out of here? As you can see there, Dino Filippa runs a little bit wide, and actually he's under more pressure from behind than he can put on in front here. So don't be surprised if Victor Miranda doesn't look to make himself a little opportunity. All again taking that very same line as they come up towards the braking zone. yeah, Dino Filippo again just going a little bit defensive there, but also at the same time trying to psychologically, force the mistake from Perez. Perez, though, not biting it as it stands. And these three just sort of sitting in formation here with 7 and 8 laps to go.
And here we go, Miranda trying to go round the outside. Dino Filippo actually comes back across. There's contact between the two cars. I think Miranda was on the outside of the circuit there, and Dino Filippo maybe squeezed him just a little bit too much. It looks like they're going to stay in position at least, and they're both in the race, which is the most important thing. But they are losing bags of time to Perez right now. At least they're able to continue racing. That's a lockup from Dino Filippo. The tires cannot be happy after the incident just now, and Miranda is looking to capitalize on it. Don't be surprised if going across the start-finish straight this time around, Miranda sets Filippo up for what is bound to be an easy overtake if he actually stays on the track. That went skywards. Luke, that's Miranda completely out of the race.
Yeah, that's contact physics there. Like the contact, it's open wheel cars, it can send the cars up like that, especially on iRacing, and that is just very unfortunate. There's a damaged suspension here. Yeah, Dino Filippo's got suspension damage, and that was from the initial contact. And it wasn't a case of him running the other driver off circuit. He lost it mid-corner. The initial incident, he lost it mid-corner, and he'd just gone over the limit of the tyres, and that's what caused the contact there with Victor Miranda. Ultimately, with the contact, it's damaged his steering, and from there on out, he's been a passenger. He was, of course, looking up into pretty much every corner, not able to get the power down on the exit because the wheels are facing the wrong direction. Yeah, it was a comedy of errors, but it all just stems from one mistake there, which really was just a driver error, let's say, by getting on a power too early. But it was a racing incident. There was nothing too much more into it. But, a few corners later, Miranda's out of this race completely. Look at Juan Bustamante. Bustamante's going to now end up into P4 because of this. And this could end up being a ridiculous result that he would never have expected.
We need to talk about that as well, because I was almost half joking when I said it's possible that
we've got to see it all, though. We've got to see it all. I have to stress, hopefully we get to see it from the initial contact all the way through to when
there could be a completely different top 3 in race 2 compared to race number 1. This could legitimately happen now. We've got a quantum pay replay of that last incident. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one more time. This is, we're preparing for launch here. We know what happens, but take a look at this.
Yeah, but you can see already he's struggling.
Wow.
The car's not drivable. That's why he's ended up in a pit straight away. The damage is already done. So the initial contact is okay, we're seeing the same one again here. Wow, he is off to the moon, isn't he?
He is.
Not ideal. I just hope he's not driving VR, because there is going to be
I'm not sure.
Very rough.
I'm not sure Dino Filippo was in control of the car either, because he was on the outside of the track, and then as soon as he finished the corner, he was almost veering back towards the inside. But I don't know what damage he was carrying. It's possible even that was unintentional. Both drivers must have sustained damage.
Yeah, it was suspension damage. Again, it was from the initial contact. So he's got suspension damage, which means he just can't steer the car. That's what's happened there. But again, we have to see the first contact there to show you that that's what the case was. But again, he was looking up into every corner, and it's because the car's trying to do too much work. And if the wheels are damaged in terms of the ones that are going to help you turn, you're in trouble, right?
Exactly right. Now we've got Juan Bustamante then on Rafael Blanco. Can you believe after the race start he had, Bustamante is now overtaking the car in 3rd position. Don't blink, ladies and gentlemen. Juan Bustamante is now back into P3 after being dead last at the end of lap number 1.
This is a hell of a performance, because not only has he got back up through the pack once, he then makes a mistake where, in all fairness, we have no idea whether he's going to receive a penalty or not, because he did absolutely drive through the back of another vehicle. So he needs to try and get as far ahead of the drivers behind him as possible here, just to ward off any potential penalties. So yeah, don't forget that. But this is the second time he's had to drive through, all because he just did not get off the line very well at all. But yeah, Bustamante is up to P3. I would say it's a provisional P3, considering what happened down towards turn number 1.
I completely agreed with you there. The intervals between the cars is going to help as well. 5 seconds back from Perez to Verle, another 10 seconds back from Blanco. And then we've got another 10 seconds up to Bustamante. So in case Bustamante gets a penalty for that earlier contact, he's going to want to maximize that distance as much as possible, so that if he does receive a penalty, he only loses a minimal number of places. And maybe if he can gap them enough, not even lose a place at all, but that's all provisional right now. He needs to focus on track. It's 6 seconds up the road to Leandro Verle. It's lap 14 out of 17. I'm so tempted to say it's not possible, but given what's happened in this race so far, Luke, I'm not ruling anything out.
No, absolutely not. And, you know, from what we've seen from Bustamante specifically, and then we've seen Victor Miranda, one of the favourites, who's not going to finish this race. It's going to be a 9th position worth of points, effectively. This is wide open going into race number 2. It genuinely is. Perez from P4 on the grid is definitely not one of the, you know, absolute favourites in terms of raw pace, but he's kept himself out of trouble. And I will say, you know, it's a slam dunk penalty. From what we've seen already this weekend, and penalties that have been handed out, like he's literally just driven through a car into turn number 1. Like, so it's really about what damage it will cost him in terms of time and how many positions he will indeed lose.
Exactly. There's we don't really need to see 12 different angles of that to know that he effectively was just way too ambitious and went through a car. But we'll wait till after the race to find out exactly what's going to happen. In the meantime, Rafael Blanco trying to stay with Bustamante there and doing a good job round the outer edges of the racetrack, just focusing on milking as much speed as possible by being in the tow, not wanting to lose sight of him. If he can stay in touch, he should be able effectively to get towed along towards Leandro Verle.
Yeah, if you couldn't tell that he was from Uruguay, he's got the football shirt on, supporting his country. So very proud to be Uruguayan, as you can see there. And he's doing very, very well. P4, we've said from the start that Rafael Blanco, this is from 7 months ago, that he would be there or thereabouts. And, well, again, just keeping his nose clean is effectively got him into a top 4 here. Leandro Verle, a driver that we've said is not lucky to be here, but was always in the qualifiers and never really looked like he was going to set the world alight in terms of being P1 at any point. Just looked like he was sort of always going to be in amongst the chasing pack, if you like. He's kept himself out of trouble. He's P2 right now, and with what's happened in this race, we have, you know, who knows what could be achieved here. Could Leandro Verle be our first major underdog to go out there and take a championship?
Leandro Verle then, as things currently stand, he's in P2. The gap between him and Gonzalo Pio Perez is just a shade under 6 seconds, which is massive at this stage of the race, unfortunately. They're now on the penultimate lap, but you're right. Keeping his nose clean, staying out of trouble, giving himself the best possible chance at this championship. This is very much on the cards for Leandro Verle. Look, you have to be in it to win it. And just because he hasn't necessarily been spectacular in the way some other drivers have been so far, that doesn't matter come the grand finals. No one's giving you points today for what happened in the semi-finals or before. It's all about what you can produce on the day. And Verle, as things stand, is going to have a very, very good shot at this championship going into race number 2.
I don't want to do Gonzalo Pio Perez any disservice here, ladies and gentlemen. This is just a result that is absolutely not expected. We did not expect, you know, we expected Bustamante to be in the top 3. But we didn't expect there to be Gonzalo Pio Perez ahead and Leandro Verle. Like, this race has had everything, and it's going to make the second race so super interesting. Miranda, P9, almost impossible. Dino Filippa, P8. Like, those two are the two favourites really coming into this alongside Juan Bustamante. Bustamante is only, just shy of 5 seconds ahead of Diego Marcel. That's the minimum penalty we've been giving out, you know. More than likely we'll receive more than that. It's a horrendous incident in towards turn number 1. So again, we would have to get confirmation of how that plays out. But if, for instance, the top 3 who were favourites were outside the top 5, we're more than likely going to see a genuine underdog take the championship, which we genuinely haven't seen.
We haven't so far, but it's entirely possible now. The focus is on track and making sure you cross that finish line first. Gonzalo Pio Perez lining up the final quarter for the massive run to the start-finish straight at Interlagos for the final time. And race number 1 of the LATAM region, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Grand Finals, goes to Gonzalo Pio Perez. What a sensational drive from him. Kept his nose clean, kept the car fast, kept it on the grey stuff. Leandro Verle will then be in 2nd place, and we've got Juan Bustamante following him in 3rd. This is all provisional, of course. There's quite a lot to investigate after the end of that race. But wow, we're playing 52 pickup with the results here, Luke, and I'm all for it.
This is like my first year at the G Challenge where, Like, it was very unknown who anybody was at that stage. It was so long ago now. This is wide open. Anybody could win this. A big performance from the top three. They still got a chance, but ultimately, Pio Perez, Leandro Verle, if they get a half-decent finish here, they are in with a massive shot of winning this. And that was, you know, of course, they believe they wouldn't have come here today thinking that they don't have any chance of winning it. But this is what the G Challenge is all about, opportunity. And when it gets presented to you, you absolutely have got to grab it. Those two did that.
Well, Jesse, we were saying before the start that, frankly, anyone could win. Maybe it wasn't likely, but it was possible. And actually, that's what's happened here.
That's exactly what happened here. Wow, quite a series of events, let's call it, that led to that checkered flag. Wow, what a race. And it's interesting, though, you guys highlight the top two. Obviously, Perez and Verle have great shot here at winning that title. But I want to look back through the journey that Bustamante went on there, because we saw here early on it was a terrible start on his end, unfortunate start. But by lap 6 or 7, he'd already made his way back up to P7. Made a mistake, and then of course we know ultimately finished third there, guys. As of currently, we're awaiting the official final results. Luke, take me through your thought process there, though, and how confident were you that he was going to be able to work his way back up through the field?
Well, very similarly to yesterday, what is it? How many plans are we going to count now? So he had a plan to get off the line. That didn't go well. He then had another plan to then just get the car going. Yeah, it was an incredible drive initially. It's a terrible start initially. And you've got to put that down to nerves, really. Young man with a lot of expectations on his shoulders. It's not a case of a young man who comes in as the underdog. He's one of the favorites to win this. You've got to put that down to pressure, I would say, off the start line. Then a miraculous drive, looking to get into the top three, no problem whatsoever by the end of the race. And then just when he's going for P5, plows through the back. I think it might have been Canavas. And it was just, look, you can't treat the audience like they're stupid. I'm not going to treat anybody here like they're stupid. It was awful. Wasn't good enough, really. But again, that's what pressure can do. Now with a damaged car, he still comes back through the pack, gets a little bit of help with P2 and P3, cleaning each other out. So ultimately, he's finished P3 on track. We would imagine he's going to get a penalty for the incident that happened into turn number 1. Make no bones about it. But again, still an incredible drive from a very young man. But as for the whole region, this is madness. And, I love it. Absolutely love this.
We definitely got to see all the elements of pressure there weighing on him, but he was able to overcome it. Let's take a look at the official results following race number 1, sponsored by Splunk. Perez, your winner there, 15 points already on the day. Verle coming in second with 10 points. Bustamante, as we just mentioned, went on quite the journey for a third-place finish. Blanco and Marcel, 4th and 5th. Canovas, Gabriel, and Philippa, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And Miranda and Mara round out the top 10 at 9th and 10th. All right, let's take a look at the replays. Luke, where do we even begin here?
Yeah, I'll do this, shall I? Cool. Well, there's the terrible start from Bustamante. He just a dogged start. And then we just saw everybody try and settle in. We figured that would be easier said than done. And then Pio Perez took him a couple of laps. I didn't think he was actually going to attack this early in the race, but he absolutely did. And actually drove away from this point. So it wasn't a case of he had pace because of the slipstream. He had just outright pace. And then here we go. We've got the battle for what Bustamante coming back through the pack, isn't it? So Bustamante making really nice moves, and it's just looking like we're going to see the Bustamante show. Unfortunately, until we'll see this very, very shortly again. Well, here it is. So look how far behind he is. And is he locked up at all? Have you seen any smoke? There's a mistake from the car in front, but again, you're the car behind there. You have to be. I have no idea how he's still going, by the way. That was absolutely ridiculous. And now here we go. This is the initial contact. This breaks the steering. Well, it's actually not even the steering wheel, is it? It's the right rear wheel. So that's broke the suspension on that rear right wheel. And now it is like, wait, the car's undrivable. It's as simple as that. And we see it here. Look at him under braking. The car's snaking under braking because the right rear wheel is just wobbling around. And look at the exit here again. He's not driven right. Like, he's just trying to get the power down. Again, you can say what you like about that crash. Everyone can have their opinions. This is sim racing at the end of the day. Luckily, this is not real. No one's got hurt there. But Perez comes across the line and picks up the checkered flag. But it all stems from the minutest bit of contact where you know, should he be going around the outside at that stage of the race? It's a high risk and I think pretty low reward, if I'm honest there. I think they probably could have done a little bit better in that situation, and they both should really have just taken the top 3 going into race 2.
Well, if race number 1 did anything to set the precedence for race 2, we are in for quite the show here coming up. I want to remind you watching at home that you can be a winner as well. Follow the link and drop !giveaway in the chat for a chance to win one of these awesome Logitech G prizes. And before we take a quick break, I want to thank our sponsors for helping us put this program on. Splunk, Quantum Pay, Logitech, McLaren, and iRacing. Thank you guys for helping us put this on. All right, we're taking a quick break, but we'll be back with race 2. Stick around. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. It's all about the open wheel drivers today, and right now we're kicking off qualifying number 2 for the LATAM region. Before we do so, though, I want to remind you at home that you can tweet at us using the hashtag Logitech G. Shoot us a tweet and let us know who you're rooting for. Tell us what you think about this weekend's competition. All right, qualifying has begun. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jesse. We are now on Silverstone, and the weather here, I absolutely will complain about it this time, looks a heck of a lot better than when I looked outside today, that's for sure. But the drivers are obviously going to be able to benefit from this, and well, Luke, suddenly the stakes have been upped for a lot of these drivers here. Gonzalo Pio Perez, how close to the front of the field can he get after that race victory? Leandro Verle, beautiful P2. But what about Bustamante, who was on pole, went to the back of the grid, and then finished P3? I mean, that is possibly the most extraordinary non-Rondoletto changes of position I've seen in this championship so far.
This is going to be the hardest one to dissect live. Luckily, we've got Randy doing that with his abacus, so we're all good.
Yeah, but exactly.
Shout out to Randy, though, being exceptional all weekend long.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I have no idea what position it is going to take for someone like Pio Perez to win this, because finishing 8th, 9th, and 10th, which 2 of our favourites did, and Victor Miranda and indeed Dino Filippa, it makes it almost impossible for them unless they win the race. But if they win the race, Pio Perez has to finish in the bottom 3 himself. So right now, Pio Perez has got a huge, huge opportunity. The only factor really here for me is Bustamante is the only one of our favourites that can realistically, in my opinion, win this. From P3 in race number 1, if he wins this one, Pio Perez has to be either, well, he had a massive gap, didn't he, in P1 as well, so factor that in. So he has to finish outside of the top 3. So what Bustamante wants is, he wants himself, he wants Victor Miranda, and he wants Dino Filippa. He wants all 3 of those drivers who are the favourites to be P1, P2, P3, with him heading the field, and that forces then Perez to be outside that top 3, and he then goes and wins. Hopefully I've explained that well enough.
You know what, though, Luke? There's one big assumption that you've made there that it's difficult to account for, and that's assuming that we don't have a ridiculous number of incidents. At the end of the day, the fastest drivers can be at the front of the field, and any one of them could get taken out, and I feel like that's the joker in the pack here. We saw that at Interlagos. God knows what to expect. On raw pace, 100% on board with you. I just absolutely wouldn't bet the mortgage on it right now. I'd be too afraid to.
Yeah, I think you're right. We are LATAM. I just had to refresh my memory of what region we're on. And absolutely, it's probably better off betting on there being some sort of incident somewhere. These drivers have been, and again, it's just the aggressive nature of the region. And you tend to find that in the LATAM region. They live by the whole, if it's taken provisional pole, yes, a 1,000th of a second to clear of Miranda. Nothing in it. Yeah, he's doing what he needs to do. You know, potentially now has that. Maybe the race win was what he needed to get that confidence to actually go out there and perform. Who knows?
Oh my goodness. If this is a story of psychological confidence and just getting it together and saying, yes, I can do this, what a story this is going to be in the G Challenge. Look, we're talking about everybody else. We don't want to be caught short if Gonzalo Pio Perez wins both races here. We're a long way off of that, but it's a possibility. Gonzalo knows it's a possibility, and he knows he has to leave every ounce of strength in his body, in his mind, out there on track today. And right now, by 1/1000th of a second, he's ahead of Victor Miranda. This is an amazing story unfolding here.
It is definitely an amazing story, and sometimes a massive result is all it takes. As Miranda now takes provisional pole, but it's only by, well, just shy of 0.2 of a second across the line then for Pio Perez. What are we looking at here? Oh, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. So that's gone now to 4 decimal places. It has to have gone to 4 decimal places because Miranda got the time first. So if it was exactly the same, he would be pole position. So Pio Perez has done it beyond the 707.
Yeah, a fraction of 1/1000. So they were 1/1000th of a second away from each other before, and they are now literally a fraction of 1,000th of a second away from each other now. This is, you couldn't script this, Luke. This is amazing. It's incredible.
I don't even know what it's called. Is it 1/10,000th? I don't know. I guess it must be, right?
I think that literally is the width of a coat of paint at this point. It's got to be. It's come true.
That is it's like a fly's landed on the front wing and it's just extended one of its wings across it. That's it. That's the difference. It is that close.
What a lap from Miranda. What a lap from Pio Perez. This is going to be down to the wire for sure. 4 minutes left in qualifying. And Juan Bustamante now is saying, guys, hang on a second. Don't forget about me now. He's at a 139.76. What's he going to do this time around? Is he going to spoil the party for all concerned and just plant this car on pole position? Or are Pio Perez and Miranda going to be duking it out? All eyes now on Bustamante. Dino Filippa in provisional P3, 138.94. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. Bustamante coming through cops. He's looking rapid, but is it fast enough?
Well, we're about to find out. Magnus and Beckett's here then. This looks a really good lap time, by the way. It looks smooth, but it also looks very, very quick indeed. How much are you extending here? The perfect amount, using the AstroTurf to your advantage. Long run then up towards Stowe corner. You've got 3 corners remaining once you get past that point. And again, opening up the corner as best you possibly can. Nice one movement through the steering wheel in towards that right-hander. We've got a left, right, and then we've got a kinky right-hander. What sort of time are we going to be looking at here, though? It's the last chance saloon here for Bustamante. Effectively has to go out and win the race, considering Perez is in pole position. Across the line he goes. And how much? Oh, it is pole. It is pole. It's a 30.618. And I tell you what, he has had some adversity in race number 1. Yes, he's caused it himself, but he is backing up the claims. He's one of the favorites here as he has taken pole position right at the death.
There's so much drama in qualifying. I'm not sure there's any left over for the race. Jesse, help us out here. Juan Bustamante clearly trying to practice his race starts from pole.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he needs to do to keep himself in contention here, guys. You have to believe he had some emotion following that first race, that he had to have a little bit of pep talk with himself. And it was like we talked about. It's all about managing expectations and keeping your emotions in check. And that is exactly what he did here to recover heading into race 2.
Oh my goodness, we're going to have a lot of abacus calculations flying all over the place. But we probably shouldn't even think about doing that, Luke, until the last 3 laps of the race, because every time we think we've got something worked out, 3 different cars ever coming together.
Yeah, well, the only factor really is for Bustamante, Perez has to finish 3rd or below, but he has to be around about, I don't know exactly what the result was. We will get that posted to us, I'm sure. But it was like 20 seconds. So Perez has got that in his back pocket, that if he could be 3rd and within 20 seconds of Bustamante, he's pretty much golden here. So he's got a bit of a buffer to work with. Again, would he have thought he was going to be in this position going into the second race? Maybe not. But judging by his second qualifying session, I think he had an inkling that he was going to be there or thereabouts. Miranda and Filippa do not rule them out. They have got a point to prove after what happened in race number 1 as well. So yeah, this could go any way possible, and it probably will.
And Jesse, I'm sure you've seen this in NASCAR and real life racing and elsewhere as well. Miranda and Philip are next to each other on the grid after a race where, frankly, they've got reason to not be very happy with each other, but they have to brush that aside and try and work together to get to the front of the field now. That's got to be tough.
Yeah, I've seen a few post-race grid conversations, let's call them, in my time working at NASCAR. They're always interesting to say the least, but absolutely. And it's like you said earlier, Luke, thankfully this is sim racing, so when we see, incidents on track, whether it be a driving incident or a conversation incident, thankfully it is not real life. The Discord's a little different, but no, I think, those emotions and that aggression and that adrenaline is part of what makes this competition so exciting, because drivers know what they have to do to get it done. And you know who's next to you, and he wants it just as bad as you do.
There are so many stories here up and down the grid, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. There's jeopardy, isn't there? Let's just use Formula 1 as an example. Every single race is a podium, right? You win a trophy, 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
Sure.
At the end of the season, there's a championship, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all the way down to 20th. Here, there's no trophies for the first race. There's no trophies for the second race. It's very unique because you've got to put or string 2 races together. So the jeopardy is, if you have one bad race, you're pretty much done. But on the flip side, if you, like Bustamante, have the bounce back ability like he did in race number 1, the opportunity is still there to grasp it back in race number 2. So yeah, so many different factors to go into this. And well, it's the final race for the LATAM region across the weekend. I'm just hoping for an absolute classic.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the race details ahead of this final race for the LATAM region. John, what do you think about this?
I think I'd like to order some of this weather for the UK. We're in Silverstone now, so I'm allowed to complain about that, but it's a 25-degree ambient temperature. Please, that would be fantastic. And a 40-degree track temperature. It's really, really good as far as conditions for racing are concerned. A light breeze, but nothing to trouble our drivers here. This is going to be excellent.
One final shot for these drivers to claim the championship. Here is where each of the 10 drivers will start this final race.
And here we go. Juan Bustamante then on pole position alongside Gonzalo Pio Perez. That's going to be very exciting indeed. Victor Miranda and Dino Filippa, they can't get away from each other. They lock out the second row of the grid. Leandro Verle and Diego Marcel will be 5th and 6th respectively. Bruno Canovas and Rafael Blanco will be the 4th row of the grid. And finally, Pedro Mora and Joao Gabriel will round out our 10 challengers. Anything can happen in sim racing. Anything can happen in the LATAM races. And anything can happen in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Can't wait to get this race underway.
Let me throw a scenario at you. P1, P2.
Yeah.
Take each other out.
No.
Miranda with an opportunity to still win the championship. Anything absolutely can happen. The script has not been written yet. Expect anything to go down.
If that ends up happening, that's going to be insane. Juan Bustamante, our first to last to P3 in race number 1. He's on pole position. What can he do from here at the second time of asking on Silverstone? Watch out for Gonzalo Pio Perez. He won race 1 and he's on the front row alongside him in P2. It all comes down to this race, not necessarily this lap, because God knows what can happen here. And we have a fantastic start from pole position. Pio Perez actually gets driven into the back. I think he should be able to continue, but that is a disaster for the car behind him. He should be able to slot into P4 or P5, but it looks like Juan Bustamante is now out in front with Victor Miranda right up on his heels. The script is absolutely not written here. Leandro Verle as well in P3 and looking to make a point. Don't forget, he finished in 2nd.
As it stands, we've only gone 3 corners here and the championship has changed. Bustamante would be your championship as it is. Perez is now P4, needs to find at least one position. And then you got Leandro Verle. No. Oh, okay, no. Leandro Verle needs to get up into... No, he needs to win.
I think he needs to win.
After finishing 3rd in race number 1. But if Victor Miranda was to indeed get into the lead of this race and Leandro Verle took 2nd, Leandro Verle would actually then be the champion. So right now, Bustamante, Perez, and indeed Verle all have a genuine chance here. We saw what crazy stuff can happen in these races. So if Miranda goes and wins and maybe there's a couple of DNFs, Miranda then does have a chance here. Miranda is also not going to be worried about anybody else's race here. He wants to go and get the race victory and just give himself the best opportunity if there is any opportunity at all.
Don't forget as well, Verle finished 2nd in that last race, so I think he's actually racing Pio Perez, because if Verle gets up to P2, I think there are scenarios where he doesn't win the race but still wins the championship. So I'm not even going to begin to think about this, I think, until the second half of the race, because so much can happen, as Interlagos proved to us. But right now, as things stand, ladies and gentlemen, we have started lap number 2. Juan Bustamante is on pole position, and he stayed there as well through the first lap of this race. Victor Miranda, though, is now right up behind him, and Leandro Verle is in a provisional P3. Gonzalo Pio Perez, our race winner from race number 1, is in 4th position, with Bruno Canovas a little bit further behind him. We then have Pedro Mora, Diego Marcel, Rafael Blanco, Dino Filippa, and Joao Gabriel.
I think the gut-wrenching thing here for Pio Perez is that he's probably got damage because he got driven into really hard by Dino Filippa. Wasn't Dino Filippa's fault. You know, we've seen already the nerves getting to Bustamante in race number 1. And ultimately, we've now seen the exact same thing here for Pio Perez, who just did not get off the line. And Dino Filippa had 0 places to go. It's just so unfortunate that twice that's happened now. The first race, no one got involved.
Yep.
But the second race, unfortunately, Dino Filippa is just going to be gutted with how things have gone today. Ultimately, was the cause of the incident where Victor Miranda ended off up towards Saturn. And this race is just not going to finish it. It's going to have too much damage, unfortunately. Again, I say the cause was only because there was the contact between Miranda, and Miranda ended off the circuit. Ultimately, the contact initially around turn 4 was what caused the suspension damage on the rear right. But as it stands, Bustamante, Miranda, they are going to battle it out here. Bustamante is not going to have it easy. And, well, this is going to be an interesting race to spectate.
So we have a quantum pay replay then of exactly what happened off the start line there. Should be fairly open and shut, but let's take another look. There you can see Pio Perez on the left-hand side. Just a slow and sluggish start. Philippa did try to avoid, tried to go to the inside, but there just wasn't enough room, unfortunately. I get the feeling that his foot was still firmly planted on the gas as well. And sadly, the speed differential was just too large. Oh, collecting another car on the way out as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, and again, we're going to get a lovely view of this from a different angle, and you're a passenger there. Doesn't matter whether you hold your brakes or not, you're in trouble, right? You are indeed. You're not really going to recover that. We're heading up then towards Cop's corner. Bustamante goes defensive there. There's no real opportunity to make an overtake once that happens. But look at the run we've got here. Get your nose ahead in towards Maggots and Beckett's. And, well, Bustamante knows he's going to go out and win this race. And, oh, it's brilliant. That is a sensational move there by Victor Miranda. Look at the concentration on his face. But that took balls of steel there to make that move. And oh, brilliant stuff. But again, he hasn't got the jeopardy of the championship being over for him, has he? Because effectively it already was in race number 1. He needs some pretty crazy circumstances to go down for him to become champion. Fair play for taking it on. I didn't think that was a possibility, and that, for me, is one of the best moves we've seen over the last 7 months.
Corpse, Maggots, Beckett's, absolute madman. My heart was in my throat there, and as things stand, we're going to keep coming back to this. If Victor Miranda wins this race from Juan Bustamante, I believe if everyone else stays where they are, Pio Perez becomes champion. I think that is a change of championship leader, potentially, right there. Those 5 points are very, very important right now. So Juan Bustamante absolutely wants to be grabbing that position back as soon as possible.
Yeah, Leandro Verle has just got to keep an eye on this and just think, look, I can be in a better position later in this race if I do not attack. Let these two go at it for the entirety of this race. I've got to be in a really good spot there at the end to maybe pick off some pieces and get into the lead of the race. Pio Perez, we'll find out now as to well, not now, but the next half of the circuit as to whether he got a meatball flag from the start of this race. He's on lap number 4. You have to do it within 3 laps of being given the meatball flag. What the meatball flag is a black flag with an orange dot, and you have to pit because of the damage to your car. So if he didn't get that damage, he's dropped quite far back, by the way. If he didn't get that damage flag, he's good to just continue. And again, P4 is going to be good enough, but he is going to be under some severe pressure from Bruno Canavas. So Canavas really is the key figure here. If Canavas gets the position, well, actually, no, he can drop quite a few positions, can't he? Because Bustamante's not leading. So Perez just needs to keep it on the straight and narrow here, and he's going to be absolutely golden.
Yeah, you're completely spot on there, Luke. Victor Miranda overtaking Juan Bustamante.
No meatball flag. Sorry, John. He's gone past the pit lane, so there's no meatball flag. So he is able to continue for the rest of the race.
Yeah, he's as Juan Bustamante being overtaken by Victor Miranda is infinitely more important now for Pio Perez than losing a position or two, because the difference between 4th and 5th and then 5th and 6th, it's just 1 point. He's currently ahead by 4 points, which means Bustamante here, it really is a little bit do or die trying to grab the lead of this race. Victor Miranda so far, though, is doing a sensational job, and the nature of the overtake, something we haven't discussed yet, I think his confidence driving around Silverstone is so huge. Like, for you to make a move like that and feel confident and make it stick and say, yeah, no sweat, as we see a mistake coming out of him actually into the Luffield complex, Victor Miranda is extremely confident around here.
Oh, he's going to make a dive up the inside, and there's nearly a bit of contact between the two. He's now forced Miranda to run out wide here. Look at Leandro Verle. Verle, just stay there. Let these two fight it out. You've got no need to be involved right now. It's a long race. You've got a championship to win here. Remember, Verle getting up to the lead of this race. Ultimately, he just wants them to have a little bit of contact so they both stay in 2nd and 3rd, effectively, if he makes the move. He wants Perez to stay in 4th. So Leandro Verle, just stick around. You can see how aggressive they're being, and just pick your opportunity when it presents itself. Still not really. Oh, well, hold on. That's very late on the brakes there. What's going on here? Bustamante? Well, does he just let him go? What's happening here? I think he's going to potentially let Leandro Verle go and attack, maybe?
He needs no idea
points. I have no idea why he's done that. Like, there's no real logical explanation as to why he's done that. Maybe he's going to let Leandro Verle try and attack here. No, he's going to retake the position. Why is he slowing in? I have no idea. I've no idea what just happened there. I really have no idea there. And you're just putting yourself at risk now. He's going to go around the outside. He's actually going to now slow down Leandro Verle. Yeah, really no. I guess it stopped.
Maybe there was an issue.
Well, no, he's not even in the lead of the championship, is he? He has to win the race, so
he does.
There just didn't look like any panic on his face or anything crazy was happening on his screen, because we were on his camera to say that he'd made a mistake or something was broken. It's a really strange one. Really strange.
Oh, making the move almost at the same time and taking the inside line into Cops is not something you want to do very often at all. Leandro Verle then might have a little bit of an opportunity to slingshot, but no, going to back into Beckett. Bustamante manages to maintain that lead. Still don't know what circumstances led to him slowing down and allowing Leandro Verle, who spins. He spins behind Bustamante, and now Bustamante in a clear P2, but Miranda a full second ahead.
Oh, that is absolutely gutting there for Leandro Verle. That is going to be his G challenge over. He had to go and win the race, as simple as that. And you can't help but think that Bustamante has not caused that, but the mistake or whatever issue he's had has just put Verle under a little bit more pressure. He was just happy to sit behind. Miranda, by the way, loving life. He's leading this race, but it's not going to be enough. But as it stands then, I guess Pio Perez still wins, right? So Pio Perez,
that's right,
in now up to P3, he gets even more points. He gets an extra point here, and he would be leading by 5 now. So again, really strange what's happened there. And I'm trying to rack my brains to try and figure out what might have happened. I just can't think of anything.
I'm not sure. It's almost like a foot momentarily slipping off the accelerator kind of thing, which obviously at this level, at my level, you might expect me to do it every so often. And in fact, I'm sure I regularly do. These guys do not make mistakes like that. I don't know what was going on there. We might get a replay of it later on. But for now, Victor Miranda on lap number 7 out of 13 leads the race here at Silverstone. And he's 2.5 seconds ahead of Juan Bustamante, who must close up and must pass if the other results stay as they are in order for him to have any chance of winning this championship.
Still wouldn't be enough though, because Perez had such a big advantage in terms of time at race number 1.
Oh, actually, so Perez is in P3 now as well. Sorry, because Verle lost position as well. So actually, if Bustamante passed Miranda now, he'd still be losing by exactly 1 point because Perez is now into P3.
No, they'll be tied. If Bustamante goes up to the lead of this race, it would be the same results they've had each, a first and a third. But ultimately, Perez was what, 20 seconds? I don't even know. We need. I can't remember the exact result. So we need to know what that was. But I think it was like 20 seconds.
Yeah,
it was a big. Yeah, it was a big gap. That's basically the be all and end all. It was a big gap. And right now, Perez, with the damage to the car, maybe losing a second a lap. So the gap is going to be pretty huge. But Miranda, since he's been given that opportunity to go into the lead, he's just pressing and he's extending that gap. And Bustamante, again, no idea what he's done. No idea what he's done to slow down there. But he's potentially cost himself the chance of winning this.
No, well, there's a chance, unfortunately, that we won't find out here. But what we do know is that on track, Victor Miranda is grasping the opportunity with both hands because he knows, look, rule number 1, finish first, everything else, that's somebody else's problem right now. His chances of winning the championship, they're not great. But the best possible position he can put himself in is win this race, and we'll see what happens behind him. We saw Leandro Verle was behind. He spun out. He's now in P6. Goodness knows what's going to happen between now and lap number 13. So all Miranda can do is put himself in the best possible position, and right now he's doing a great job of that.
Yeah, again, regardless of what Bustamante's done in behind here, and, regardless of the spin of Leandro Verle, Miranda had a terrible race number 1, which effectively is going to cost him the chance of winning this championship. But for pride's sake, he has absolutely come out here. He's been given the opportunity to lead, and he's absolutely dominating. We expected to see Miranda up there, so it's no surprise to see him leading a race. But the circumstance of how this has gone down, this championship, is mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing.
Get your microscope out, Luke, because we have a Quantum Pay replay of the moment where Verle got past Bustamante and subsequently off the spin. Let's take a look again.
Here we go then. So what's happening here? Like, he doesn't run any further wide. He doesn't run any further wide there than Miranda, which, you know, maybe he had a slowdown penalty. But the only thing I can think of is he had a slowdown penalty for running wide somewhere. But again, we didn't see anything obvious earlier on. Here's a spin. He just hits the grass. Yeah, the grass there absolutely kills him. You're leaning on the car again. It's that corner where you need to try and get the power as early as possible to run up towards Stowe. It's a very important part of the circuit in terms of you know, stopping anyone from behind you to make an overtake. As simple as that. And Bustamante was close, just a bit too much pressure, unfortunately, and it was game over.
I don't know why, Luke, but you know what that looks like to me going into club? If I was Juan Bustamante and for any reason, sporting or otherwise, I needed to let the car behind me past, that's basically how I would do it. I'm wondering if that was deliberate and there was maybe something that happened a corner or two before where Bustamante said, you know what, have the position. That's the only thing I can think of, because it basically looked deliberate to me.
He was fighting with Miranda. There was at no point was Leandro Verle really involved in the fight between those two. So for me, the only explanation I have is he's trying to let Verle go through and then let Verle go and attack Miranda.
Maybe,
and then take the lead that way. But it was just really scrappy. It was a poor decision. Let's just put it down. Let's put a line underneath it. It was a very poor decision. It was poorly executed, however it was, unless it was some sort of technical issue. But as it stands, we got to give props to one driver, Gonzalo Pio Perez. A terrible start during this race. Clearly has damage to the car. Yep. Wasn't one of our favorites coming in. Is looking very, very likely to be a genuine underdog coming in and taking the championship by just keeping out of trouble in race one, but ultimately gaining that confidence, qualifying superbly well in race number 2 and delivering when it matters. Pio Perez is 3 laps away here from becoming our G Challenge champion.
There's so many amazing storylines actually in the Latin America region. Victor Miranda out in the lead of this race. He'll be thinking what could have been if he hadn't had that coming together with Dino Filippa in race number 1, right? Juan Bustamante, pole in both races, down to last in race 1, back up to a podium position. Gonzalo Pio Perez kept his nose clean, won race 1, had a similar bad start to Bustamante, if we're being honest, in race number 2. The only difference is he managed to save it and claw his way back from a top 5 position instead of going all the way to the back of the field. Dino Filippa, 10th and out at the moment, one of the fastest drivers in the region. There are so many different stories and they're playing out in so many different dramatic ways. This race is a soap opera.
Yeah, and it is now confirmed that a sweatband absolutely gives you extra performance. It makes you look incredible as well, but it gives you that extra performance. So yeah, all aboard the sweatband training. Yes, I still wear John Cena sweatbands myself, and I'm a 35-year-old grown man.
So you got Lando on the shirt, John Cena on the sweatband. Who's on the jogging bottoms?
Doesn't matter because you can't see me.
It's actually Brian.
What a guy.
Right then, lap number 11 out of 13. The gap between Victor Miranda and Juan Bustamante then is staying around level at 2 seconds. Bustamante is going to have to find a second a lap if he's going to try and pull a move into the last lap. Of Gonzalo Pio Perez, as it stands in P3, this is going to be good enough because of Leandro Verle getting off the track earlier on. Bruno Canavas, we haven't spoken about him very much. You know, he's had a little bit of misfortune. He kind of got run into in race number 1 after having a fairly anonymous race. But in P4 now, Bruno's done a good job here.
Done a very good job, yeah, after being driven through in race number 1 again, not really his own fault there. To be in P4 once again, you know, he's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he? He obviously dropped down because of the incident they had in race number 1. In turn 1, Interlagos, but yeah, again, just a respectable job, just kept himself out of trouble effectively. And I'm not saying that's been enough it's been enough to get a good finish. It's definitely not been enough to win the championship for sure. But yeah, what else can you say? People are just making mistakes all around you. You just got to take full advantage of that sometimes.
And not making those mistakes, and ultimately, oh, what a slide there from Victor Miranda, starting to maybe lose the tiniest bit of grip there, has to watch out. Juan Bustamante is actually getting a little bit closer, to be fair. Lap 12 out of 13, that's down to 1.6 seconds, and we've seen now Victor Miranda's capable of making these mistakes. If he's not careful, we might actually get a last lap lunge here. That's the last thing Miranda wants.
Yeah, exactly that. You don't really want any kind of pressure at all from either in front of you or behind you. You just need to be in the most chilled out zone possible with, what, 1.5 laps remaining here. But He is catching, isn't he? Bustamante really is. And of course, we've seen a couple of wiggles from Miranda. So the rear tyres are actually not going to be in the most fantastic state. He's also made a move through Maggots and Beckett's. He's made a move through Maggots and Beckett's, which would have definitely heated them up to a certain extent as well. So can he hang on? The one good factor here is that Bustamante isn't quite into the toe. But as soon as he does get into that toe, it becomes even easier to close that gap. So this final lap isn't... Oh, well, it is now. I was just about to say it's not over. It is now. Bustamante facing the wrong way. Here, Perez is going to gain a second spot, I think, here as well. And Bruno Canavas is maybe going to get himself a podium. So Bustamante pushing as hard as he can. And unfortunately just pushed a little bit too much here. And right now, Pio Perez, let him go. Oh, it doesn't matter. He's off into the barrier. I was just about to say there. Pio... Yeah, he's gone. Pio Perez, for me, if Bustamante put too much pressure on there, let him overtake you. Let him get P2. Just take the championship. The last thing you want to do is be involved in a dogfight on the final lap of the race, and that potentially cost you being the champion. Pio Perez, he's just, again, he made that mistake at the start of the race, but in race 1, kept his nose clean, took the victory. In race 2, again, without that race start, let's get rid of that. Has kept his nose clean once again. He's got damage to the car, but ultimately performed exceptionally well. He's now to P2 here, John, and what a drive it's been.
An absolutely fantastic performance then. Keeping your nose clean when it mattered. So important here. Gonzalo Pio Perez running in P2. That will be enough after those unfortunate incidents involving Juan Bustamante. He's going to be out of the race. Victor Miranda now should be crossing the line shortly and will win race number 2 of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge LATAM Grand Final. So he'll be the race winner, but we're on board now with the champion-elect. Just a little bit to go. Coming down the straight now for the final time. Needs to make sure he keeps the car together through a stow. He's 6 seconds behind the leader, but he's not going to mind that at the moment at all. Coming through Club and getting ready to do the final couple of corners that should cement his status as the Logitech McLaren G Challenge champion. Victor Miranda then crosses the start-finish line, and he takes the race victory, but behind him in P2, it's Gonzalo Pio Perez, who manages to take another podium spot. Look at his face. He knows he is your Logitech McLaren G Challenge Latin American champion.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is emotion, ladies and gentlemen. Look how much it means to him. There are tears absolutely everywhere. Oh boy, that's what emotion could do to you, ladies and gentlemen. This is not just a case of turning up and racing. This is months upon months of preparation. This is an opportunity we give to 4 regions across the world. You can see, I think, family members now getting involved here. I think that's his mum there, maybe. Yeah, it's fair play. You can see it means so much to him, and it just happens as soon as you cross the line. Your body just lets go, and the emotion floods through. You can't control it. Fair play. Gonzalo Pio Perez, the G Challenge champion 2022. Well done. Congratulations to him.
I'm tearing up just watching him. Oh my God, that is so wholesome and so emotional. Gonzalo Pio Perez, ladies and gentlemen, your champion of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge here at LATAM. That emotion, that raw emotion. Jesse, give me a couple of seconds to wipe my eyes. That was beautiful.
John, I am so glad you are also tearing up, because it got a little misty here in the studio for a second there watching that celebration. Oh my gosh. Honestly though, that is what it is all about. That is one of the best celebrations we've seen, and it just goes to show how life-changing this experience and reaching and achieving that goal, how truly good it feels when it pays off. Well, I want to talk about that race though, because we really didn't know what was going to happen until those final few laps. How impressed are you with this series and this championship weekend and some of the talent that's really risen to the top this weekend? John, what do you think?
It's all about consistency at the end of the day. We've seen Latin America is full of shooting stars. We've seen so many drivers come in with fantastic performances, but Gonzalo Pio Perez is the only driver that's been able to do that 2 races in a row, and that's why it matters here in the grand final. So many drivers are worthy of being on the top step of the podium. Another day, it could be another winner, but it's all about Gonzalo today. What an incredible drive.
Yeah, I just, we could talk about all of the incidents. We could talk about, people making mistakes all over the place. Gonzalo Pio Perez is our champion. He absolutely needs to be celebrated. He kept his nose clean. He performed when it mattered. It doesn't matter how you become a champion. It's just all about becoming that champion. Congratulations to him. You see how much it means to him as well. Like, yeah, I'm super, super chuffed for him. I'm super, super pumped as well. And LATAM has really has delivered with this championship here today as well. So, yeah, just happy all around, really.
Guys, I am thrilled to speak with Gonzalo here in just a minute. I'm hoping we'll still get a bit of that emotion. But before we do, let's go ahead and make it official for him and check out the final results. Victor Miranda is your race number 2 winner, racking up those 15 points. Gonzalo Pio Perez, he is your champion, finishing second with 10 points. Bruno Canovas, Diego Marcel, and Leandro Verle, 4th and 5th. Pedro Mora, Rafael Blanco in 6th and 7th. Bustamante, Gabriel, and Filippo round out the top 10. All right, let's go back through the replays. What do you have for us, gentlemen?
Well, it was, unfortunately, Philippa, oh, look at this. Philippa's got nowhere to go there, the red car. Like, they were in the air. There's no way you could brake for it. And ironically, it was actually Pio Perez who got the terrible start. This, for me, this is incredible. Well, all right, John. It was good, but I'm not sure it was that good. But yeah, as you can see, it was an incredible move. And for me, that's move for the championship, in all fairness. I mean, through all regions, all different disciplines. That was special. That was a really nice move. And it was from someone that potentially knew that their G challenge was over. So the chances are the other driver pulls out of that situation. Bustamante didn't. That was the thing. So that's what made that so special. And this moment here, I'm going to be racking my brains to figure out what's happened there for a long time, because Bustamante was right behind the race leader. He wins the race, he wins the championship, or gives himself a really good chance of doing so. And then from there, it's just a comedy of errors, really. Bustamante was just pushing and pushing and pushing. Ironically, it was Verle that makes the mistake here out of, or the run up towards Stowe Corner. But I just have no idea why Bustamante ever really gave up the position to Leandro Verle, because this is a bit earlier, so we've gone back here a little bit. And there we go, we're going to see it once again. So, again, my brain just doesn't really understand why that's happened. And I don't want that to mar the competition here, because Pio Perez deserves to be celebrated. This is a big mistake here. Again, Pio Perez. Which way do I go? Which way do I go? That's his championship there, flashing right before his very own eyes. But ultimately, Bustamante then put the pressure on, and here's me, I'm screaming, Pio Perez, let Bustamante go, just take P3, win the championship. Well, it doesn't matter, Bustamante made the mistake, Miranda takes the victory, and look at the emotion on that young man's face. Well, that's one way of celebrating. He's up on his roof here as well. But yeah, the tears show exactly what it means to that young man. He's our G Challenge champion. Incredible scenes.
He absolutely is, and his family was clearly very involved as well, you saw in the celebration. I can't wait to talk with him about the honor, and we have him right now. Here he is, your champion, Gonzalo Pio Perez, the open wheel champion for the LATAM division. Gonzalo, congratulations. Hard work paid off today, big time. Describe the emotion, what you were feeling when you found out you were the champion.
Felicitaciones, Perez.
Entendí.
Ah, ok.
Fue, la verdad, una experiencia tremenda el Logitech G Challenge. La verdad que lo que menos me esperaba era que hoy iba a estar teniendo la posibilidad de ganar. Esto no hubiera sido posible si no hubiera tenido el apoyo de toda mi familia, de mi equipo, de mi coach, Suelo Almeida, que es un genio. Gracias a él puedo ganar esto, porque simplemente confiaron en mí y ahora puedo hacer esto. Así que nada, básicamente muchas emociones por todas partes.
The experience was just great. To be honest, I wasn't really expecting the possibility to win today, and it wouldn't be possible without my family's and my coach's help. Like, they have been really important, so this could happen today.
Gonzalo, congratulations. Unbelievable drive and a very worthy champion. So a massive congratulations and well done. I want to ask you about during race number 2. Obviously, at the end of the race, we saw all of that emotion from you, very understandably. What were your nerves like at the beginning and during race number 2? How were you keeping a hold of all of that tension?
Bueno,
Entendí. Básicamente sentí un montonazo de presión al principio de la carrera porque las posibilidades de hacer wheel spin con el auto es muy alta al principio si no sabes controlarlo bien. Y ya me ha pasado varias veces practicando en Silverstone que he hecho wheel spin en la salida y hoy fue el caso y le quiero pedir 1000 disculpas a Dino que él me comió, me quedé con el tren trasero roto y básicamente hice lo que pude para mantener el desgaste de las gomas en Silverstone, que es algo muy importante, que a Juan le jugó una mala pasada porque este es un circuito en el cual no se puede ir apretando del principio porque al final la acabas pagando. Pero bueno, esas fueron las preocupaciones que tuve al principio de la carrera.
So basically, I felt a lot of pressure at the beginning of the race because of the possibilities of wheel spinning. Like it's really common to happen it had happened to me a lot of time during all my practice. I would even like to apologize, Gino, for what happened. Like it's just something that can happen. So I was just like trying to figure it out and to keep on track and not lose the control of my car. But this was like my main concern during all the race.
First of all, incredible performance. I'm super proud of you. You know, considering you didn't think you had the ability to indeed win this, you said that yourself. How did you? When did you realize that you'd done it and you'd won the championship? And also, I want to give you a bit of advice. I want you make sure that you use this as a platform to progress further and further. This is psychologically got to give you so much confidence to move forward because you are a superstar in the making. You have to believe that to move forward. But when did you realize that you'd won the competition?
Traductor?
So basically, like you said, o sea, has dicho tú mismo que al principio dudaste un poquito de que tú tenías la chance de salir y ganar la carrera. ¿Cuándo ha sido el momento donde te has dado cuenta que sí lo podías ganar, sí tenía todas las chances, las herramientas? O sea, ¿cuándo hubo ese switch en tu mindset y te has dado cuenta y te has centrado de que lo podrías hacer?
Bueno, en realidad cuando ya vi la posibilidad de ganar fue cuando estábamos en la vuelta, creo que 13 o 11 en Interlagos, en la carrera número 1. Cuando vi que Dino y Víctor habían tenido un accidente y que Juan también había tenido problemas en la salida, enseguida me di cuenta que tenía una chance y era tomarla o dejarla. Entonces dije, y bueno, ya que está la chance, vamos a agarrarla. Entonces, ahí fue más o menos cuando dije, bueno, acá tengo la posibilidad. Y después hice las cuentas con mi spotter y dije, ok, tengo que quedar tercero mínimo para ganar el campeonato. Entonces, bueno.
So, on lap 13 or 11 approximately on Interlagos, on race number 1, when Gino and Victor, like, they had a little accident, and even Juan had some issues on his takeoff. So I realized that there was the chance that I could just like take it or leave it. So I decided to take it. From that moment on, like I didn't doubt it anymore. We all did the math here, so we knew I just need to finish third to have the chance to be the winner, and I played focus on that one.
Gonzalo, today, did you not only become a G Challenge champion, but you also earned the experience of a lifetime. You're going over to the McLaren Technology Center with Lando Norris, of all people. What does it mean to you to have this opportunity to do that?
Honestamente, no sé qué decir porque todavía no me lo puedo ni creer. Tipo, que esto esté pasando. Estaba en la última vuelta pasando la última curva y dije, nada, no puedo creer que esto esté pasando, debo estar soñando o algo por el estilo, porque no me lo puedo creer.
So honestly, I don't even know what to tell you because I can't believe it myself. I can't believe it's going to happen. Like during the last lap while I was driving, I was just thinking like, oh my God, it's happening. I will win. I will have the chance to do all the stuff I've been practicing. So I don't have words for this moment.
Well, Gonzalo, congratulations once again. You are a G Challenge champion in the LATAM division open wheel. Go celebrate. We saw the emotion. You absolutely earned that celebration. Congratulations, Gonzalo.
Thanks.
I love how he said he still can't believe it. He's still in disbelief that he is your champion. Well, maybe he'll believe it now that we see it here on our final results. Here are the standings for the LATAM Open Wheel Division. Gonzalo Pio Perez, your champion with 25 total points on the weekend. Victor Miranda coming in second with 17 points. Just behind him, 1 point short, Leandro Verle in third. Canovas and Marcel, are in fourth and fifth. Bustamante, after quite the journey today, finishes with 11 points in that sixth position. Blanco and Mora in seventh and eighth. Gabriel also totaling 6 points, just like Mora, finishing behind him in ninth. And Filippa finishes things off in 10th. All right, if you're watching at home, you can be a winner as well. Follow the link, join the chat, and drop !giveaway, and you can take home one of these really awesome Logitech G prizes. We are gonna take just a quick break, but I wanna thank our sponsors before we go. Splunk, Quantum Pay, McLaren, and iRacing and Logitech G, thank you so much for helping us put on this program. All right, the North American division is coming up next. You're not going to want to miss it.
プロフェッショナルドリフトドライバーの田口和也です。ドリフトって非日常的な車の動きをしているので、見ているお客様を楽しませられるっていうのがドリフトの魅力だと思っています。決して安全ではない、一歩間違えばクラッシュになってしまうっていう危険と隣り合わせの興奮っていうのが非常に自分自身で運転している中では魅力でありますね。僕のレースの会場だと普段は一般道として使われている普通の道でレースをすることがあるんですけど、物理的にそういったところでは練習をすることができないんです。なので僕は事前にシミュレーターでトレーニングをしてます。いかに自分が掴んでいるステアリング、そしてペダル、さらにはシフトが今車がどのような動きをしているかをどのくらい伝えてくれるかっていうのが非常に重要なんですけど、 G923 はステアリングを通して車の動きのフィードバックをリアルに伝えてくれるので、トレーニングに重宝しています。ドリフトのスタートは日本の方が先で、アメリカは後からドリフトがスタートしたんですけど、今となってはもう完全にアメリカではプロフェッショナルのモータースポーツになっていて、ドライバーだけではなくてチーム、監督、メカニック、そしてオーディエンス、お客さんも全てがみんなプロなんですよね。日本人としてアメリカのドリフトシーンで活躍することによって、母国日本のドリフトモータースポーツカテゴリーももっともっと盛り上がってメジャーになっていってくれればいいなというふうに思ってます。 G923 は僕にとっては欠かせない存在ですね。
On top, I'm ready to go. Feeling like a million eyes on me. I'm unstoppable. If you go against me, then you better compete. Yeah, yeah. Why you keep knocking at my door? Came to fight, yeah, that means war. Gotta level up, wanna settle the score. Yeah, feels a lot better than it did before. What you brand new, yeah, it's time to go pro. Go beast mode, better find a cheat code. On my throne, now I'm in my zone. Man, it looks better than it did before. I said if play don't stop, just do your thing, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game. Say it now, and let the whole world watch. I said if play don't stop, just keep it going, and you know you gon' be on top. It's my game, it's your game. Go ahead, let them talk.
Am I allowed in here? Normally I'm behind the wheel. The beauty of esports is that anyone can experience the adrenaline of Formula 1 for themselves. Just grab a gaming setup, put it onto drive, and let the data guide and help. Hi, I'm Lando Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data.
I think the biggest advantage of the G923 for me is just how realistic it is. The feedback that you get as soon as you plug it in, it was pure enjoyment as soon as I started driving. This is kind of the closest I can get to accessing that adrenaline and emotion of being on a gravel rally stage in Finland and flying over those crests. For me, it's about getting as real as I can to the environment that I race in, and obviously the wheel is the best instrument for that.
If you seek greatness, let nothing stand between you and the win. Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
much closes up to the pinch point now. Number 76 then has just been sent out wide.
He's trying to cut back. Can he do it? He's going round the outside and Moore is holding.
Emily Jones picks up the checkered flag.
Frankly, if your tires are shot now, you're going to be in massive trouble. That's a huge slide.
The Bond is going to pick up the checkered flag. Woodrow's going to finish in second.
Oh no, big contact there. Just the tiniest nudge. This is Tokyo Drift going on.
Up to the line. 20.0.
Is McGillivray going to be able to go up the high side?
He's actually got the head in front.
3 wide into turn number 1. It is going to tighten up through the pinch point up towards the exit.
Brown still insistent on trying to go outside.
He waited for the opportunity, took the lead of the race, and he's going to take the checkered flag. Winner's row then. Congratulations to him. That's a mistake then. Hold at the inside, there's contact. He will send one up the inside. He's squeezed there by Negrini. No, oh, contact between the front two!
Welcome to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This is it. Drivers have been working all season long to make it to this weekend right here. They're competing for the ultimate McLaren VIP experience and for a piece of the $250,000 prize pool. So today has been all about the open wheel racers. We're taking one final region racing around the world in the Dallara IR01 to put their skills to the test. I'm Jessie Punch. I'll be bringing you the action from here in the studio, but helping me impart knowledge on you and calling the races, of course, John Sargent and Luke Crane. Gentlemen, good to see you again. We have had a long and exciting weekend and just one more region to go. John, do we have more excitement ahead of us?
Oh, I certainly hope so. Look, I don't think anyone's going to argue if we say Latin America basically peaked us as far as not knowing what the results were going to be until the final lap. They'd had us on the edge of our seats until the very last moment. North America's got a lot to live up to here, but at the same time, North America's also got some of the fastest drivers and the biggest names. So I'm very excited to see what's next.
Over the course of the last few years, EMEA has taken over the G Challenge in terms of talent and in terms of the racing, the racecraft, the speed, and how much excitement there are in the broadcast. North America took the spoils from me Friday. North America took the spoils from me yesterday. Can they make it 3 out of 3 and establish themselves as the most entertaining region? They've got a chance here, but they've got a lot to live up to from today.
Yeah, Luke, you predicted earlier today that this was going to be the most competitive region we've seen so far, so we'll see if they live up to the challenge. Well, if you're new here for the G Challenge, you might be wondering, well, how did we make it to Grand Finals weekend? I'll tell you, let's take a look back at the process that drivers went through to get here.
For motorsport enthusiasts, amateur and competitive drivers alike, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge has been the place to compete at the top level of sim racing since its launch in 2018. That's a huge slide, and I can't believe he managed to save that. Excitement and buzz swarmed around the series, from the white knuckle racing to the major prizes for those who could make it to the top.
The winner of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Finals is Brandon Ibrahim!
Champions not only won their races, but the opportunity to partake in on-track experiences and meet some of the best drivers in the world. The heart-pounding action and one-of-a-kind prizes are what keep aspiring racers from all around the globe coming back year after year. 2021 was a year of rebirth for the G Challenge.
Graham Bunyan by 2,000th of a second with the race victory.
Announcing a new format that included 3 different disciplines of competitive racing and a VIP grand prize that is a dream come true for competitors across the globe. This season has not disappointed. Each region has blown us away with the level of competition and, in some cases, domination.
If Matt Danson wins this stock car race, Luke, he will have won every single stock car race in this year's G Challenge so far.
The only driver who is perfect in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, Brandon Hawkins, takes the checkered flag.
We've seen outrageous overtakes.
Oh, contact between the front two! Nevertheless, taking story around.
Crashes.
Oh, whoa! That is spectacular.
Oh no, big contact then. A battles.
And while that's 1-1 for both of them, but ultimately 2 wrongs do not make a right.
And flat out amazing racing at the highest level.
Houlihan has made an unbelievable move through turn number 1.
We have gone through 5 rounds of racing in 4 different regions across 3 racing disciplines. The top drivers from each round advanced to the semi-finals, where they battled it out across multiple races to finally make it into the top 10 and proceed to the grand finals, where everything is on the line. Now, the wait is over. The grand finals weekend is here, so strap in and join us as we crown our champions of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Get ready to race.
Well, now that it is officially here, let's take a look at what the grand final weekend looks like. So each day we have highlighted a specific challenge. Like I mentioned, already covered the sport and stock cars and the majority of the open wheel regions. Just 1 more to go here. 2 qualifying sessions, 2 races left. And the schedule for today, it has been a busy one, but we are wrapping things up with the North American region, Watkins Glen International. I know that racetrack. Luke, what can you tell me about these 2 tracks we're about to see here in just a little bit?
Absolutely throw the other regions' schedules in the bin. They have done and dusted. If you missed it, well, that's your problem. Now it's on to North America, Watkins Glen, and a new circuit. We didn't use this during the qualifying process. We are going to the Gilles Villeneuve circuit, Brandon Hawkins' home track. Will he be able to clinch the G Challenge at his home track, though? Well, that remains to be seen.
Well, that would definitely be something. And I love how you put that. If you missed it, too bad. You'll know, tune in next year, because the action here is unmatched. Well, speaking of unmatched action, it has been a very interesting regular season here for the North American region. Let's take a look back at the excitement and drama that brought these drivers to the grand finals.
We are off and rolling here. It's another poor start then from the second row of the grid. Brandon Hawkins then is going to take the lead of this race by the looks of things and hold on to it. There we go. We've got a car off the circuit as well.
Watch with this hairpin. Gains a few miles an hour, and he's taking a peek.
Oh, yes, he sent it up the inside here. It's a brilliant move there, straight out of the textbook. Porcelli has got damage, and he's struggling to get the car turned. That's going to kill these tyres. Porcelli's pulled over. What's going on here, then? And it is Marshall Stanley then taking that P3. What a frantic race that was.
We are green light racing here, and as you can see, they're all jostling for position. It is almost 3 wide. A couple of cars then off into the barrier on the pit exit there.
Frankly, if your tyres are shot now, you're going to be in massive trouble. That's a huge slide, and I can't believe he managed to save that.
Then it's going to be Brandon Hawkins, who's going to become our second driver who goes 2 for 2 in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge here in 2021.
The drivers very much struggling to get the car going. There we go. A little tag of the wall there. Again, we're trying to force a 3 wide here. Oh dear, that ain't going to end well. Brandon Hawkins comes across the line. He is going to pick up the 3rd victory out of 3. The only driver who is perfect in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Brandon Hawkins takes the checkered flag down in towards turn number 1. And there's going to be wheels and carnage. Yes, there is. Porcelli's flying, by the way. There you go. Right up to the back here.
Look at the speed differential there. He's just able to use every inch of the track. It almost feels like a little bit more efficient. They are coming together at the chicane.
Across the line then for Brandon Hawkins. It's 4 from 4, ladies and gentlemen. This man is an absolute monster. And we are green light racing. It looks like it's pretty messy at the back end. Oh, Hawkins again. It's like a cat with 9 lives at this stage. And look at he closes up then. He's going to go around the outside as a freebie. He's not going to win the race, but he started down in P24. Ridiculous from Brandon Hawkins. Matt Adams, though, credit where credit's due. He's gone out there and got the race victory.
Welcome to the semi-finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We head down to Road Atlanta.
It is green light racing here then, ladies and gentlemen. And we are off. And Bright Lookwood's got an absolute flyer of a start here, by the way.
These drivers have to stay as close to each other as they possibly can in the early section of this race.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Verano has just been cleaned out there. It's going to be absolutely furious. Porcelli then looking for that move up towards turn number 1. Sweeps then across the front of Brandon Hawkins. Hawkins just wants to pick up any kind of pieces here. If there's any kind of contact. Oh, he's been hit by the back marker. Oh, wow, there's a big back marker problem. Oh, that's a freebie. That is one freebie gone there. Porcelli's going to go through here.
Brandon Hawkins now with a fantastic run on David Porcelli here. I think he's going for it. Now is his time to strike. With 2 and a bit left to go, he takes P2. 11 seconds ahead. Ben Fuller, where did that come from?
Yeah, take a check of flag here.
As we move on to Road America.
Narrowest start we've had so far with these cars.
Both of those white cars you can see. Oh no! Little bit of contact and that's all it takes.
Ben Fuller just moving left and right, trying to break that toe, and
mind games in the semi-final. Absolutely love it.
Downhill braking zone again. As you see, he makes a lunge around the outside, and there's a lockup, there's a mistake. So, I think he was going for it there. He was absolutely going for it. He's trying to catch Ben Fuller 3 out, and ultimately, Ben is going to live to fight another day. Ben Fuller 3 comes across the line, takes that checkered flag, and the second win in a row in the semi-finals. Brandon Hawkins, who was stalking his prey, only finishes in P2. Final race is done and dusted, John. Well, Ben Fuller looks very impressive indeed.
Well, no shortage of excitement there and drama that brought us here to this weekend's grand finals. Luke, I'll start with you. A standout moment in your mind. What was the key moment there of that season?
Brandon Hawkins' dominance early on. He even did a first challenge twice. One time he came second. The other time, I'm not sure. I know he won 5 actually. 4 out of 5. One time he did the from back to front challenge. I can't even speak at this point. I'm too excited to see what's going down. But then the emergence of Ben Fuller. So in the semi-finals, it was a case of, were we going to see Brandon Hawkins dominate, or was anyone else going to step up to the plate? Well, Ben Fuller, who is a very accomplished driver with this car specifically, he definitely came to the fore and proved that he is here to become a champion.
The story here, the way it's developing, is delightful. Brandon Hawkins showcased dominance over the G Challenge. That's the only way you can put it. For the first 4 months of the competition. And then going into the semi-final, we just went, well, is it going to be business as usual? No, it is not. So this is a chance for Ben Fuller to say, actually, mate, this one's mine. Or maybe for another driver to come out from behind the shadows and say, you know what? We've made our way to the grand final as well. We're going to take it to the top.
I'm so glad that you said that, John, because if anything, any of the racing we've seen so far has taught us anything, it's that season dominance doesn't necessarily translate here to the 2-race grand final. Because, as we'll see here, I'm going to break it down even further. This is how we got here, and this is how this weekend is going to go. So, racers over the past 7 months have been competing to qualify for the semifinals. Today, we've narrowed it down to 10 drivers from each challenge, and those drivers will be competing for that ultimate Logitech McLaren G Challenge Grand Prize. Like I said, it is a 2-race competition. John, take us through this format here that we're looking at.
Sure thing, Jesse. It starts off with qualifying, and there are 10 minutes of qualifying here for the open wheel cars. Each driver is going to have a session to themselves, so they don't have to worry about other cars being on track or anything like that. They're all good there. The qualifying times that they set, of course, will determine the order for the grid. And once we know that order, the races will begin. We've got 2 races today, as you mentioned, on 2 different tracks. Points are then awarded based on finishing position for each track, and we combine those points from both races to determine our champion.
Thanks, John. Always appreciate that breakdown. I got one more for you, though. How about the points? Because those are pretty important as we head into this race.
Well, the points are very important here indeed. First place in either of the races nets you 15 points, with second place getting you 10, third 8, and then it decreases by 1 point all the way down to 10. So the important thing to take away here is the difference between those finishing positions. Between second and third, the difference isn't 1 point, it's 2. And between first and second, the difference is a whopping 5 points. What does that mean in practice? It means that if you're able to get the race victory in race number 1, the advantage is absolutely huge. Let's say you have a topsy-turvy grid and the first and second in race number 1 qualify 4th and 5th, for example. Well, that 5-point buffer means that you would still be champion even if the other car drops 4 places. It's absolutely massive. So that 5-point buffer at the top is really what's going to be the cream on top for whichever driver goes into race number 2 with that advantage.
And after 7 long months of competition, gentlemen, these are the 10 drivers that will be competing in the North American Open Wheel Division.
What do we think, Luke? I reckon there are going to be a couple of drivers here who might be able to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works. I'm looking at the likes of Dane Verano. Matt Adams certainly has the possible pace. We just need to know if he's going to show up on the day. Never count out David Porcelli, of course. Brian Lockwood's been mega rapid as well. This is an insane grid.
Yeah, for me, which version of Ben Fuller turns up, which version of Brandon Hawkin turns up. If they both show up, expect this to go down to the final chicane towards the Wall of Champions at Gilles Villeneuve on the final lap. Simple as that. Matt M. Adams. If Matt M. Adams turns up, then absolutely expect this to be a three-way fight. If Porcelli turns up, expect there to be absolute fireworks.
But before we can get to the fireworks, let's handle qualifying first and see exactly what we're looking at before these guys take to the racetrack. We do have a very special message, though, from McLaren Racing's Formula One driver, Lando Norris. He has some words for our competitors today.
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm very sorry I can't be there to participate in this live event, but I want to say a massive congratulations to all the finalists and competitors who have made it this far out of thousands of entrants. It's my 4th year being part of the McLaren G Challenge, and I'm super happy to see how far it's come and the level of the finalists. Finally, I'm sure the racing is going to be amazing. There's a very high talent pool in there, and I look forward to watching everything and finally getting to meet the finalists and the winners in McLaren very soon. All the best, everyone. Good luck.
So great to hear from Lando, those words of wisdom to our competitors today. If you're watching at home, I want to remind you that you can tweet at us using the hashtag Logitech G. Shoot us a tweet, send us your questions, let us know who you're rooting for, tell us what you think about the competition. All right, gentlemen, qualifying is underway. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jesse. We've literally just started, so the cars are going to be moving out of their garages on their out laps at the moment. Going to be a little while before we start these laps in anger. Matt Adams, though, keen to get these laps underway ASAP. Already an absolutely scary speed in the Dallara IR01.
We're in a different layout. I figured we were at the GP layout similarly to what we had in qualifying. We're not. We're at the short layout here. So this is actually a layout that NASCAR use, and this makes it even more frantic and quick. Expect if they work together, expect the whole pack to be together very similarly to what we see in oval racing right to the end, because there's not, well, we're on a lap here. We've got the first corner and then the first chicane. Again, it's all pretty much flat out on the exit of turn number 1. And then it's just this long run here all the way down the back straight. There's no bus stop chicane to contend with. And then it's just a sweeping right-hander. Here we go. Normally we would veer off to the left here, which is what we've had in qualifying thus far. But there's Cone saying, no, not today. Another long straight before we head into a left-right complex. But again, look how quick this is. So fast. Again, grabbing loads of curb on the exit. Then through the entrance. Again, just want to get as close to that wall as possible without tagging it. Again, very similar characteristic as what we're going to see at Gilles Villeneuve as well. And Matt Adams goes provisional pole, but it's not enough. Ben Fuller then a 49.3. So it is less than a 50-second lap here. This is going to be very special indeed.
It absolutely is. This is looking like we're going to have a fantastic race on our hands. And if you haven't been to Watkins Glen before and just want to take a look at the track in general and maybe know a little bit more about the history around this racetrack, well, we've got you covered. Take a look at this. Nicknamed the Glen, Watkins Glen International Racetrack is well known as the home of the Formula One United States Grand Prix for 20 consecutive years. Let's get stuck in. Turn 1 allows drivers to be a little bit greedy because of a very wide exit, but it's easy to accidentally take too much, so be careful. You can take part of the inside curb, but taking the whole thing might unsettle the car and cause unnecessary understeer. The S's at turns 3 and 4 are a critical point in your lap to get your lines right and maintain maximum speed. The barriers are extremely close to the track. It's surprisingly tight and there's no room for error. Get this right though, and you will have a speed boost all the way down the back straight. The loop coming off the back straight is the first in a series of corners that get progressively tighter through the chute and then the toe. So you will need to manage your speed and adjust appropriately for each successive turn. The toe and heel corners, unsurprisingly, make up the boot. A hammerhead-shaped up and downhill section of the track added in 1971. Getting a smooth run round each corner will be your aim to get the most out of this technical section of the lap. So, what are you waiting for? Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter, and we'll see you on the track.
5 minutes, 30 seconds left to go in qualifying, although the drivers aren't going to need that time to get a pair of laps in, that's for sure. 49.252 here, and it's Andre Castro on provisional pole so far. We've still got Porcelli and Lockwood yet to complete a time though, Luke, but that is a rapid lap indeed.
That is a massive surprise as well. But again, you've got to be absolutely on your game. It's only 2 qualifying laps. You know, what are we looking at here? Half a second between everybody. Porcelli now goes up into 7th position on his first flying lap. Jeffrey Decker is in P8. Incredible effort from him to get to this stage of the competition. He is absolutely stoked to be here at this stage. But now, you know, again, it's all great to be like, you know, it's nice to get there. Try and push for your best result. Try and get as high up that order as you possibly can. And being only half a second off the pace, anything is possible here. But big surprise, as you just pointed out there, Andre Castro is your pole sitter as it stands by about half a tenth of a second. Ben Fuller and Brandon Hawkin, have they got another lap time in them? I'm pretty sure they've already done their lap times. The only real drivers who can indeed improve on that would be someone like Porcelli, Brian Lockwood, I think as well, as they have yet to put a lap time in, maybe even Jeffrey Decker. Across the line then for Porcelli. Porcelli is going to move up to a top 5 here again. Qualifying not being the be-all and end-all factor as well, because effectively there's not many corners to work with here. Lockwood goes up to P7, but I tell you what, there's our first surprise of the day. Andre Castro has gone and taken pole position.
On board now, I believe, with Jack Harrison, the number 27 car, trying to improve on a 49.568. To put things in perspective, ladies and gentlemen, from first to last, all right, in this qualifying session, it's basically half a second. This is really, really tight. This is going to end up being some really good racing. And it also means, of course, that even if you're not qualifying on the front 2 rows of the grid, oh no, tags the wall there, that's going to be lap aborted, that's for sure. No way that's going to be faster, unfortunately. Properly on the limit there, though, Jack Harrison, all credit to him. Even if you're towards the back of the grid, there is still plenty of opportunity in the race to make your way forward, as we've seen, Luke, so many times today already.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you've got to be wary of anyone making mistakes in front of you, maybe not getting off the line well as well. Also, it's a downhill braking zone in towards turn number 1. So there are going to be drivers that will take a chance, and they may indeed fall off the circuit. But first surprise, Andre Castro, we didn't really mention him to begin with. Obviously, to get to here, you know, you have to be absolutely rapid. Ben Fuller, we expect him to be up there. He's ahead of Brandon Hawkins. Hawkins, who's been so dominant throughout the whole championship, is in P3. And well, there you go, Jesse. We've got our first surprise of the North America region.
Well, would you look at that? I'd like to say that I am not surprised, though, that we have already seen our first surprise based on what we've seen today as far as qualifying times go, though. Don't always translate onto the racetrack. So what do you guys think? Are we gonna see the same kind of speed, the same kind of running order here when we take to the track for the actual race?
Oh, I mean, it's difficult to predict, right? All day today, one of the questions we've been asking ourselves throughout all of the regions is whether any of the grand finalists maybe have just been quietly plugging away, absolutely nailing their lap times in their racecraft while they haven't been on camera at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. And I feel like we have a challenger here. Andre Castro with the 49.252. That's half a tenth clear of Ben Fuller here. This is some serious pace. And I think this has properly thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. We've had it in basically every region so far, and I'm very happy to say that North America is no different.
Yeah, completely agree with you on that one there. It's a bit of a surprise maybe seeing Castro, but to have qualified for this, you have to be really fast anyway. So is there really such thing as a surprise? But it's a short circuit. It's not that technical, really. So if you can absolutely nail a lap, it's very difficult for drivers behind you to find time because there's not really many corners to indeed find that time. I do just want to address something in the chat. People were saying there's like 3 minutes left in the session. This is iRacing. So basically they have 1 out lap and then they have 2 timed laps effectively, if they cross the line after one time lap, they will not be able to get another one in because the next outlap would count as their timed lap. So it's done really, really quickly. And in a, 50-second, just under 50-second lap, it's done very, very quickly when they've got 10 minutes to do so. So that's why we finished a little bit early here as well. But this has set us up lovely here, Jesse, for an incredible, incredible spectacle.
Gentlemen, we were fortunate enough to learn a few tips and tricks there during qualifying for that video about Watkins Glen, which was very insightful. But now I want to ask you, as analysts, when you look at this racetrack and you look at this field, what do you anticipate to be some, let's call them challenge areas for the field as a whole?
Well, for me personally, I would say it's make sure, as I've been saying all day long, that you give yourself an opportunity near the end of the race. Tyre wear isn't going to be a huge factor around here. Sticking with cars in front of you is going to be absolutely vital. Do not lose touch of a group of cars. So drivers from maybe 5th down to 10th position, they're going to be wary here. And, you know, if you are starting to recognize that there's a group in front of you that are really battling hard for position, you have to get involved in that and try and get to the head of that pack so that then you do not lose any ground on people in front of you. As soon as you let one person go around here, you are in trouble. So expect to see drivers working together ultimately, but when it comes down to the crunch, there's one champion. So yeah, something has to give at some point.
Well, we are just moments away here from starting the race. Let's see what the conditions are in Watkins Glen, New York. John, what do you think?
This is going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and the conditions are going to be excellent, Jesse. 25-degree ambient temperature with a 40-degree track temperature as well. Nice and toasty for our cars. Looking forward to getting those tires warmed up and getting racing. A light breeze as well, just to take the edge off things, but that's not going to trouble the racing conditions too much at all. And all in all, we are set for a pair of excellent races here in North America.
And now let's take a look at the positions that these 10 drivers will be starting in here for race 2. Gentlemen, what do you think?
So Andre Castro then, absolutely electrifying lap to start on pole position alongside Ben Fuller. We then have Brandon Hawkin and Dane Verano on the second row of the grid. I'm loving the fight already, the way this is going to be set up. It's absolutely delightful. David Porcelli and Matt Adams then 5th and 6th. And we've also got Brian Lockwood and Jack G. I think that's my favorite DJ name of the day so far, 7th and 8th. Jeffrey Decker and Max Bauman will complete your grid.
Here we are then, ladies and gentlemen. There is your grid. We are ready to go racing here at Watkins Glen. And well, we've had 11 finals so far this weekend alone. This is the final one of the weekend, and it is all about giving yourself that opportunity. And I actually want to echo what someone's just said in the chat. He said, good luck to all the racers. This is your moment. May the best win. And absolutely, that is correct. This could be your moment. Take that chance when it's presented. If you're maybe out of the running, maybe towards the mid-pack in race number 1, it's not all lost, but absolutely leave everything out there because you may never get the chance to do this again.
And to give everybody in chat an update as well, we're going to have a 2 to 3 minute delay, give or take. We've got one of the drivers needing to reconnect, and obviously that's super important. This is the grand finals, and across the next 2 races, this will determine who is our Logitech McLaren G Challenge champion. So we're just waiting a minute or two to make sure everything is hunky-dory before we get started in race number 1 in Watkins Glen. Luke, let's talk a little bit about the track layout, because we've been to Watkins Glen already in the G Challenge, but last time out, we were racing on a different configuration. What can people expect today compared to what they saw last time?
Well, hopefully not what we see at the start-finish line there across the bridge at the top. We don't want to be going bowling here, ladies and gentlemen, that's for sure. So yeah, I expect it to be clean. I really do. As much as I expect it to be clean, I'm not sure it will be. Everybody battling for position. Historically, there's a couple of drivers in this grid. I'm not going to mention names that are just on the limit constantly. There's no two ways about it, and it's very difficult to avoid them around a circuit such as this. I mentioned yesterday with NASCAR or our stock car series and around ovals. The reason why there's so many incidents is because you're going so fast, you've got no time to react because cars are so close to you. So, going faster than you usually would around a road circuit, indeed having cars closer to you, you've just got no time to react. So this will be very similar for this track. It's a little bit more technical going to Gilles Villeneuve as your second race circuit. But yeah, just keep it clean. Give yourself a chance. Don't make any mistakes. I know it's easy said than done, but ultimately I think it's going to be the driver that keeps their nose clean here, very similarly to what we saw in the LATAM region with Pio Perez. That, you know, ultimately you could get yourself a championship win here.
So while we are waiting for all of the drivers to get on the grid, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a little bit of a reminder to ourselves of exactly what the journey was like for these drivers to get here. Because remember, it's a year-long process to get to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Here's what happened.
We are off and rolling here. It's another poor start then from the second row of the grid. Brandon Hawkin then is going to take the lead of this race by the looks of things and hold on to it. Yeah, we go. We've got a car off the circuit as well.
Watch with this hairpin. Gains a few miles an hour, and he's taking a peek.
Oh, yes, he sent it up the inside here. It's a brilliant move there, straight out of the textbook. Porcelli has got damage, and he's struggling to get the car turned. That's going to kill these tyres. Porcelli's pulled over. What's going on here, then? And it is Marshall Stanley then taking that P3. What a frantic race that was. We are green light racing here, and as you can see, they're all jostling for position. It is almost 3 wide. A couple of cars then off into the barrier on the pit exit there.
Frankly, if your tyres are shot now, you're going to be in massive trouble. That's a huge slide, and I can't believe he managed to save that.
Then it's going to be Brandon Hawkin, who's going to become our second driver who goes 2 for 2 in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge here in 2021. The drivers very much struggling to get the car going. There we go. A little tag of the wall there is, again, we're trying to force a 3 wide here. Oh dear, that ain't going to end well. And Brandon Hawkin comes across the line. He is going to pick up the 3rd victory out of 3. The only driver who is perfect in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Brandon Hawkin takes the checkered flag down in towards turn number 1. And there's there going to be wheels and carnage. Yes, there is. Porcelli's flying, by the way. There you go, right up to the back here.
Look at the speed differential there. He's just able to use every inch of the track. And it almost feels like a little bit more efficient. They are coming together at the chicane.
Across the line then for Brandon Hawkin. It's 4 from 4, ladies and gentlemen. This man is an absolute monster. And we are green light racing. It looks like it's pretty messy at the back end. Oh, Hawkin again. It's like a cat with 9 lives at this stage. And look at, he closes up then. He's going to go around the outside. It's a freebie. He's not going to win the race, but he started down in P24. Ridiculous from Brandon Hawkin. Matt Adams, though, credit where credit's due. He's gone out there and got the race victory.
Welcome to the semi-finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We head down to Road Atlanta.
It is green light racing here then, ladies and gentlemen, and we are off. And Brian Lockwood's got an absolute flyer of a start here, by the way.
These drivers have to stay as close to each other as they possibly can in the early section of this race.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Verano has just been cleaned out there. It's going to be absolutely furious. Porcelli then looking for that move up towards turn number 1. Sweeps then across the front of Brandon Hawkins. Hawkins just wants to pick up any kind of pieces here. If there's any kind of contact. Oh, he's been hit by the back marker. Oh, wow, there's a big back marker problem. Oh, that's a freebie. That is one freebie gone there. Porcelli's going to go through here.
Brandon Hawkin now with a fantastic run on David Porcelli here. I think he's going for it. Now is his time to strike. With 2 and a bit laps to go, he takes P2. 11 seconds ahead. Ben Fuller, where did that come from?
Yeah, takes a checkered flag here
as we move on to Road America.
Narrowest start we've had so far with these cars.
Both of those white cars you can see. Oh no! Little bit of contact and that's all it takes.
Ben Fuller just moving left and right, trying to break that toe. And
mind games in the semi-final. Absolutely love it.
Downhill braking zone again. As you see, he makes a lunge around the outside, and there's a lock-up, there's a mistake. So, I think he was going for it there. He was absolutely going for it. He's trying to catch Ben Fuller 3 out, and ultimately, Ben is going to live to fight another day. Ben Fuller 3 comes across the line, takes that checkered flag, and the second win in a row in the semi-finals. Brandon Hawkin, who was stalking his prey, only finishes in P2. Final race is done and dusted, John. And well, Ben Fuller looks very impressive indeed.
The drivers are on the grid and we have started race number 1. Let's go. Keep an eye on that pink car in the middle of your screen. That's Andre Castro off the start line with Ben Fuller and Brandon Hawkin immediately behind. It looks like they've got off the line in the same order. Dane Verano is in P4 and I believe that's Porcelli behind him. A little bit of a gap there. And here we go. An opportunity to move into P1. Andre Castro struggling there onto the straight. And I think 2 different cars might challenge it. Ben Fuller definitely into the lead of the race. But what about Brandon Hawkin? Will he be able to make it around as well?
Yeah, well, I thought Brandon Hawkin was going to go for it there, but he decided against it. And I tell you what, a reserved style from Dane Verano. He's one of those drivers that we tend to see send it if he needs to send it. But ultimately, he just stuck behind everybody here. Ben Fuller then gets out to the lead. and ultimately right now just needs to try and run away, but it's very difficult to do that around a circuit such as Watkins Glen Classic. Through turn number 1 we come, everybody taking relatively similar lines, and this is now actually a new circuit entirely because they actually updated this circuit in iRacing a couple of months ago, so you can see the curves are actually now a different color, and it's especially sector number 1, it is so easy to manage the car now opposed to what it was previously. Now we can see Brandon Hawkin potentially making a move, but as you can see there, Andre Castro's got the slipstream of Ben Fuller, and he's able then to just pull away. So as soon as you get out into that clean air, it's just a big wall you're hitting effectively, which means then that indeed Andre Castro can just stay into P2. So this is going to be like a game of cat and mouse, and really who can keep those tyres in a decent range going up towards the end. I'll tell you what, Ben Fuller made a bit of a mistake there as well, coming up towards the final corner, opened it up a little bit too much perhaps, and he's okay, he's still going in the right direction, he's still got all 4 wheels, but he doesn't want to be doing that too often.
Certainly not. Andre Castro there, you can see the concentration on his face. He's going to need every ounce of it though, because Brandon Hawkin is all over the back of him. As soon as he pulls out though and gets into that wall of air, he then starts to lose that speed advantage. Both of them now drafting alongside each other. Brandon Hawkin trying to slingshot his way through as well. He can't do it. Ben Fuller actually very slow coming out of there, but manages to get the speed back up mid-corner, and Andre Castro retakes the lead of the race. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 5 or 6 of these, and I'm going to echo what you said earlier, Luke. If Brandon Hawkin just stays behind and lets these guys do what they do, maybe he'll have more tires left than everybody else with the last 5 laps of the race.
Yeah, tyres are king. I don't think it's going to be a tyre wear issue. It's more going to be temperature of the tyres near the end of this one. Again, it's not the most taxing on tyres around here because there's not really that many corners. But 4 laps of 24, and it's already very exciting action. Ben Fuller going to look to try and get back up into the lead of this race here, but actually he's not going to be able to because Brandon Hawkin is now going to make an advancement here, and I think he's going to settle for second. Yeah, he does. He's just going to find himself a little gap to work in here. And I see these moves here where he has to tuck in deep. That's really going to hurt him later on in this race. Ben Fuller now moves down to P3. They're going to be jostling for position if they're clever for the entirety of this race. But they are always one mistake away from everybody being cleaned out. If you're Porcelli, if you're Lockwood, keep yourself in that position because you can see what's happening in front of you. And again, it just takes one misjudgment from one driver. And that's 3 or 4 taken out.
And for Watkins Glen Classic as well, you're just on the power for so much of the lap, Luke. There's just so much that, frankly, involves your momentum, being able to slingshot your way around this lap almost. The tiniest mistake can end up getting multiplied. Here we go, Andre Castro then. That's Brandon Hawkin in the slipstream. Ben Fuller taking advantage of it. Are we going to get both cars past? Brandon Hawkin, is he going to be in the lead of the race for the first time? He is, but only for about 1/3 of a second.
Yeah, it wasn't for very long at all here, but again, it's going to be side-by-side action. He has that inside line as they come up towards the final couple of corners. As you can see, just had a little bit more momentum here. And there's the mistake, see? That's what can happen. Andre Castro gets away with one there. He was round the outside. But of all drivers to make a mistake, it would not be Brandon Hawkin. It would be at the tip of my tongue. Ultimately, they just gets a little bit crossed up mid-corner, runs out of traction, and it gives Castro the opportunity to indeed hold on to that lead. But that was very, very close there to a couple of our favourites being taken out early in this race.
It's like the ultimate demonstration of how to pass someone with slipstream on this track, really. Just giving you so much opportunity to stay behind the car in front, get that extra speed, and slip in front. Every single lap, we're going to see something like this, I have a feeling. Brandon Hawkin now in the lead of the race. But here we go. David Porcelli making a move on Ben Fuller as well. Fuller able to keep the inside line, but Porcelli's got the next inside line. I think this is Ben Fuller down to P4. Yes, it is.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it's a battle for the lead as well. Oh, and Castro, no, there's a big one. That's a huge crash. Lockwood, Harrison, Verano, all involved. The front 4 have just about got away there. And that really, no, I think Ben Fuller's good, isn't he? Ben Fuller's
Lockwood hit Ben Fuller first, but he managed to divert Ben Fuller back onto the track so he was able to recover. But he definitely got
Castro.
hit.
That was Castro's fault there. He got too greedy. So he then got all out of shape and everyone had to check up behind him. Again, I'm sure we're going to see a replay. I was talking about Jeffrey Decker. Keep your nose clean, see what can happen here. He's now up to P5, but ultimately there's car parts all over the show right now. Front 4, though, are as they were effectively. Hawkin now leads, but look at Porcelli. I told you, Porcelli, normally if he gets involved, there's fireworks, and as soon as he gets involved for the battle for the lead, there absolutely was fireworks.
Brandon Hawkin now in the lead of the race, but that just means everybody else is going to be trying to slipstream behind him. But you can see the differential in speed here. Hawkin's got a great line, but look at this. We're on board on this beautiful chase helicopter view of Porcelli. Look how much the car closes up the moment the straight. Basically 3 or 4 seconds after they get onto the straight, Porcelli gets so much more speed, pulling Andre Castro, pulling Ben Fuller with him as well. This is absolutely phenomenal, and this is something that's going to be going on all race long, so expect more fireworks indeed. This is Porcelli challenging for the race lead.
Yeah, and right now, what does Brandon Hawkin do? Does he back out of this situation? I think he probably, yeah, he does. Makes it very, very easy, whereas Andre Castro was never making it easy for Hawkins. So the complete opposite there. Gets into the slipstream once again. Do you look to make a move up the inside? He probably won't unless he's being attacked by Andre Castro. And it's now Porcelli that takes the lead. Ben Fuller is in 4th position. The front 4 have got away. We only have 6 drivers remaining in this race, by the way. Lockwood, Harrison, Bowman and Adams were all involved in that there. Very, very unfortunate. Porcelli is your new race leader as we head then onto lap number 9.
We've got a quantum pay replay then of that incident. These drivers are going to be swapping their positions non-stop. Let's take a look then. Keep an eye. Look, that dark blue car, that's what we were talking about earlier. Although, frankly, Ben Fuller gets away scot-free. It's everybody else behind him after that bump that just gets caught up in everything, unfortunately.
Yeah, so you can see here what Ben Fuller's trying to do. He's off the gas, basically, and then Harrison just cannot avoid it. So he's off the gas because Andre Castro completely checks up. So Castro just got a little bit greedy there, trying to hold a position where he was just beyond the limit of the tyres. So Ben Fuller has preempted that, got off the gas. The reaction wasn't quick enough. It wasn't Harrison, it's Lockwood. Harrison goes into the back of Lockwood. But ultimately, it's a racing incident. These things do indeed happen. Castro, though, was the one really that just got a little bit too greedy for me there. Brandon Hawkin has taken the lead, a little bit of a gap to work with, but again, that will close up and potentially he'll lose the lead once again. And I'd be very surprised now if we're not going to see a swap for the lead, maybe 14 times in the next 14 laps.
Now, Luke, hang on a second. We've got Andre Castro coming up towards David Porcelli. Oh, wow, he's contesting for the lead as well. Everybody getting involved here. This is going to be non-stop till the end of the race. Important question, and I suspect the answer is going to be short. Do we think Ben Fuller will have suffered any damage to his car as a result of that?
Well, if he's not lost anything as of yet in terms of straight line speed, but then again, he's in the slipstream, what you would notice would maybe be mid-corner as to where he's losing time. But again, as long as he sticks with this train, it won't make too much of a difference because of the slipstreaming.
Gotcha.
But yeah, later on in the race when the tyres become a little bit more worn, he may have a bit more of a problem there. As Hawkin not only lost out to Porcelli here, potentially he's going to lose out to Andre Castro as well. No, Castro doesn't quite get it, but Castro now will have that slipstream and will very eagerly want to get past Hawkin. And if you're Andre Castro here, you're moving left, you're moving right, you're helping them half and half effectively. You're going to help both of them, but ultimately you don't want to help just one of them because they'll easily breeze past you. Through the sweeping right-hander, leads changed hands once again. Porcelli leads, Castro's now second. Ben Fuller, I think, is just sat there now thinking, do you know what? I don't really want to be getting involved in this cat and mouse. I can stick here in P4, no problem. I'll get involved when I need to later on in the race.
Lap 11 of 24 now, David Porcelli. We got an excellent shot of him in his VR headset. He is leading the race at the moment, and this is race number 1 of 2 in the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge North America. Porcelli, Castro, Hawkin, Fuller, all of these cars have been in the lead of the race at some point in the first half. And I think we're now starting to settle into a little bit more of a rhythm. Whoever's got the toe just goes and grabs that position. We could see it multiple times on a single lap. Porcelli trying to break the toe. Castro attempting to go around the outside, pulling Hawkin and Fuller with him. Porcelli losing a little bit of ground there.
You can see by the nodding of the head there, Ben Fuller does have damage to the rear of that car. Again, he's struggling mid-corner. In a straight line, he's going to be absolutely fine. It's just about if he gets into the lead, he's going to not last very long at all. He's going to be overtaken pretty much as soon as he gets into the lead. So it's all about him, for him, timing. He has to time this absolutely perfectly. His race isn't over, but he has to be absolutely perfect. So
it's got to be last
I was
lap.
just getting that from the shaking of his head. In all fairness, Porcelli, by the way, just wants to be in the lead. It's very obvious that he wants to try and lead from the front here. It's a very difficult position to be in around this circuit, but ultimately he is absolutely trying to give it a go. Already, though, at the top of the hill, you can see that Andre Castro is going to make that move, but look who's following through. You can see the Ben Fuller, again, just trying to stick into P4. Brandon Hawkin, and actually, Andre Castro does not have the pace. As soon as he hits that brick wall of air, again, he's not quite able to move past Porcelli, or indeed he might be intending to stay behind. I will give a shout here to Jeffrey Decker. He is in P5. There's now 5 cars no longer in this race. Verano, Lockwood, Harrison, Bowman and Adams are all out here just due to one incident, ultimately. There is a world here where Jeffrey Decker still wins this race. Mark my words, there is a world where that happens. So
oh my God.
He just needs to keep going here. Well, look what's going on there. It's hardly like they're all, you know, taking it easy, is it? They're like a swarm of bees around this circuit at this stage.
True, yeah.
There is a world where Jeffrey Decker wins this race.
It's going to make, it's potentially going to make LATAM look tame if that's what happens here. Another bite of the cherry, then Andre Castro comes in, and he's got most of the car ahead of Porcelli, who tries to stay on the inside line, but Castro takes it this time around. So it's Castro P1, Porcelli P2, Hawken P3, Ben Fuller P4 as things stand.
Yeah, very close then between this front four. Porcelli is not in the lead anymore, but again, as soon as he gets an opportunity to take that lead, he likes to be there. If he could be in this position right now, going into the final lap, I feel like he will be very happy with that. If all of these drivers are in this very same position on the final lap, Jeffrey Decker could still potentially win this race. I don't want to, you know, preempt the potential accident here, but one wrong move from one driver, all 4 of those drivers get taken out. We've seen it already once in this race. Porcelli then gets that nose up ahead. You can see Ben Fuller again just sticking behind. I just don't think he's quite got the outright pace here. Porcelli sweeps it around the outside. Castro knows that's going to happen every single time, so just doesn't want to be getting involved in that. Brandon Hawking just surveying the situation as it stands. Front 4, still the same front 4 as it's been pretty much the entire race, but it's your call. Who's going to come out on top here?
They're just going to keep swapping, aren't they? The question for me and for these races is how often can they do this and still maintain some semblance of being able to be aggressive towards the end of the race. We're on board now with David Porcelli. He is currently in first place in this race, although this is going to be chopping and changing a lot of times. We've got Andre Castro immediately behind him. He's some data-driven insights powered by Splunk. They'll be accurate for the next couple of seconds. Porcelli started 5th, is currently in 1st, was in 2nd, now in 1st again. And this is going to continue. We're 2/3 of the way through this race now. Lap 16 of 24.
Yeah, as they cross the line next time round, it's 8 to go. So around about 6 and a bit minutes racing between them and the checkered flag. It's Porcelli again, who's just desperate to be in the lead here. Again, I don't think he's going to be too worried if he goes down to P2 with 1 lap to go. He would love to be in that position as he rounds turn number 2. Brandon Hawken, again, surveying the situation. I think he realizes that Fuller is in trouble here in terms of that little nudge that he received. And he could be unhappy with it, but ultimately, very difficult for a driver to react to him getting off the gas and reacting to something in front. Not only is the driver behind blindsided by his own car, but second of all, you know, you're not expecting people to let off the gas at any point where it happened here. Andre Castro then, the next driver to indeed head up into the lead of this race. And you would say that the 2 favourites are in 3rd and 4th right now. Before we came into this championship, Andre Castro and Porcelli are doing absolutely everything here to throw that prediction out the window.
They certainly are, and the concentration on their faces, you can see it. Andre Castro wants this, but it's going to be a question of timing rather than speed. Look, everybody who's in 2nd place has got the speed here. The drafting, the slipstream around Watkins Glen is absolutely insane. It benefits all of the drivers behind. You almost want to be in 2nd place going into the last lap so that you've got the last opportunity to overtake. Leading from the front there is dangerous.
It really is, and well, you won't win the race. It's very simple. We've seen the lead change hands every single time. Again, Castro is just letting Porcelli get the job done. Again, Ben Fuller, Brandon Hawken, looks like they're both leaning on their experience as it stands here. And if Fuller will probably not try and take this on here. No, again, he's just going to sit behind. It makes sense for him to do so. But Porcelli and Castro, they are very much fighting a very aggressive fight when they don't really need to at this stage. At this stage of the race with, what, 6 laps to go, the next couple, realistically, you just want it to stay as it is. Although Ben Fuller nearly goes very deep under braking. Yeah, that was a mistake there for sure. But what I'm thinking here is that just chill out for a couple of laps and then fight. You know, you've all got these positions on merit as it stands. There's no one else that's realistically going to be in this fight. But as you can see here, Brandon Hawkin kind of faking a move there, if you like. And does Castro finally sweep him around the outside? He absolutely does. Porcelli then has to be the reserve driver here. And again, Porcelli and Castro are swapping position like it's 1998 Panini Premier League stickers. It's ridiculous now.
I've lost count of the number of times the lead of this race has changed, but I'm very, very confident, without even needing to look anything up, that it's a Logitech McLaren G Challenge record. That much I can say. Brandon Hawkin.
Well, luckily Splunk aren't doing an overlay for this because they've run out of numbers.
Oh my God, yeah. I think we need to sort of extend it to a third position, a third digit. It's going to be absolutely insane. Brandon Hawkin now in P3, waiting for an opportunity to slip through as well. He's always been trying. Oh God, if he gets into the middle here, this could get messy. Brandon Hawkin right behind David Porcelli. Castro on the right-hand side, and he backs off just the tiniest bit, not wanting it to end in tears. It looks like Porcelli's going to get his nose ahead. Brandon Hawkin, you can see, stalking his prey, just waiting. Not quite the perfect opportunity yet, but he hasn't got that many chances left.
He pushed him. He actually bug drafted him. It's almost impossible to do with this car, but at this level, nothing's impossible. As Castro then is now going to succumb to the pressure of Hawkin. And now this is perfect here because Hawkin has got a long run to work with a couple of laps to go here. He is going to have Castro behind him, but ultimately that toe in front should help him here hugely. Again, you can be such a thing as too close to a car along this chicane. And now can Hawkin potentially drag Porcelli in, and this is kind of the gap he wants to have here. Porcelli trying to break it here. It's not going to make too much of a difference, but for the first time here, I don't think we're going to see a change of position. You can see that Fuller then is trying to get up to P2, and now Castro moves down to P4. So we are starting to see the two big dogs, as we like to call them, making their way towards the front here. And really, it's anybody's guess as to who's going to come out on top.
This is really entertaining as well, because you can see everyone has the speed to make these overtakes, and someone in chat might be asking the question, look, what's the difference between the two more experienced, well, I say more experienced, but the two drivers who we say would be the favorites? What's the difference in their strategy compared to the other two? We're sort of seeing that play out now, Luke. We can see Brandon and Ben just biding their time, waiting for the opportunity to strike, and Ben Fuller, who was the fourth car in this trade of 4, has now decided he fancies a go at P1.
Yeah, Hawkin made a mistake there, but cleverly then let Fuller go through. So that was really clever by him. Didn't lose too much time, and actually he's going to lose position here as Castro does go up into P3, and Ben Fuller now into that P2 position. Porcelli is trying to lead out from the front here. It's going to be difficult for him to do so. Next time they cross the line, it's going to be 2 laps to go, under 2 minutes to go to get the first result of our Logitech McLaren G Challenge Open Wheel Challenge for the North America region.
The driver who finishes head of this pack gets 15 points. The driver who finishes at the rear of this pack gets 7 points. I can't emphasize how huge the differences are and how important it is to try and get that last lap lunge. This could all end in tears. It could end in drama, but right now, the points are what matter. David Porcelli on the penultimate lap now, but Ben Fuller now, for what feels like the first time in forever, takes the lead of the race on lap 23 of 24. Can he survive the final lap? In fact, this move isn't even done yet.
When it's side by side then between them, the 4 of them could be covered by a blanket. It is that close here. Fuller then is going to head into the lead as we end the final, or second to last lap here. Around the final corner we will go. Porcelli makes a little bit of a mistake there. You can see the pink car then of Castro, and Brandon Hawkin trying to get his way up to P3 here, but he doesn't really want to battle for it because he could let Fuller get too far ahead. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, through turn 1, up towards turn number 2. Castro trying to find a bit of room to work with. Oh, Fuller is played a blinder here. He's so far ahead. Brandon Hawkin then is going to try and get a move done on Porcelli. You can see here that Castro is also going to make this 3 wide. They have to. Ben Fuller has waited for the perfect opportunity. Brandon Hawkin's going to follow him through, but there's still one more straight to go. Around the kink right-hander and up towards the final couple of corners. Can Brandon Hawkin close that gap, or has Ben Fuller waited for the perfect opportunity? Still jostling for third position. Porcelli's going to lose out here. Castro's got to make a move here on Brandon Hawkin. It's not going to work out. Ben Fuller's waited. He's waited for the perfect opportunity. He takes the win here at Watkins Glen. What a drive from him. And that was a very patient drive indeed. Brandon Hawkin does take P2. Only half a second between the two of them. That could be huge going into race number 2. But bro, Ben Fuller, what a drive.
What is the difference between one of these experienced drivers? That was a strategic masterclass from Ben Fuller, where there were 4 cars, any of whom could have taken the lead of that race. He waited for the perfect opportunity. Jesse, I think that was strategy illustrated. If you look that up in the dictionary, the end of that race is exactly what you'd find.
Oh, no doubt about that. He knew exactly what he was doing, when he was going to do it. The timing was perfect. He had that one definitely planned. But hey, talk about an exciting race, gentlemen. We did not know who was going to win that thing until it came down to the final 2 laps. And John, like you said earlier, the difference in first and second, those 5 points are everything. And I have to believe that Fuller knows that going into this second race. What do you think?
I completely agree with you. It was all about timing. We mentioned that during the race, but just watching it play out was so delightful. Seeing that any one of these 4 cars could win it, and then asking ourselves the question, if I was the best driver in the region and I was trying to outthink rather than outdrive someone, how would I do it around a racetrack where slipstreaming was just so unbelievably potent? Wow, Ben Fuller showed us in the last couple of laps exactly why he is a force to be reckoned with.
Well, it's a shake of the head for me. It was a case of, was that him sort of reporting damage via the camera? It turns out he was just like, why are you boys racing so hard? Like, this race is going to be won on that final lap. And, well, it absolutely was. I thought for just a second that Brandon Hawkin may be able to get him up towards that final couple of corners, but ultimately, Hawkin left himself too much work to do on the second to last lap. He had to actually make an overtake into turn number 1, which ultimately is what cost him the race win. But if the roles are reversed in race number 2, it's going to be so difficult for Fuller to be within like 0.6 of a second, which is what we'd have to be to win on countback. So Brandon Hawkin only being half a second behind, that may come back and we may see that indeed decide this championship. But Ben Fuller, he has indeed got one hand on that trophy.
You know, what really stood out to me was the confidence with which he made that move. He knew he could make that happen, and I'm anxious to see that confidence here in race number 2. But first, let's take a look at the results, official results here from race number 1, sponsored by Splunk. Ben Fuller, of course, your winner with a last-second pass there, earns those 15 points. Brandon Hawking earning 10 points for second place. Andre Castro in third with 8 points. Porcelli, 7 points for finishing 4th, and Jeffrey Decker finishes that top 5 with 6 points. Dane Verano in 6th, Brian Lockwood behind him in 7th. Jack G. Harrison in 8th with Max Baumann and Matt Adams in 9th and 10th. Here are the replays. Luke or John, whoever wants to take it. Take us through those exciting moments here.
Well, it was, it was just frantic from start to finish, wasn't it? I don't know, I could have 100 people and I still wouldn't be able to count how many overtakes there were on their fingers of their hands. This is just a ridiculous race, but ultimately there was one really defining factor, and that was a big smash happening around about lap 8 or so, somewhere around that mark, which indeed gave us a front 4 that could just go out there and freely battle with each other, not worried about what's going on behind. And here it is. So yeah, you can see there that Castro's tried to be greedy there and tried to go side by side, where at this stage of the race, again, he's got every right to do it, don't get me wrong, but at this stage of the race, was it worthwhile? Absolutely not. Ben Fuller then is just slowed up and the rest of the field just weren't able to react to it. And then it was just this for 16 laps. It was just someone taking the lead, a different driver each and every lap. In the end, after about 5 or 6 attempts, both Brandon Hawkin and Ben Fuller just went, do you know what? I've had enough of this, and they both kind of stayed in 3rd and 4th. But then when it was 3 to go, things got fruity. It really, really did. And here was Porcelli then going up into the lead. Brandon Hawkin then, again, trying to get something going, and he's still yet to see Ben Fuller make that move. Brandon Hawkin with a lovely little move up the inside, but this was the move that made all of the difference. You can see how cool and calm he was on camera. Sweeps it round the outside, but just didn't have the traction, so the tyres here were struggling, but everybody has that problem at this stage of the race. Again, got the momentum here, but it still was yet to be done. We head then up towards that final couple of corners, and actually, as you can see, swept across nicely. And it was Hawkin that managed to get up into P2. Checker flag comes out, and Ben Fuller, he waited patiently, and he got the job done.
Momentum, aggression, adrenaline, consistency. That's all it takes, you guys, to win this championship. That's what I'm gathering here after these 3 days of your analysis. So thank you. And also, just goes to show how impressive it is when they pull this one off. We have race number 2 coming up soon, but first, if you're watching at home, you can be a winner as well. Follow the link and drop !point giveaway in the chat, and you could possibly earn one of these awesome Logitech G prizes. Also, I want to thank our sponsors, Splunk, Quantum Pay, McLaren, Logitech G, and iRacing for helping us put this program on. All right, race 2 is coming up soon. You are not going to want to miss it. Stick around. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Race number 2 for the open wheel North American division is coming up and qualifying is underway. But first, I want to remind you at home that you can tweet at us using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. Shoot us a tweet, let us know who you're rooting for, let us know what you think about today's competition. Gentlemen, qualifying has begun. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jesse. That's right, we're in North AM now, and we are getting ready for the final race of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Grand Finals. Just under 9 minutes to go, and we are going to see these drivers basically go at it one last time. How much of this fight was down to Watkins Glen being Watkins Glen, and how much of it are we likely to see in race number 2, Luke? I don't know, but I'd love to see that again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another fast circuit. Again, we head up towards the first chicane here, and it's a very interesting chicane because you've got this very long-winded right-hander on the exit. But then along this part of the circuit, the first half, let's say, there's 3 sets of chicanes. You've got a right-left, then you've got a left-right, then you've got a right-left into a hairpin, and then in towards that final chicane at the end before the Wall of Champions. So there are plenty of places to make overtakes here. There are plenty of places for people to make mistakes as well. And again, one false move from somebody, and it can be curtains for more than one driver.
So during the course of the season, we've of course had player profiles for all sorts of drivers up and down the grid. But one of the drivers we spoke to, and frankly, we loved speaking to, is none other than Brandon Hawken himself. If you haven't seen this yet, take a look. This is great.
The only driver who is perfect in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, Brandon Hawken, takes the checkered flag.
My name is Brandon Hawken. I'm from Lindsay, Ontario, Canada, and I race in the Logitech G Challenge. So yeah, I've been sim racing basically my whole life. Began on the arcade games, moved over to Simcade, and eventually into full-on sims, and I've been loving it ever since. I began karting when I was 8 years old, and continued until I was 18. Like I always loved having my dad and grandpa come to the track with me and help with the kart. Around the age of 14, I moved on from Simcade to full sim racing games. From there, my sim racing career has taken off pretty well. Participated in various leagues with many different cars and tracks. I think my biggest supporter is actually my grandma. She's always asking when's the next race, and always congratulating me and stuff. So yeah, I definitely say my biggest supporter is my grandma. So, yeah, I've had some awesome races so far in the first 3 rounds of the Logitech G Challenge. And winning round 1 was a huge relief to be able to lock into the semifinals and enter the following races with no weight on my shoulders, just going out and have fun, learn as much as I can. Round 2 was a really tricky one. I felt confident in my pace, but yeah, we had some really fast guys show up. Brian Lockwood there had a great battle with him in the closing laps, and was just able to grab the win there. So that was probably the highlight of the 3 races so far. And in round 3, we had the pole, got a really good launch for the first time, and I was able to break away from the draft with some battling from behind, fortunately, and was able to grab the win with that one as well. My hobbies outside of sim racing are snowboarding in the wintertime, graphic design, and video editing. Got into graphic design beginning with when I first started sim racing. We had to make our own cars for leagues and everything, so I really enjoy designing race cars for sims.
Brandon Hawken
takes the checkered flag.
Winning all 3 rounds so far does give a lot of confidence going into the semifinals, but I know for sure once we collect everyone together who's finished in the top 3, it's going to be a super tough race, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And we're back here in qualifying. Thank goodness Brandon Hawken is not yet running for office, because listening to that video for more than 20 seconds, he would absolutely sweep it. So wholesome, that guy. And he's also on provisional pole.
Yeah, he is a 113.4, and the big factor here is that Ben Fuller is actually not second.
So if there could be a couple of drivers that start this race off between Hawkin and Ben Fuller, Hawkin is going to be in absolute dreamland. Here's Jeffrey Decker, 1:14.375 is the best time produced so far. Expect the times to be a little bit bigger in terms of gaps between each driver. This is a longer circuit. It's a little bit more technical of a circuit. You know, forgive me, we are on sector number 3 here, where there is literally only 2 corners. But yeah, for the most part, this circuit is just a little bit more tougher to extract that pace. Cross the line for Jeffrey Decker. Does he improve on his time? Not updated yet. No, it doesn't look like there is any improvement here. But Hawkin is in pole position, and that is exactly where he wants to be.
Massive straight line speed here at the circuit, Gilles Villeneuve. And we saw coming onto the start-finish straight there, you got a glimpse of the wall of champions as well. Very easy to lose it on the final chicane and have the car brush, or worse, smash the wall. We're going to be on the lookout for that in the race, especially drivers under pressure from other drivers around them as well. It's one thing to be able to get a good lap together in qualifying, quite another in the race. After this chicane, then it's a short run up to the hairpin. We're getting the drive out of this corner is going to be so important, because this straight that the drivers are going to have to go on next is so long. Imagine just being slightly late on the throttle out of here. Well, guess what? The next 15 seconds of your lap, you're going to be cursing yourself that other cars are gaining meters on you. Jeffrey Decker then trying to squeeze every ounce of energy out of the car, and all you can do is keep your foot planted and hope that you're going fast enough before playing chicken into this final chicane and dicing with death on that wall, going back across the line. An absolutely wonderful place to race.
Absolutely, I love this place myself. It's again not really used that often in sim racing, if I'm honest. Apart from, well, it's not really used in Formula 1 esports actually, to be fair. But yeah, this is one of the fan favourites, I would say, in terms of just shooting some laps here around. Brandon Hawkin has got 2 drivers between him and the championship leader. Ben Fuller went out and won race number 1 just minutes ago. He got himself 15 points. Brandon Hawkin is on 10 points. And, well, Andre Castro and Porcelli are 5th and 6th positions. So Brandon Hawkin here, this is a stroke of luck, isn't it? Well, you say luck, you make your own luck in these situations. Qualifying, he's produced an incredible lap time, but ultimately he has got a lot of breathing room between him and his championship contenders.
Well, down the back straight, the question's going to end up being in the race, can we get 4 or 5 cars swapping positions with each other? I think it's not going to be quite as fast and flowing and free as we saw in Watkins Glen, because at the end of it, you don't want to be going 2 by 2 through the chicane at the end of this straight, for example. We're going to see one move at a time, that's for sure. But still, the freedom to get alongside another car in the run-up to these corners, certainly possible. And Jeffrey Decker there on a 1:14.375 doesn't look like he's going to be improving on that time. But even so, this lap is rapid. It's fast, it's flowing, and it's unforgiving as well. Look how close, as Jeffrey drives around the track, guys. Look how close the barriers are to the track. There's no big runoff areas here. There's no, whoops, I made a tiny mistake, I'll just rejoin the track and casually use a bit of the grass. No. You're in the wall.
Yeah, and no one really will be. Maybe Brian Lockwood, I guess, but no one's really going to be improving on the time. Now, they've done their 2 laps. This is literally just to get into a decent rhythm going into our race today. Super excited to see how this goes down. It'd be pretty poetic if Brandon Hawkin was indeed to go out here and win. He's been so dominant throughout the season, and to do it on home soil, being a Canadian as well. But ultimately, the job of Fuller, Castro, Porcelli, maybe even Dave Verano was involved in a big smash, wasn't he? Same as Matt Adams. So really it does fall down to Fuller, Castro, Porcelli. Can they find something? Can they get past Matt Adams and Verano? Because those 2 drivers have been right at the sharp end as well. They're not going to be easy overtakes by any stretch, if that is even possible. But really, it's about being patient here. You've got 3 chicanes to contend with. And actually, I guess it's 4, isn't it? You've got turn 1, and then you can sweep to the right-hand side. So it's a chicane into a long sweeping right-hander. And then you've got the 3 chicanes to contend with before you hit that hairpin. So be patient through there. And then in that hairpin, you've got to make sure that you're maximizing your exit speed. This is a long run down towards the Wall of Champions. It is a huge run, and that is going to be the biggest opportunity to make any overtakes. Well, so patience is the name of the game here, John.
Championship leader qualifying in P4, challenger qualifying in P1. And like, I don't think we can set it up any better than that, Jesse. We got to let the drivers do the talking now.
That's right, guys. Luke, it's like I said, it's always hard to hear you when you get excited exactly what you said when you send it over to me. But, you know, in marinating on that qualifying session there, something stood out to me, and that was John's description of going through that chicane there. He said, before you play chicken with the chicane, and watching it from the driver's seat, from that view, holy cow, you guys, that really puts into perspective just how far these guys are pushing the limits here to possibly be a champion today.
Look, there are lots of tracks, right, where you go as fast as you can through the chicane, and if you don't quite make it, that's okay. You cut the corner a little bit, or you go on the runoff, and it's a bit forgiving. Here, you smash into the wall. There's absolutely no second chances. So you have to be precise, and you have to get it done first time. That's the big difference between Gilles Villeneuve and so many other popular tracks.
There's such a fine line between pushing the limits, but also not making a mistake. Well, race number 2 is up next, and we have the track conditions. John, what do we have ahead of us here?
You know what? Thank goodness these racing conditions are ideal, because we are going to see all of these drivers push their car, their grit, every inch of the track to the limit. 40-degree track temperature and 25-degree ambient temperature here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. A light breeze just for decoration here, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen here in race number 2.
Well, now the qualifying is done. We have the official starting positions. This is your grid ahead of race 2.
Brandon Hawkin then on pole, giving himself a shot at the championship after finishing second in that previous race. Lines up alongside Dane Verano. We then have Matt Adams in third, who will be with Ben Fuller for company on row 2 of the grid. Ben, of course, winning race number 1, so expect there to be fireworks there in the front 4. Andre Castro and David Porcelli, both drivers who are mixing it up at the front of the grid. They're going to be your third row of the grid. And then we have Jack Harrison and Jeffrey Decker, who we were on board with just now, making up 7 and 8 respectively. Max Bauman and Brian Lockwood will be 9th and 10th.
Well, gentlemen, we have one race left to wrap up this grand finals weekend. We have crowned numerous champions over the last 3 days, and I am thrilled to do it one more time. I'll let you take it away, because I know we have an exciting race ahead of us.
Thank you so much, Jesse. The cars have actually already started. We are getting going now. This is the final race of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Grand Finals. And that's Andre Castro. I think, no, hang on a sec. That was a pink car out in front. We'll wait and see what happens when the dust settles. Maybe the cars are a different color here, but right now it looks like everyone's just about managed to get off the line. The front 5 certainly seem to have come by without incident. That's an orange car, so that must be Matt Adams. We've got Ben Fuller up into 3rd place. And there we go. The pink has magically been repainted. It's the number 99 car of Brandon Hawkin. He gets away in 1st place. I gotta say, Luke, that was a little bit strange for a second.
Yeah, it was a really, really good start from Brandon Hawkin. He is taking full advantage here, and he has to go. Right now, try and break that toe as early as possible and force Ben Fuller to push for the first sort of 5 or 6 laps. Dane Verano is still in that toe here, but again, on the 2nd lap, you've got to try, or you've got to hope here that actually Ben Fuller tries to make an overtake. They come then down towards the final chicane and in towards the wall of champions. Ben Fuller is not going to be able to make an overtake this time. So Brandon Hawkin with a huge opportunity, and he's been given this right because he qualified well. As it stands, Andre Castro being P5, has he got up to P4? He is up to P4, yeah, he is. Well, Matt Adams has dropped right down the order here then. And Porcelli is in P5. They are losing touch with the front 3 here. And again, realistically, Brandon Hawkin, Ben Fuller, Castro and Porcelli are the only 4 that have a genuine opportunity. For Castro and Porcelli, they have to go out and win. For Ben Fuller, he can afford to come 2nd, but he needs to be within half a second for him to be our champion.
And that's going to be a big, big ask here around Gilles Villeneuve. And remember, this circuit is so unforgiving as well. You're going to have to do all of that while remembering that the slightest mistake could end you in the wall. Brandon Hawkin from Dane Verano and Ben Fuller then, as things stand in race number 2 here. Ben Fuller all over the back of Dane Verano, to be fair. If he gets a lovely overtaking maneuver done here on this back straight, he might be able to take the fight to Brandon Hawkin. And then, oh my God, on countback finishing within half a second, this would be a nail-biting finish.
Yeah, almost impossible to do though because of that chicane at the end of the lap. Look at the difference in corner between Watkins Glen, what we've just seen, and the chicane here. You just cannot follow a car as closely through there. So anyway, as we head up towards the end of the lap, we go across the line. We're here to start lap number 3. Dave Verano has indeed got back to within, well, it's now about 0.3 of a second between him and Brandon Hawkins, so they're very, very close here. So it is a three-way battle, and ultimately right now you've got Castro in 4th and Porcelli in 5th position, and they are just begging these three to battle for position so they can catch up. If not, it's going to become a 3-driver race, as we've seen so often this weekend, very, very quickly indeed. But I tell you what, do not count Castro out, because by the looks of things, visibly, the gap definitely is coming down.
So there you can see Castro and Porcelli a couple of seconds back, but still within camera shot. You just caught a glimpse of the pink car there. That's Andre Castro looking to try and fight his way back and join this front three. Hawkin, Verano, Fuller then on lap number 3 of 16. Off screen at the moment, we have Matt Adams in 6th place. He's ahead of Brian Lockwood, Jeffrey Decker in P8, and then we have Max Baumann and Jack Harrison in P9 and 10 respectively. Dane Verano then you can see gaining a lot on Brandon Hawkin going into the final chicane, but Brandon placing the car very, very defensively indeed. And that's that concertina effect with Ben Fuller getting mighty close as well. All three of those cars coming within inches of hitting that wall, maybe fractions of an inch there as they go into turn number 1 for the 4th time. Dane Verano trying every trick in the book to look for an opening right now to get into the lead of the race.
Yeah, as you can see, the biggest overtaking opportunity is that final chicane, but it's not a crazy slow chicane, so it's very difficult to send one up the inside. If you do, ultimately you're both going to lose a shed load of time, and one of you is actually going to come off really bad there. It's just not, you're not able to go too wide, so effectively you need to get a really good exit out of that, out of the hairpin, and be ahead by the time they get to the chicane. It's very difficult to do, and Hawkin right now, he'll be so hoping that Fuller starts attacking Verano, but he knows that he's probably not going to do it. Ben Fuller played a blinder in race number 1, and he's a very clever driver. We've seen that firsthand today already. He gets very close there, and again has to run out ever so slightly wide, but he will catch that gap back up here, no problem whatsoever. So yeah, he knows that Ben Fuller won't really try and panic here, but if Brandon Hawkin does start to make a gap, then you'll see Ben Fuller have to try and close that gap up here. Up towards that final chicane once again, and it is Brandon Hawkin that does indeed lead, and fair play to Ben Fuller. He is able to stick real close behind on entry, but lost a little bit on exit.
Ben Fuller here, this is almost like a rehearsal for Ben Fuller, where he's trying to work out how closely can I cross the start-finish line behind Dane Verano, because later on in the race, if I'm able to pass him, as Verano gets 2 wheels on the grass there, exactly, but a little bit too close to the chicane for Fuller to mount a pass, but that's going to be a chink in the armor. If he, oh no, Fuller takes the wall, he takes it on the other side as well, that's a huge mistake, and he drops back. I've got no idea what the damage is to the car, but it is panic stations now for Ben Fuller.
I'm wondering if he's done here again. Let's check the next couple of corners to see as to whether he's got any suspension damage. We'll know it under braking. He's slow through there. Definitely something not quite right with the car. He clattered into the wall. But again, let's see what he's like breaking down in towards the hairpin. This will be a telltale sign. And it looks like he might be okay. Of course, he's not going to be 100%, but has he got away with one there? All stems really from Dane Verano. Dane Verano gets his two left wheels on the grass, and that means he just cannot get traction out the corner because, you know, half of your drivetrain just isn't doing anything. It's spinning up, and ultimately the other side has got a lot of friction on the tarmac, which means the car wants to spin effectively, and he's held onto it nicely. But again, look how close he is to Brandon Hawkin. It's a really good recovery here from Dane Verano, but ultimately right now, Ben Fuller's in serious trouble. He's lost the toe of the front two here. Brandon Hawkin, it's all his to lose at this stage.
I'm going to be honest, Luke. I think I was almost being kind there with the description. I don't remember the last time at the Circus Gilles Villeneuve, simulated or in real life, where a car has tagged 2 walls and still had 4 wheels at the end of it. That is the recovery of all recoveries from Ben Fuller, that he's able to keep it on the track, and it looks like he's just about okay. But you're right, the damage as far as the championship is concerned might already be done. If he gets back into the toe of the front 2 cars, this will be absolutely mega.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to be a possibility. But right now, Dane Verano's the kicker here, because if he goes and wins this race and Ben Fuller finishes 3rd, with Brandon Hawkin is 2nd, Ben Fuller will be the champion as well, remember, because of that big points difference between 1st and 2nd, obviously being 5, Ben Fuller got that 5-point advantage in race number 1. So Right now, Ben Fuller has got to keep these two behind him. He knows that Castro's going to make a move if he gets the opportunity. But look at Dane Verano. He is absolutely challenging that car in front of Brandon Hawkin. What's the gap, though? It was 1.5 seconds between Verano and Ben Fuller. What is the gap now, though? As they have crossed the line. Oh, it's 1.8 seconds here. So Verano and indeed Hawkin are pulling away. Verano, though, is looking very, very spicy indeed. He wants this P1. Ultimately, race one didn't go well for him. He'll want to leave, Dave Verano. If he's an opportunity to make an overtake, he has not shied away from it all throughout the G Challenge. He is absolutely not going to do it now in the final race. So Brandon Hawkin here under a little bit of pressure, but we've seen him perform very, very well under pressure for many, many months now. He just needs to do it for now, 10 more laps.
Well, look, as things stand, if Dane Verano overtakes Brandon Hawkin, Ben Fuller's the champion. He cannot afford to drop those 5 points. The difference between second and third is 2 points. Between second and first, it's 5. So that gap and that difference. Oh, as we have a little bit of a lock up there from Brandon Hawkin going a little wide at the hairpin. This could be the opportunity for Dane Verano.
Verano then is closing up into that slipstream here. Brandon Hawkin's like, yep, if you're going to make the move, fella, you're going to have to go all the way around the outside. He will have a little nibble here. Will he try and commit to it? Oh, there's contact between them both here. And actually, it's going to be Verano that runs off circuit. And the wheel came off there, but the contact wasn't sufficient enough for that to be actually the case. And well, Verano is in the lead. He will have to give up some time for sure. And well, now Fuller under pressure here to hold on to P3. So there we go. Oh, it's contact as well. He's now going to lose potentially to Porcelli. No, Porcelli trying to take avoiding action, hits the curb. He can't get the power down. But as it stands now, it would still be Ben Fuller that takes the championship. So Brandon Hawkin now has to go up there and win this race.
If Ben Fuller loses one more position, are they tied on points again? Hang on a second. Dave Verano very close there out of the first chicane, and Brandon Hawkin retakes the lead. That is some guy, I think. Do we think maybe that's Verano? That's got to be Verano letting him pass, right?
Yeah, it's time penalty.
Yeah, 100%. There we go.
He cut the final chicane, so basically it gives you 30 seconds to give back however much time the game feels like you've gained here. And if anything, Brandon Hawkin's got away with one there, but look at what this has created. It has created a 5-car battle for the lead now. So Fuller has been given a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, and effectively, it is all in his own hands again, but he needs to make a couple of overtakes.
If they can close up to these front two, look, the more Verano and Hawkin battle, the better it is for Ben Fuller. The better it is indeed for Andre Castro and David Porcelli as well. So if they keep doing this, it is far from over. It's lap number 9 of 16, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final race of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This is the open wheel section in North America. And Brandon Hawkin, well, it's his race to lose, but we've seen a couple of heart-in-throat moments from him for sure. Dane Verano chasing him down in second place. If he overtakes Brandon Hawkin, that could be huge for Brandon and really, really big for Ben Fuller. But Ben Fuller now down to 4th, needs to find a way to retake 3rd position from Andre Castro.
Yeah, he has to take 3rd, then he has to take 2nd and finish within half a second of Brandon Hawkin. It's very clear to me that Ben Fuller has a small amount of damage to this car, because I think he would have got a couple of these positions done and he wouldn't have lost out to Castro, in all fairness. But it very much becomes similar to what happened in race number 1. He's P4 right now, just waiting for his opportunity. He will have 7 laps to go as he crosses the line. So again, you don't want to be taking too many chances, but you don't want to be leaving it too late. Leave it all out there. Verano's now gone for the inside, and he's going to get this job done. He does. So that's a successful overtake. All of a sudden now, Ben Fuller would be our champion. So one position swap is all it takes. It also means that the drivers behind are going to close up as well. So Ben Fuller may be with an opportunity to overtake Castro, but Dane Verano is a thorn in our championship leader's side, and he is the driver that's playing the key role.
And now if you're Brandon Hawkin, we're going to be going through all of those different plans. Now, if Dane Verano doesn't make a mistake here, Luke, do you sit behind? Do you wait for the latter stages of the race and try and make up that position on the last lap, or when it feels like it's going to count the most? What do you do here as Brandon Hawkin? Does he take the first opportunity given?
Yes, 100%. This is it now. You're racing for your championship. It's as simple as that. You know, you can play all the tactics in the world right now. But ultimately, track position is absolutely vital here. You've got to force the drivers behind you, and that being Brandon Hawkin now, to make a decision. So if you're in the lead, you can force that decision. Here we go. It is part 77 of the Dane Verano versus Brandon Hawkin show here at Gilles Villeneuve. I don't think Hawkin's quite close enough here. Again, he might be able to get alongside, but he just will not take this overtake on. He will just stay behind through the final chicane we come. There's the Wall of Champions once again. Not seen anyone go in there as of yet, so hopefully it stays that way. We've now 6 laps remaining. It comes down to this. As it stands, it is 23 points for Ben Fuller. It is 20 points for Brandon Hawkin. Hawkin has to get back up to the lead. He's led most of this race, but ultimately, when it's counted, he has lost that position. Has he got anything left? It's all about patience through this part of the circuit. It's then all about making sure you get a very good exit out of that hairpin and make a lunge down in towards that final chicane. Brandon Hawkin effectively let Verano go through, didn't really want to defend it too much. Verano will not be doing the same back to him if he gets the opportunity here. And actually, if anything, Hawkin may be starting to struggle here in terms of tyre wear, because he is falling off the pace here of Dane Verano, and all of a sudden Andre Castro is right in behind. And we know what we saw from race number 1 is that if Andre Castro has an opportunity to make a send, he absolutely is going to lick that stamp and he's going to put it in the post box.
Is Brandon Hawkins spent then? What has he got left in reserve at the conclusion of this lap? It will be 5 laps remaining in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. He has to hang on to the back of Dane Verano. He has to make sure Andre Castro doesn't get the better of him here, but then he also has to get the overtake done. As it stands, P2 is not enough for Brandon Hawkin to get the title of champion here at the G Challenge. He needs to win this race outright. Ben Fuller in P4, those points are going to be good enough unless Hawkin is able to get the victory here. All to play for with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, 4.5 to go along the second part of the chicane. And Ben Fuller again, just prizing himself in that P4 here. I think he knows it's enough right now. He knows that the pressure really is on Brandon Hawkin. I don't think Fuller 3 laps ago would have thought this would be a scenario he was in, but he is ultimately in that scenario. And Hawkin again getting very, very close here on the exit of that chicane. That's the best run he's had so far, down towards the hairpin. And he might even try and get this done down into the hairpin. It'll be the first time that someone's tried to do it, but he isn't actually quite close enough here. Hawkin, though, is as close as he has been ever, and he will get the run here. And actually Fuller with the double toe or the triple toe here, it won't help him. It'll be Castro and indeed Brandon Hawkin. Can Hawkin make the move, though? We're seeing it just up far ahead here. Is he close enough? He pulls up to the right-hand side, and he's just trying to force a mistake there from Verano. Verano not blinking. Oh, and there's Castro. A big bit of contact. It's a huge bit of contact there for Castro. Fuller's going to get a freebie, I think. Castro there goes to defend it, and just Fuller's not quite close enough. And again, we've seen a big bit of contact with the wall, and it's not been enough. And we know these cars are basically made of paper, John. How are Castro and Fuller even in this race? Verano making a mistake here.
We've survived the Wall of Champions. We've survived a double tap with the wall, aka Ben Fuller. I've got no idea how some of these cars are even still in the race. They must clearly be made of stronger stuff than I thought. Dane Verano now starting to show a couple of cracks. The nerves may be coming through now, and we can see Brandon Hawkin closing up into this second chicane. Will he be able to get a run down to the hairpin? He's not going to look to overtake here, but he might look to overtake into the final chicane if he's able to get a fantastic exit here. It's all about judging the braking point and getting a nice late apex. Brandon Hawkin just hitting the white line late. That's good, but Dane Verano's exit was pretty good as well. Is this enough for Hawkin to get up alongside? Lap number 13 of 16. Not that many opportunities left. You can see the slipstreaming effect. He's closing right on up, but then he gets into the braking zone. He's run out of territory to make that move. A little bit of a bump on the entrance to the chicane there for Dane Verano, but he survives that just fine. Are we really going to see a lunge into turn 1? Surely not. He goes around the outside instead, forcing Verano to go defensive, and sadly this very long right-hander, really difficult to hang around the outside there. Verano lives again.
Yeah, he's in trouble here, though. His tyres are not in great shape here at all, and now that makes sense as to why Hawkins let him go, because Verano was attacking him lap after lap after lap, and Hawkins wasn't really taking an adverse line around the circuit, thus meaning his tyres are going to be in such better shape here. And again, it was a very good exit from Dane Verano, as you rightly pointed out, after hairpin, but it was nowhere near as good as Hawkin. So Hawkin how close can he get out of this chicane? Hawkins got a very good run here. It's almost a massive, massive error, and it might be the opportunity to make the move around the outside. But are you brave enough here, Hawkin? Do you take it on? He's going to go for it here, but no, it's got to be about the exit speed. And actually, don't put yourself under pressure from Castro. He is as close as he's ever been here. We're going to end up with 2 laps remaining after this lap. Is this the lap that Hawkin gets into the lead and also puts one hand on that trophy? He's side by side. Castro's going for it as well. Almost 3 wide. He thought about
about it. There's contact there between Dave Verano and Indy Castro. What does this mean for Ben Fuller? They're side by side. It's a great move by Hawkin. He gets it stuck. Verano, though, yeah, Castro's dropped right down. He's not even in the top 4 now, so that's Ben Fuller in second. Has he got up to second now? Or is it still Verano? It's Fuller in second. So now Fuller has to get within half a second of Brandon Hawkin, and then he will become the champion. This is going to go down to the wire.
Brandon Hawkin then, a hero move with 2 laps to go, and Andre Castro has basically gone into the wall. It looks like he's out of contention. We don't know what happened on screen. I'm sure we'll get a replay of it, but now it's Brandon Hawkin versus Ben Fuller. Can he close to within a second and a half? That's going to be the question now. This will decide the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
This is absolutely incredible here. We've got 1.5 laps remaining, and it is all on whether Ben Fuller can get within half a second here. Is he in the tow? He might just be in within the tow, but it's not quite close enough here. So Ben Fuller, it's 1 lap here, John. It's between Brandon Hawkin, it's between Ben Fuller. It is going to go down to that final chicane. They're going to have 1 full lap to go to decide who is going to be our G Challenge champion.
The difference between these 2 cars in race number 1, this is becoming important now, 0.556 seconds. So that is the gap that Ben Fuller needs to close up to in order to win the trophy here from Brandon Hawkin. A little bit of a wiggle on corner exit. Ben Fuller is visibly closer to Brandon Hawkin, but he has to half the distance and then some in order to get his hands on the trophy. And they are absolutely giving it everything here through Sector 1.
If he's got anything left here, Ben Fuller has to use it all. He is closing up for sure. Brandon Hawkin, he had to go very deep under braking into that chicane to get back up into the lead. 1 more chicane to go before they head down towards that hairpin for the very final time. It is Hawkin that leads. Remember, he finished in second position by half a second in the first race. Ben Fuller won the first race, so they are in roles reversed right now. So what that means is Ben Fuller has to be within half a second to be our G Challenge champion. They've got 1 straight to go here. They've got 1 chicane to go here, and I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Brandon Hawkin, he's been so dominant until the semi-finals. Ben Fuller came to play today. Brandon Hawkin came to play today. It's going to be the checkered flag for Brandon Hawkin. It's going to be the championship for Brandon Hawkin. Incredible stuff. Both of these drivers need to take a bow. It's gone down to the absolute wire, but on home soil, it's going to be the Canadian that comes out on top.
Brandon Hawkin, by half a second, takes the checkered flag and the championship from Ben Fuller. What a ridiculous end to that race. Had us in our seats from start to finish. Jesse, that was absolutely incredible. We asked if North America could deliver the same thing. You know what? They absolutely did.
You guys did not disappoint by any means. I was worried you were going to get me too excited, and quite honestly, I was not even prepared for that kind of a competition. Congratulations to Brandon Hawkin. We will catch up with him in just a little bit. Guys, holy cow, those last few laps, I don't know who I was more anxious for. Brandon, watching him, knowing it's either me or the guy behind me, or Fuller, knowing if I can make up a little bit of time, I could still have this one. What do you think, Luke? What was going through your mind watching those last few laps?
Well, I was trying to stop my head from exploding. I was like, I get so excited for this. It feels like the veins are going to pop in the side of my head. So I can't imagine what they're feeling there. Like, I live for this. This is my bread and butter. These kind of races, it's the easiest job in the world when it's like that. But Ben Fuller, how important was that wobble? And it wasn't just a tap. He clattered into the left wall, then the right wall, and still managed to keep going, and also was catching near the end. I think on the last lap, actually, Brandon Hawkin put a couple of tenths on him, but still just wouldn't stop coming. It's like, yeah, you could beat him as much as you like, and he just keeps getting up. Like, what can you do against that kind of driver? You have to be on your absolute A game to get a result against Ben Fuller. Brandon Hawkin, luckily, was on that A game.
Ben Fuller absolutely Lazarus that, no question about it. He should have been out of the race by all like, there's absolutely no question. It was amazing how he managed to recover from that and still push all the way to the end. These drivers, I mean, Luke said it perfectly. They both need to take a bow. That was a beautiful finish to an incredible championship.
Well, the official results for race number 2 are in. Let's take a look at our results, brought to you by Splunk. Brandon Hawking, your race winner, earned 15 points and a championship with that win. Ben Fuller just short with 10 points and a second place finish. Matt Adams, Dane Verano, and Jeffrey Decker are the rest of your top 5. David Porcelli earned 5 points in the 6th place position. Matt Bauman, Jack Harrison in 7th and 8th, and Andre Castro and Brian Lockwood in 9th and 10th. One final time, let's take a look back at our last race of the weekend. Take it away.
Wow, what a spectacle that was. An incredible, incredible event. And what a fitting way to not only end the North America Championship, but to end the G Challenge. It was just, yeah, there was something special in the air, not just with this region in terms of open wheel, but North America as a whole. They have come to party for sure. And I think we're about to see here the wobble, the tag of the wall. Verano makes a mistake. There it is. He just turns in too much. And how has he survived that? Look at his face, though. Does it change? Yeah, he's trying to figure out whether he's got damage or not there, but really did stay composed in that situation. And then it was between these two. Really, the third, 4th, and 5th, they should have no right to be involved in the battle again. That's it. These two should have played it simple, played it safe, and ultimately not given that chance. But this here, who's at fault? I think Brandon moves a little bit left. I think Verano's trying to pin Brandon towards the apex. I think there's more of a racing incident there. Luckily, it didn't cost either of them a race because, you know, we know these cars, you know, are very, very delicate. And there's Verano. Again, someone in the chat said Verano's given back the position because he wasn't a fan of the way he took the position. That's absolutely not the case. It was to do with a time penalty. Let's not get that twisted. But this move here was textbook. So he tried it again. He tried it the opposite side, and he got the move stuck. So this puts pressure on Hawking because Ben Fuller then is all of a sudden in a championship winning position. Then there's a big mistake there from P3 Castro, which again puts even more pressure on Hawking. But in that very same breath, he then sweeps one or attempts to sweep one around the outside. And ultimately, this is what gets Dane Verano out of shape. I know it's 3 chicanes later and a hairpin later, but it all counts. You've got to set someone up, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, a lap maybe before you actually make the overtake. And ultimately, it came down to this. And then Castro's like, yeah, I'm going to get involved with this. Ultimately decided against it. A bit of contact there between Hawking and Dane Verano. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, if you make an overtake through there and you're side by side, you're not going through there side by side. It's as simple as that. Someone has to yield, and oh boy, Castro, if he's in VR, which I think he was, that is going to be, yeah, not ideal for him. And here's the checkered flag. It's Brandon Hawking, who it wasn't very easy at all. Neither race was easy at all. And what a way to finish things off. A very worthy champion. If you could give out 2 trophies as champions to him and Ben Fuller, they would absolutely both deserve it. But ultimately, there can only be one winner, and it was by 9/100ths of a second.
I really don't think it gets any closer than that, to be honest with you guys. And like I said earlier, we're going to talk to our champion in just a moment. But first, gentlemen, on a less technical note, I want to touch on something. You know, us viewers had an opportunity to kind of get to know Hawking a little bit better in that player profile earlier on during qualifying. And he mentioned that he's been technically sim racing almost his entire life. He was driving those race car games in the arcade when he was a kid. And it's just funny to think about someone sitting right in front of us. We're getting to watch him realize and achieve a dream right here in front of our eyes. Luke, you can speak to being in that seat and being a competitor in this competition. Just how life-changing can this honor be?
Yeah, hugely. You know, this is not... We look at motorsport in general and you think, oh, the route to motorsport is karting. You do well at karting, you head up then to maybe into the formulas or go to GT racing. And obviously, most people's goal is to head to Formula One or to the equivalent in different disciplines. Whereas Brandon Hawkins clearly wanted to be the best sim racer in the world or the best sim racer in the region from a very young age. And all of this preparation has gone into that. And to now be validated in that way because you've won a huge competition, yeah, that's huge. It's huge for your self-esteem. It means that everything you've done means something. If you put all of that preparation, it effectively is only a hobby, which is the beauty of sim racing, by the way. Anybody can come and get involved and race against their mates, and sometimes race against the pros on iRacing in a pro split lobby just randomly on a Tuesday evening. But to win something really does make all of that hard work, and it does transfer it from a hobby to being a competitor.
It does make me giggle a little bit to think about a young future G Challenge champion putting in some time on the arcade simulator. But speaking of the champion, we have him here now. Brandon Hawken, congratulations. You are the North American Open Wheel champion. Describe the emotions that you're feeling right now.
Man, I think I'm still soaking it in. I can't quite believe it. I came into the day hoping for top 3 or something. That was the goal, and I knew it was going to be super tough. Like, Ben, he was the him and Brian were the 2 main ones I was really trying to go after. And man, after that incredible race there at Watkins Glen, I thought I almost threw it away because it was going to be really tough to win at Montreal. And man, that was just an insane battle there with Dane and Ben and Andre. Man, that was that was absolutely insane stuff. So yeah, huge shout out to them. Great racing. We did make a contact a couple times. I hope none of that was my fault, but man, I'm just super thrilled. I did not expect this going into it. I knew I'd be like up there, but I didn't think I'd take it home. This is so cool.
Brandon, congratulations! All of that hard work paid off. You can let go of the wheel now. By the way, the race is over.
Yeah. I got my push and talk on here.
Like it was so cool seeing you through race number 2. And look, we all know you've been sim racing from such a young age. You could put hot laps in your sleep, right? Trying to elicit any sort of mistake, any sort of pressure on you. Drivers need to take you out of your comfort zone. If they don't do that, you might sail away into the distance. I want to hear about the roller coaster ride you had during race number 2 when you were leading the championship. Then you weren't again. Then you were again. Then you weren't again. Talk to me about what that was like.
Man, I was trying my best to keep it on the track. Montreal is a really unforgiving track. You got walls right on both sides, and coming off the curbs, depending on how you take it, the car doesn't respond too well to it. So you're just trying to like balance your speed with not flying into the wall and or burning up your rear tires. So I was going as fast as I could comfortably go, and everybody was like right there, and I just tried to balance that the best I could, and there were a couple times where I got I fell back a little bit too much, and I think just Dane that was able to get the draft and get alongside me or get by me, and we had some really great side-by-side battles, but man, Montreal is just such a ridiculously hard track with a car like this, and it's man, it was just all trying to get that balance. I feel like I could have pushed it harder in some parts, but then I think everybody else would have been right there too, because I think we were all sort of just trying to get to the end, and then once we started battling, all that went out the window, and we're all going for the win. So, man, I am. That was such a crazy way to get it, and I wish it would have been a little bit more uneventful, but I'll take it. That was a really hard fought battle, and man, that was so much fun.
First of all, amazing performance again, not only today, but throughout the G Challenge this year. I want to delve into 2 specific moments, really. When Dave Verano actually made the overtake on you the second time round, and he successfully delivered it, and also the moment that you finally got by him, because that looked very hairy, especially as Castro was coming from behind as well, trying to make it 3 wide.
Yeah, I got to the inside of Dane, and since I don't know, I felt like I had enough of a nose on him to get in there and take the corner, and then I saw Andre go right to the inside and almost made it 3 wide, and I broke super late there, and we just made a little bit of contact there with Dane. I haven't looked at it yet. I hope it was just kind of like a racing incident, but we made a little bit of contact there, and then that allowed Ben to get through, and then so I was like, oh man, we got as soon as one battle's over, we got another one there, trying to stay ahead of him for more than he beat me by at Watkins Glen. So I had to put in a hot lap there at the end, and he was really fast, and it was just the whole race. There was no resting at all. It was just like nonstop, just like thinking about like certain circumstances that could happen, and trying to play it as they went.
Well, Brandon, I know you said it's still all kind of setting in still, so I feel like this might be a good time for me to remind you that you have earned yourself a trip to the McLaren Technology Center with Lando Norris. What an honor is that? How special is that for you?
That is the coolest thing. That is so cool. I'm a big fan of Lando, and man, that would be so cool to go tour the McLaren shop and be able to meet everybody, meet him, and man, that's just so cool. Like, thank you guys so much at Logitech, McLaren, Quantum Pay, and oh, sorry, my jersey here, and Splunk. Sorry. I had to memorize before the race, but I can't really think right now. But man, that's just so cool. I am so happy and so appreciative of everything. And thank you everybody for setting this thing up. This was an incredible journey through. I don't know. I guess was the last like 6 months or so, and. Man, I can't wait to do it again next year. It was so much fun. It was a great time.
Well, Brandon, congratulations. It was an absolute pleasure watching you drive today. And go celebrate now. You are the North American Open Wheel G Challenge champion.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody.
Brandon Hawken, I know someone who's probably pretty excited is Grandma Hawken. If you heard his player profile, you know that is his biggest supporter and #1 fan. So, Grandma Hawken, here you go. Let's take a look at the final standings as they are. Your grandson, Brandon, is the champion, as broken a tiebreaker there with Ben Fuller, both finished with 25 points. Porcelli, Decker, and Verano round out the top 5 for the weekend. Castro, Adams, Harrison, Bauman, and Brian Lockwood are your 6th through 10th place finishers. All right, gentlemen, I feel like all 3 of us just need to collectively go one big exhale, right? Because we did it. 3 days of intense competition, and honestly, I was loving the excitement and the action. John, let's start with you. Favorite moment from the past 3 days?
Oh, good. It's got to be the celebrations, right? The celebrations that we saw from Igor Rodriguez, the celebrations that we saw today in both LATAM and North America. The drivers are so emotional. At the end of the day, we're all human beings, and it's so good to see that as well as being complete machines on track, they detach from that every so often and show us what it really means to them to win these money can't buy prizes that you can't get anywhere else other than the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. That absolutely has to be, well, I mean, all of my favorite moments when the drivers react to that.
For me, North America have absolutely upped their game to an incredible level. Of course, with what's going on around the world and stuff like that, we know that we can't do the whole regional competition, and eventually, hopefully, that comes back at some point. But for me, I always like to see the battle. I want to see who does the best. I want to see who entertains the most. And North America, and it's not even just 2 of the regions or one of the competitions. Sorry, all 3. North America has blown it out of the water. The level is increased to an incredible level that I probably would have expected to have happened within 5 years. Definitely not 3. And I'm just super proud of how that has been obtained. And I also just want to mention one person in particular, because we just spoke about there was a distinct group of 4 drivers really in the North American finals we just witnessed. Jeffrey Decker, who was seemingly outside of that, he will admit himself, he didn't even feel like he belonged in that final. He finished in the top 4. So he beat one of those, seemingly unbeatable drivers. But yeah, North America as a whole, take a bow. It's been an absolute pleasure to commentate on those races.
Well, and personally, it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you too. Thank you so much for bringing me here to your broadcast group and for bringing me into your family, and Luke, of course, for showing us your wonderful fashion sense. Thank you guys so much, and thank you at home for watching. Before I go, I want to thank our sponsors as well: Splunk, Quantum Pay, Logitech, McLaren, iRacing, and Assetto Corsa Competizione. That wraps up the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We'll see you next season.